The ground. Listen to the real funk. Hold on.
You better don't stop me.
Watch out, the furious. Better be focused. Listen to the real funk.
And it goes a little something like this. It goes on and on and on and on.
Listen to the real funk.
It goes on and on and on and on.
Listen to the real funk.
It goes on and on and on and on.
Listen to the real funk.
혹시 모델워킹 좀
Original, straight from the underground.
Fueled by the same passion as esports athletes, 𝘠𝘭𝘮 continuously develops tailored products, empowering gamers to bring their best out. Today, we are launching the all-new XL2566X Plus, which uses the newly developed Fast TN panel and upgraded 𝙩𝙬𝙬𝐻 technology. The new monitor series continue to evolve, refining details to ensure players can perform their best consistently in games.
Dominate with speed. Octopus 8K HE. Scanning every key at the speed of light. Customize every key and setting to build a perfect keyboard for your play. Superior keystroke feel. Experience speed like never before. Octopus 8K HE. Azra.
This is not for dreaming.
It's where you make things happen.
Pressure is part of the game. So keep on pushing.
I'm gonna skip you in the game, but one clever idea changes it.
Show the best of yourself.
What a good header.
Didn't go your way? Then come back harder and stronger.
Effort never ends. It just becomes your attitude. Our goal is to progress.
We're no different. Nobody here is just sitting around. To sit is to progress. Sit is.
스펙스 BMX 팀 유소년 선수 김한결이라고 합니다. 어릴 때부터 자전거 타는 걸 진짜 좋아해서 지금은 본격적으로 선수 생활을 하고 있어요. 처음 경기장에서 BMX 레이싱 선수들의 경기를 보고 와 진짜 멋있다라는 생각이 들어서 본격적으로 시작하게 된 것 같아요. 스포츠는 나 자신과의 싸움인 것 같아요. 어제보다 발전하기 위해 계속 도전하게 되는 것도 스포츠인 것 같아요. 내가 과연 유망주인가? 책임감 있게 행동해야겠다라는 생각도 들어요. 가장 큰 원동력은 더 잘하고 싶다는 욕심인 것 같아요. 저를 계속 도전하게 만들어요. 저에게 스포츠는 도전이에요. 넘어져도 다시 일어서면 된다는 것. 실패가 아닌 새로운 시작이 기다리고 있어요.
This is one where we all go like that bottom area and I hold the window.
We're all main gate and then and you need to scan every one of these rooms, Dress. And then scan this one as well.
Yeah,
alright.
I got it.
There's a shield behind this, which is even better for us. BTK, you're holding this whole hallway from like one of these corners.
The guard dog gameplay.
BTK, careful the lurk on this as well.
Side flank, but BTK Master is waiting for it. He keeps looking over in that direction, but hadn't spotted him.
And then me, Gunner, and Drass, we are making our way to this room. We have to cross in the open of this, but Suppress should be holding it.
I'm about to start scanning left side. Are we?
You guys ready?
I'm nading this room.
I'm ready.
Careful, don't go in there. I don't see anything in there. I'm holding.
And then we have to clear this whole hallway. There's nothing really to play behind. If there's a guy with a shield, we need to use util, because like we can't just run it in or we'll die. Get a smoke on the crypt. Even if you go down, just plant the decryptor.
It's barricaded.
Yeah, that's even better. That's even better. Break this.
I'm nading.
Are you ready to nade this?
Yeah.
Yeah, break.
Got one.
Good.
Nice.
I'm in.
I need a baddie.
Left is clear. Left is clear.
What's in there? My ping.
Blue zone nade's gonna come out, but we haven't seen Gunner be able to get in and get into a plant just quite yet.
You can't see from that angle. Come to me. Come to me.
Got bombs going down.
You have a Maddie, bro?
Yeah, here.
Just play time if you can.
A lot of work there.
We're good, bro. We're good.
Even though Venerated's the one that's going to come up with kills.
Nice.
I got it. We got it, bro. We're good. We're good.
So we don't mind as well.
On me right. Come here. How are you losing that? Jesus, Sap. Get a grip. You need to go get a job, Venerate. You're holding it.
Oh my god.
To sit is to progress. Sit is.
A collaboration with 𝘎𝘭, and some changes to vehicle camo netting. All this and more as we dive into the update 36.2 patch report. First up, Miramar is getting a visit from the K-pop group 𝘎𝘭. All across the Badlands, you'll find concert venues, decor, and other visuals based on the group. Many other maps have 𝘎𝘭 visuals, such as themed care packages and planes as well. There's also an emote stage on the starting island of every 8x8 map, for you to perform some of their most iconic tracks, including their latest hit. Next up, vehicle camo netting is seeing a durability improvement and is being added to Rondo and Tago this update as well. The improved durability only applies to bullet damage, and there are still some conditions in which the netting is instantly destroyed, so check out the patch notes for full details. The clan system is also getting some love. There are new ways to show off your achievements, including a new weekly ranking page, along with new clan tag plates. Full details in the patch notes. There's also a new survivor pass. Regions with duo mode can now choose one-man duo in normal and ranked. And we've tackled some bugs, so be sure to check out the patch notes for details on everything. Update 36.2 is here, so park the car in a safe spot and get ready to rock out with 𝘎𝘭. We'll see you on the battlegrounds.
Fueled by the same passion as esports athletes, 𝘎𝘭𝘮 continuously develops tailored products, empowering gamers to bring their best out. Today, we are launching the all-new XL2566X Plus, which uses the newly developed fast TN panel and upgraded 𝙩𝙬𝙬 technology. The new monitor series continue to evolve, refining details to ensure players can perform their best consistently in games.
Dominate with speed. Octopus 8K HE. Scanning every key at the speed of light. Customize every key and setting to build a perfect keyboard for your play. Superior keystroke feel. Experience speed like never before. Octopus 8K HE. Azra.
This is not for dreaming.
It's where you make things happen.
Pressure is part of the game. So keep on pushing.
I'm gonna skip you in the game, but one clever idea change it.
Show the best of yourself.
What a good header.
Didn't go your way? Then come back harder and stronger.
Efforts never ends. It just becomes your attitude. Our goal is to progress.
We're no different. Nobody here is just sitting around. To sit is to progress. Sit is.
스펙스 BMX 팀 유소년 선수 김한결이라고 합니다. 어릴 때부터 자전거 타는 걸 진짜 좋아해서 지금은 본격적으로 선수 생활을 하고 있어요. 처음 경기장에서 BMX 레이싱 선수들의 경기를 보고 와 진짜 멋있다라는 생각이 들어서 본격적으로 시작하게 된 것 같아요. 스포츠는 나 자신과의 싸움인 것 같아요. 어제보다 발전하기 위해 계속 도전하게 되는 것이 스포츠인 것 같아요. 내가 과연 유망주인가? 책임감 있게 행동해야겠다라는 생각도 들어요. 가장 큰 원동력은 더 잘하고 싶다는 욕심인 것 같아요. 저를 계속 도전하게 만들어요. 저에게 스포츠는 도전이에요. 넘어져도 다시 일어서면 된다는 것. 실패가 아닌 새로운 시작이 기다리고 있어요.
To sit is to progress. Sit is.
One look, give 'em whiplash. Beat drop with a big flash. 집중해 좀 더 think fast. 이유 넌 이해 못해. 왜 이제야 너와 did that? Day one 너와 been back. Don't stop when you can. 무리해도 can't touch that. Whiplash. 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 One look, give 'em whiplash. 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 One look, give 'em whiplash. Can handle it, can have it, feel the power, feel the force, we attacking. Dark arts, black magic, one shot go maximum damage, feel the power, feel the force, we attacking. Feel the power, feel the force, we attacking. One shot can maximum damage, feel the power, feel the force, we attacking. Feel the power, feel the force, we attacking.
This is one where we all go like that bottom area and I hold the window.
Or all main gate and then and you need to scan every one of these rooms, Dress. And then scan this one as well.
Yeah, alright.
I got it.
There's a shield behind this, which is even better for us. BTK, you're holding this whole hallway from like one of these corners.
The guard dog gameplay.
BTK, careful the lurk on this as well.
Side flank, but BTK Master is waiting for it. He keeps looking over in that direction, but hadn't spotted him.
And then me, Gunner, and Drass, we are making our way to this room. We have to cross in the open of this, but Suppress should be holding it.
I'm about to start scanning left side. Are we good?
You guys ready?
I'm nading this room. I'm ready. Careful, don't go in there. I don't see anything in there. I'm holding.
And then we have to clear this whole hallway. There's nothing really to play behind. If there's a guy with a shield, we need to use util, because like we can't just run it in or we'll die. Get a smoke on the crypt. Even if you go down, just plant the decryptor.
It's barricaded.
Yeah, that's even better. That's even better. Break this.
I'm nading.
Are you ready to nade this?
Yeah.
Yeah, break.
Got one.
Okay.
Nice.
I'm in. Left is clear. Left is clear.
What's in there? My ping.
Blue zone nade's gonna come out, but we haven't seen Gunner be able to get in and get into a plant just quite yet.
You can't see from that angle.
Come to me, come to me.
Got bombs going down.
You have a Matty, bro?
Yeah, here.
Just play time if you can.
A lot of work there.
We're good, bro. We're good.
Even though Venerated's the one that's going to come up with kills.
Nice.
We got it, bro. We're good, we're good.
𝘍𝘭𝘮 mime is low.
On the right. Come here. How are you losing that? Jesus, that's sad. Get a fucking shit. You need to go get a job, man, or you're holding it.
Oh my god.
Fueled by the same passion as esports athletes, 𝘍𝘭𝘮 continuously develops tailored products, empowering gamers to bring their best out. Today, we are launching the all-new XL2566X Plus, which uses the newly developed fast TN panel and upgraded 𝙩𝙬𝙬𝙚 technology. The new monitor series continue to evolve, refining details to ensure players can perform their best consistently in games.
Dominate with speed. Octopus 8K HE. Scanning every key at the speed of light. Customize every key and setting to build a perfect keyboard for your play. Superior keystroke feel. Experience speed like never before. Octopus 8K HE. Azra.
This is not for dreaming.
It's where you make things happen.
Pressure is part of the game. So keep on pushing.
I'm gonna skip you in the game, but one clever idea change it.
Show the best of yourself.
What a good head.
Didn't go your way? Then come back harder and stronger.
Effort never ends. It just becomes your attitude. Our goal is to progress.
We're no different. Nobody here is just sitting around. To sit is to progress. Sit is.
폴스펙스 BMX 팀 유소년 선수 김한결이라고 합니다. 어릴 때부터 자전거 타는 걸 진짜 좋아해서 지금은 본격적으로 선수 생활을 하고 있어요. 처음 경기장에서 BMX 레이싱 선수들의 경기를 보고 와 진짜 멋있다라는 생각이 들어서 본격적으로 시작하게 된 것 같아요. 스포츠는 나 자신과의 싸움인 것 같아요. 어제보다 발전하기 위해 계속 도전하게 되는 것이 스포츠인 것 같아요. 내가 과연 유망주인가? 책임감 있게 행동해야겠다라는 생각도 들어요. 가장 큰 원동력은 더 잘하고 싶다는 욕심인 것 같아요. 저를 계속 도전하게 만들어요. 저에게 스포츠는 도전이에요. 넘어져도 다시 일어서면 된다는 것. 실패가 아닌 새로운 시작이 기다리고 있어요.
So when we see two teams fight, obviously a third-party opportunity is so usual. What a spray, and he's gonna find it! Beautiful from 𝘍𝘭𝘮!
And that opens up a ton of space on their northern edge. 𝘠𝑒x now looking to do damage to Germany. There is a trade though. IMAX gets one before Brax. It's a knock onto him. A fallback here. Some fadeaways for them, and they do connect. 𝘠𝑒x finds one, he finds another!
𝘠𝑒x and France are saying, witness us, we are here to play. It's just down to it's Chris for Germany. And what a play, as we now see Sweden coming in, and that what a beautiful, wait a second.
3 gear, you know, if he can find some way through without taking a knock, that's going to be impressive. Has to cross the road, and he's out in the open.
Oh, man.
But what in the world is that grenade?
He finds through the flush!
Oh my god. Mac and Dark.
Envelop Chinese Taipei, and they're gonna find one. 𝘠𝘮𝘮 with a beautiful flank is gonna open up the fight, and he gets two! He gets two, Clint!
Calb's able to follow up, and it's quick. 10 trip. Gets the fight. The loot just wasn't there.
Oh, well, hold on though. Empty with a big nade. An opportunity, a second knock. Code Marco is going to go down. All of a sudden, Shen, if he can just make this wrap, that's going to be a third. It's one member left for Türkiye.
No way he can get this done. Shen knows he's coming. He has the Saiga in the back pocket. Gets a bunch of damage, but a shotgun or nail cop doing a bunch of damage as well. Empty on such low HP. Trying to pre-guess, trying to jump, shoot. He's got it just barely. Empty comes up here.
Smooth and original, straight from the underground. Listen to the real funk. Hold on. You better don't stop me. Watch out, the furious. Better be focused. Listen to the real funk.
And it goes a little something like this. It goes on and on and on and on. It goes on and on and on and on. It goes on and on and on and on. Listen to the real funk.
혹시 모델워킹 좀
Original, straight from the underground.
Up, everybody? Welcome to day number 2 of PNC 2025 here from the Olympic Handball Stadium in Seoul, South Korea, the beautiful Olympic Park. We are on the last day of survival, and I'm paper thin. This is Gibson. We're going to bring you through all the matches today. Huge day here as only 8 teams are going to be able to make their way into that final stage.
Yeah, it's crazy that today is the end of the survival stage. 8 teams' journey will end today, where the other 8 will join 8 of the best teams in the world to try to be crowned this year's PNC champions. And when you look back over the history of this event, there's not been very many, because we've obviously got Korea have gone it. They're looking to go for another win in a row. Team UK have done it as well. But I think this year, we have got more competition than ever before.
It really feels like it. I mean, especially here with this survival stage, kind of giving some of these teams a chance to warm up a bit, a chance to showcase that, you know, their region still has it, or in some cases that there's some new regions who are stepping up, and we got to see some of that yesterday. So what a great start, and today surely going to be just as good.
Yeah, and there's certainly some teams that are hoping today will go a lot better than it did yesterday. You know, I had a little chat with Martin from Denmark, and his words exactly, I'm not even gonna lie, he goes, if we could get maybe panzered and BRDM'd, we've got all 5, we've got like the full house of PUBG'd in the game. But for all of you at home, we spoke a little bit about it. This is, of course, our format. The top 8 from last year, they got direct invites into the finals this weekend. Then we welcomed in our bottom 8, plus a couple of new teams. And when you look down to those new teams, straight away, how good were France and Philippines yesterday?
Really, really impressive. I was so pleased with the way that France was playing. I think they had amazing fundamentals. Their shooting was great. Their decision-making was great. I mean, everything you could want out of a PUBG team, they showcased. And, you know, their IGL Sky was really on point. I think they were just, you know, taking control of the map properly, being very diligent about their surroundings. So it's hard to do it better than they did. And then the Philippines in that last game came through with a great recall, able to get their full forces back up into San Martin and close things out.
I think it's funny because it's two teams that performed really well, but in a very different way. You know, France, all about zonal control. Philippines was just aggression, you know, all gas, no brakes from them, and it's either feast or famine. Today, it is the exact same as yesterday. We're kicking things off with a double dose of Erangel before we jump to Tego and Rondo, finishing things off in the desert of Miramar. And we saw it yesterday. There was definitely a turn after map 3 yesterday. Some teams preferred Miramar compared to others who liked Erangel.
Yeah, I really liked the way that yesterday shook out in terms of some of the teams that started great early. Once we changed kind of the colors of the map, I guess you could say, things got a little bit different. As we look at the total leaderboard, I think this is such a pleasant surprise for me that we're seeing Indonesia at #1. Again, a team that has struggled at international events. They struggled last year at PNC, and here they have something to prove. And this is, I will say this, that was yesterday was the best day I have ever seen out of that region. Any team, any whatever from that region, yesterday was their best day of global PUBG ever.
And I think the thing about it is it was always confusing because you look at the roster, like last year they finished last. With the players they had, they should not have been in that position. Now they've bounced back strong. Yes, this is a survival stage, so we're missing some of the big guns like Korea, China, USA, but they've got themselves in top spot. They've pretty much secured their spot into the weekend. It's some of the other teams that I'm looking forward to seeing. And this was kind of an early idea of how some teams were going to play. Like, Indonesia getting pushed by Germany on the coastline so early. Indonesia did a great job of holding that back and winning that fight.
They only sent 2 players out for that fight, too. That is crazy confidence. They were able to convert off of a great play by 𝘠𝘭𝘮. He was fragging all day. One of our top fraggers throughout all of yesterday, tied with a couple other players in that department. So you'll have to see it. Teddy was really frying, too. France was absolutely incredible. Chinese Taipei had a solid day. But, I mean, for me, Indonesia is just really showcasing that, you know, all this experience they have that they've been able to accumulate, especially Teddy, 𝘠𝘭𝘮, those two guys have been around for forever, that they can finally use that to their advantage, and they finally found their footing at a global level.
Yeah, and 𝘠𝘭𝘮, we spoke about, you mentioned him, 13 kills for him yesterday as he had a really strong day. So much so that I put him on my fantasy team today, which we'll talk about a little bit later on. But I think it was just their ability to be present in the late game and win the games they're supposed to. That's what I always say, the gauge of a good team is their ability to win the games that they are supposed to win, because not every game is meant for you, but you got to take advantage whenever you do get the circles you need.
Exactly. I mean, it's really cool to see them have a just incredibly solid day all around. Philippines, this last game here in San Martin, so pivotal that Tentrip, you know, able to do what he can do to get the team back into it. He was, in fact, the top damage dealer yesterday. Tentrip absolutely frying. 𝘍𝘍𝘮 had a great double here to really break this fight open and secure the win for the Philippines. They really impressed me. I'm very happy to see these guys. You know, again, a lot of these guys used to be on Archangel Predator, a very strong team in APAC for years, so happy to see them showcasing their abilities at PNC finally.
Yeah, and then we'll have a look at our top 3 and some of the stats that resulted in them getting there. All of them into the high 30s when it comes to kills. France in particular, we gave them their flowers. I knew they had a good team, but they came out and they played phenomenally. But I want to talk about Norway, because they have brought a bunch of fans here. A lot of fans have traveled from Norway. They've got the flag up. They've got their own little ultra section. And I was just saying to you, this is a region that adores PUBG. They've got their own league. They've got hundreds of teams and players that take part. And it's a nice little full circle moment for me that my first ever PUBG LAN, a bunch of the players that I casted in my first ever cast, which is like a Division 3 sub-league, they're all in the crowd, they're all playing on stage. It is so nice for me personally to see them do so well.
Absolutely. I was really, really happy to see 𝘠𝘭𝘮 and company. You know, obviously 𝘠𝘭𝘮 is going to be the household name for Norway, but a lot of really good players on that team for sure. Philippines, yeah, you could see it was kind of a weird day for them. Didn't start out amazing. I wouldn't say bad. You know, 8 points in game number 2 is fine. You'll take that every day of the week. But it was really those last 2 games where they accelerated and found a lot more success. And I would say they kind of dialed back just a little bit the aggression. They went from 11 to 10 on the volume meter there.
And it's what we're speaking about when it comes to maps as well. They looked a lot more comfortable on Miramar. Their rotations were better. The way that they were able to execute their gunfights using the terrain to their advantage really helped them. And if they want to qualify today, though, Miramar's not enough. They need to find some more, like 3 points, 4 points, 0 points on that fourth game of the day. I want to see more consistency from them. Like, yes, 51 points is enough, or enough for one day, but there's no chance you qualify with that mark. But we did get a chance to sit down and talk with Tentrip, so let's hear what he had to say after day one.
Hi guys, it's Bella. I'm standing with Team Philippines 10 Trip. You did not trip yesterday. You were on fire. How was day one, and what are you planning to do today to keep popping off?
Just being consistent and do what we get to do, and just take advantage of other teams. Yep.
I think that's the best game to play. Okay, thank you 10 Trip. Paalam.
Paalam.
Yeah, I loved, he just said we need to be consistent, and that's exactly what you're saying, right? They just need to keep doing what they were doing. They don't need to pop off today. They need 5-6 points, 10 to feel really secure, generally, on how these kind of point situations shake out.
Yeah, I think you're about right, because I spoke to Scoom from Team UK. He thinks that it's going to be around the 65 to 70 point mark, so they need about 18 if they want to get there. But, we look at what some of the people in chat had to say as well, and like, some people are saying it was a brilliant salvage for them in that last game. You spoke about getting that chip back, getting the players back, and taking advantage of it. That's one of the things I love. That recall system is so good for teams that like to play a bit more on the aggressive side.
Yeah, I mean, I think you're going to have to kind of now consider as opposing teams how you're going to deal with that. Even the caster surprised how Philippines plays. Now, that's not true. I am not surprised. Listen to what I said yesterday. I am a very big fan of this team, and they have gotten top 5 finishes at multiple PCS APACs, so I was a believer. I'm very happy to see them come through. But I think you have to now consider how you deal with those blue chips and being very aware of giving them up. Even Team India yesterday, when Canada wiped them in Gatka, they were allowed to go back at those blue chips and then reset in a game. So that's something you have to be aware of, I think, going forward.
I'm actually really impressed. I know their point tally isn't huge, but just the difference in Team India this year compared to the last time we saw them play on stage, right? There's a bit more confidence. They've got a couple of kills. How this team got here is crazy. They all signed up as a 4. They won they won a tournament to get to represent their side, and they did really, really well to be here and get to that position. But we want to talk about the teams that are not quite secure in their spot just yet. Any surprises as we look at these? Because there's some big names on these players.
It is a bit surprising, especially 9 through 10, or 9 through 11. I would have thought Turkey would be a little bit further ahead, given they also won a game yesterday, and they're great players on their team. Canada as well, some history there, some consistency. Poland, Marsalek was popping off yesterday, like 11 kills, so this is like, to me, like, oh man, they just need to get that one big game maybe, and they can kind of turn things around.
I think they're another team that maybe suffer a little bit from the way the Philippines play, where they like to play hyper-aggressive, and sometimes it comes back to bite them. But I think that they definitely have the talent to get over the line today. Canada in particular, I would love to see so much more from them. Yes, I do work the Americas region, so I do have a little bit of love for those players. Finna in particular, I've told them I'll never speak to him again if they don't get over the line later on today. But I think that even though these teams are in those positions now, I wouldn't be surprised to see them leapfrog some of the teams above them and see some of the teams, a little higher drop down that leaderboard.
For sure. That is not going to surprise me at all with some of those teams. Chinese Taipei, I think, is kind of right around where I expect them to be, honestly, given their play style, given their players. I just want to see Leo get into that grand finals. It's his last hurrah here. He has said that this is going to be it, that he's retiring after this event from PUBG Esports. So would love to see Leo get another shot at a finals lobby to showcase what he's been capable of, what he's been so good at. Let's take another look at an interview here. We've got some players from Chinese Taipei, in fact.
Hi guys, it's Bella. I'm standing with Team Chinese Taipei, Xavier and Amy. I want to ask how Xavier is feeling today, because you have to play well to make it into tomorrow, which is the final stage. What are your thoughts on Turkey, who's sitting on 9 as well? Tell me everything.
就你们昨天的状态、今天的状态，还有就是你们对那个第9位的土耳其有什么样的想法？
我们昨天因为有吃了一把鸡，然后让我们信心大增，然后我们状态也挺好的，就是后面的人我们状态这么好，他们其实也威胁不到我们。
저희 어제 치킨 한 번 먹었기 때문에 지금 상태 굉장히 좋고요. 그리고 사실 구미는 저희한테 크게 위협은 안 될 거라고 생각합니다.
We had our first chicken yesterday, so we're feeling very, very confident. And well, as for number 9 on the leaderboard, we're not too worried. All right, love the confidence. 짜요. Hi guys, I'm standing with Team Türkiye. Hello, hello. Hello. Well, you guys are not quite there yet to make it to the final stage. What is your mindset going into today to make sure you play tomorrow as well?
Evet, tam sınırdayız şu an arkadaşlar. Finale çıkmak için bugün neler yapmayı düşünüyorsunuz?
Bugün her zamanki gibi olması gerektiği gibi oynayacağız. Dün lobiye birazcık avans verdik. O verdiğimiz avansları geri alacağız ve bitireceğiz.
Yeah, we're going to be playing exactly how we're supposed to be playing, and then we think we have given a lot of credit to the other teams yesterday, so today it's time to take all those credits back.
Time to bring it in for Turkey. Okay, let's go. Fighting, Team Turkey. Bye. 안녕하세요.
You know, I listened to that interview and I think what he really meant was he gave too many teams respect. You know, they give too many teams more respect maybe he thinks they deserve. Like, you look at that Turkey roster, so much LAN experience. Like guys from Eternal Fire, guys from Bushido who've been excellent over the last while. I think that they'll be surprised they're in that position, but they should have the confidence and they should have the backroom staff and the players to know that they can turn it around.
Yeah, I think if you were going to maybe gamble on a team to kind of really have a big day to leapfrog up to like 6th, 7th, or even above that place, I think Turkey is a good one to predict. Who's our 8th place team? I said Chinese Taipei. I think steady as she goes. We got to keep the Leo storyline alive. That's all I got.
It actually broke my heart a little bit in the crowd when I was there. Like, oh, we're getting so pumped for day one. It's like, oh yeah, this is my last event. I'm retiring at the end. I was like, oh, that brings things down a little bit. I went for Sweden because I hate doing predictions, and I was like, well, they're in the top 8, and I still think they're going to get in the top 8. But I think some teams in the bottom half are going to make some big movements today. Like, I think Turkey will leapfrog a couple of teams. As I said, I think Canada might get up that leaderboard a little bit. It's so hard to predict in a lobby like this, especially when you know that a lot of teams would have went home last night and made some adjustments and looked at how other teams played and how they can advance.
For sure. I think it's really difficult to say because there's so many varied play styles in this lobby. You had teams who we've never really seen before, especially at the global level. Players we've never seen before at the global level. You don't know how they're going to react to the situation. Here is the survey of you folks out there. What did you think was going to happen for the 8th place team? A lot agreeing with me here. Chinese Taipei, and then some Turkey, some Canada, some Poland in there. I think that's all fair.
Yeah, it's funny because they've literally voted for them in the same order they are on the leaderboard as well when it comes to favorites. I think that it's not, we can all do predictions at this point, but the game is won on the server and there's so much you have to contest with because the joy and beauty of PUBG, which makes it so different from so many other esports, is every decision made by any player out of the 64 in some way, shape or form impacts every other player in the lobby.
No, that's very true. It is such a butterfly effect game, right? Like, so much can go on, so much can change in a heartbeat. But if you want to get involved in some of the fun here, you want to support some of your players or try to figure out who is the best, who's going to play the best today, we do have our fantasy league at 𝘠𝘭𝘮𝑔g. You can build a fantasy team, you get a budget to play with, you get to pick 4 players, you choose a captain. If they do well, you get extra points. And you can just use that QR code there down in the bottom left or go to 𝘠𝘭𝘮𝑔g to join. We do this all the time. It is one of my favorite things about PUBG Esports.
I love doing it, I just don't like losing. And at the moment, I'm losing. My team picks yesterday did not go the way I would have wanted. I bought into the 𝘠𝘭𝘮𝘴 hype. I've brought him in for today. I still back 𝘠𝘭𝘮. 𝘠𝘭𝘮 is one of the best players in the world. I think that they'll have a bounce back. But what are the prizes? Well, as always, we've got tons of G-Coin that you can use at home to support your favorite team at the event and, in a certain way, actually increase the prize books. We do have crowdfunding as part of it. We've got some mouses that are up for grabs as well. The better the mouse. I like to say, if you've got a really good mouse, it does help you in the game as well. But it's all about that G-Coin, right? Get those skins, those progressive skins, support your favorite teams. Maybe even get the Expendables bundle that came out recently.
Oh, yeah. Heck yeah, you got to get the Expendables bundle. That is going to be on my list to purchase when I get home, for sure. Must have that. That was such a cool experience seeing that Vietnamese team come through, and now we've got a couple of their players that'll be playing tomorrow, so that is very hype. All of you at home, definitely want to get out there, check out some of those skins we got available for this event. Speaking of events, we do have some things going on here where you can participate and win some more prizes. Who doesn't love that? Who doesn't love that, Gibson? We got bingo, huh? Bingo? I'm an old person. I love bingo. Let's go.
I'm not at that age yet. I'm not at the bingo age yet. I know he tried to get me to go play bingo last night, but I played football with some of the players instead.
Come on.
But yeah, get in. It's another chance for the viewers at home to get some extra G coin for themselves. And I think, why not? It's free. It's free to enter.
Yeah.
Chance your arm.
Or if you just hang out and watch and connect your PUBG account to your Twitch account, you get drops. Boom. Easy. That's just free stuff. Who doesn't love free stuff?
And you just gotta watch, right? Just watch, get some free drops, and then show it off in your games at home. You know, get the spray can, get some of the skins. I love it. I love getting rewarded for watching.
Oh, who doesn't? I mean, it's just easy money. You know, you get to enjoy some great games with some of these great players. And on top of that, you can then load up the game later and show off what you were able to get. So looking forward to all that, but we're getting close to the start of the day today. Gibson, how you feeling? You're on here for the first day. You were just sitting watching yesterday from the stands.
Yeah, I'm feeling pretty good, right? This is my favorite part, getting stuck into the game. It's a lot more comfortable for you and I than it is for those guys behind us. Like, there's going to be some nerves back there, and I know for a fact that's the case. But let's talk about the Pick'ems challenge. This is who you, the viewers at home, have used your Pick'ems in the game to predict who you think is going to win.
Go ahead. No, I was going to say, I'm actually surprised how much Korea is catching up to China. And I mean that because I think China should be very high on people's lists. I think they should be getting a ton of votes because of how stacked that roster is. But Korea, of course, you know, back-to-back winners, I guess it makes sense.
And one of the teams that I think have a real chance of winning is Brazil, and they're a long ways off the USA. There is a huge gap between 4th and 5th when it comes to those Pick'ems. But my biggest surprise is the UK. In 11th, they've won this event before, they've come 2nd. And a lot of the people in the community think that Japan have a better chance.
That is surprising, if I'm being honest, but you never know. Japan's going to have to play out of their minds today to get through is the real sad part of that. But France, I think, deserves some more love here. They have showcased that they can hang. They've got good fundamental skills across the board, and just about, like, if you made like a metric, you know how they have those like pentagrams that show, like, you know, maybe like macro, micro, like decision making, like they're just like maxing out all those stats, dude.
Yeah, and the fact that they've jumped so far up the Pick'ems since yesterday as well. And we've had some sliders. Denmark dropped a long ways yesterday, but I wouldn't rule them on making a big day as well. We've also got tons of co-streamers as well, co-streaming in multiple different languages across the world that you can watch with and interact with their communities as well. They're all on the screen below. And it's such an eclectic mix we have this year when it comes to co-streamers.
Dude, it's a ton. John Olsen's watching this? I love John Olsen. Shout out to my Full Sense bro. There are some great streamers out there. A ton of names that we can't even get through them all because there's so many of you. I also saw Escaluzia there, a former Thai pro. Great guy, great player back in the day. So love to see it. Tycon's on there. Everybody knows who he is because he not here for Vietnam, but supporting from back home. Love to see it.
Saw Marcelek on the list as well. He's over
streaming
there
from his desk.
Yeah, I think he might just be doing that. But shout out to all those co-streamers as well. Go show them some love and support. If someone you're watching or someone you like to watch is doing it, why not hop on and see what they think of all the action too. But one thing's for sure, on this channel you will hear 100% what you and I think about all the action that is happening. And we're just starting to creep closer and closer to that first game. If you were a player, what would you be doing at this point? Like, how would you calm yourself and get yourself ready to play an event like this?
Back when I used to play a different game, I won't say which one, a different game competitively, this was many years ago, almost a decade ago at this point, I would mostly just kind of walk around. I was a bit of a pacer, so I needed to get moving. I needed to get my body moving to kind of get the jitters out. That's what I like to do.
Yeah, I think pacing, a little bit to yourself, maybe a hype video, but we are going to play another little VT, a little video for you viewers at home as we get ready for game number 1.
So, who do you think's going to win this year?
Last year wasn't perfect, but we've been champion and runner-up. And this year, we're ready. It's going to be us.
That was back then. This time, it's different.
You guys are too old.
I don't know what to say. What am I meant to say?
What is the next line?
Are we here? I've always wanted to check this place out in Seoul.
First time here, and the city feels alive. Can I get another one?
It's such an honor to be one of the top 24 teams here. I won't lie, it's my first time and I'm nervous.
For now, it's all about making the final stage. We'll figure out the rest when we get there.
춤을 보고 싶어가지고.
PNS'e yer aldığın zaman ülkeni temsil ediyorsun. Bu da gurur verici, onur verici.
And we are back to PNC after 2 years.
We for sure expect to make it through the survival stage, without a doubt. Well, of course, there's a lot of team at PNC, but we will show that France can be on the top level.
So yeah, we're underdogs, but that's why the underdog story is so compelling, because when we do good, it's gonna feel really good.
Just take it with your backside because we are ready to fight.
Look at all these chicks.
能代表自己国家参赛，我很骄傲，很羡慕这些可以参加 PNC 的选手。
We're new here. No one expects anything from us.
Yeah, but they are underestimating us now. Let's prove them wrong.
This is already my 4th PNC, but last year was a shame. We started strong, but we couldn't sustain our performance. With the new lineup, we want to have a high placement. This year will be different from last year.
去年9位で終わってしまって10位の左側に入れなかったんで、サバイバルは勝ち抜いて絶対にファイナルに上がるべきです。Ini kami kasih lihat bahwa kita berada di sini. Untuk negara lain hati-hati aja.
虽然是第一次参加，但是绝对不会是最后一次。现在才是真正的开始。
Being in Seoul is really great. I love here.
Yep, and the food, it's amazing.
Kind of just want to stay here for a while.
Yeah, me too. But first, we have to qualify for the grand finals.
Let's give it everything. Let's make it happen.
Yeah, I agree.
All right, well, that was a great video. Got to see a lot of the personality of the teams and the players, and you know, they said they love it here, they want to stay here a while. I've been living here for almost 9 years. I agree. Love this city.
The irony as well of Vex being called old by James of all people. Like,
yeah.
Two of the oldest players that we have on the stage. The big one for me though in that video, and I know the viewers at home didn't get to see it, but we saw some breakdancing. Godspeed actually tried to do some in the back.
Yeah.
He was unbelievable at it. Like, genuinely, one of the best breakdancers I've ever seen.
Really? Yeah. No joking, no, this is real?
That's for you to decide.
I don't believe it for a second. So, I mean, Mal Rush there had some moves, so, you know, maybe Godspeed could surprise me too. I don't know. I'd just be worried he's gonna, you know, break himself, that old man. He's almost as old as me, so a little worried about those knees at that point, you know?
It's not often I'm one of the younger ones on a broadcast. Usually I'm up there, but I feel pretty young and sprightly at this point. But teams, though, some of them will be feeling a lot more sprightly than others as we get ready to jump into Erangel. The time for talking for these players is done and dusted. Put your money where your mouth is and qualify for PNC 2025 Grand Finals. Paper, you can never win the game and win the night on the very first map, but there's certainly so much teams who can book their ticket if the game one goes the way they need it to.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, there's so much to play for here. Either just the comfort of basically, like you said, securing your position in the grand finals, or if you're one of those teams who's in the bottom half, to give yourself a shot at getting into that final stage. So things to look for. Really curious to see if it's going to be another Indonesia hot start, if Sweden can kind of pick up steam on Erangel like we saw yesterday. These are all things I'm looking for. Kind of an off-kilter plane path here to start, though. It is going to be going from kind of the middle of the western part of the map down towards Novo. So a lot of the northeastern corners are going to be cut off. So this might result in some, you know, kind of unexpected gatherings of teams that didn't mean to.
Yeah, there'll be some hot drops for sure, or the potential some hot alt drops for sure. I said hot drops, I didn't say alt drops, but we had a flight path not too dissimilar for this as far as zoning and potential zones we could have yesterday. I want to see if we got more bridge camps if we get that circle, because Team UK kicked things off yesterday with a double from Michael holding that bridge, so teams might be a little bit more cautious if we do get a Millie circle. But we have 3 teams dropping on Millie Island. The rest of the lobby have all gone north. Poland all the way up to their drop. And look at that, it pretty much centers on the center of the map, and teams like Japan are in a great spot.
Yeah, this is a really nice start again for Japan. We saw this on Miramar a bit yesterday, where they were able to start center circle, and they couldn't really do too much with it, though. Again, they're, you know, trying to find their way through with the macro. They don't quite seemingly have the same ideas as some of the other teams. But we've got an interview here. Let's hear what maybe France has to say.
I'm 𝘠𝘖𝘐. I'm a student. I used to play PUBG every day, and now I'm representing Team France at PNC. Hopefully we can make it through and qualify to PNC 2026 and represent Team France again. Thanks to everyone who was impressed by my level. I received a lot of positive comment about me. Today's given gonna be even better. Oh wait. I want to say something also. Hey 𝘠𝘐𝘐, I know you're waiting for me at the final stage, so be ready.
You know what I find so funny?
Yeah.
Like, he's calling out 𝘠𝘐𝘐, but we're gonna knock, but he's one of the nicest guys out there. Like, he's just having fun.
No, they're both super nice. The funny thing is when I was making my fantasy team yesterday, I was like talking to 𝘠𝘐𝘐, and I was like, I don't know, who to pick. I'm kind of struggling. There's so many good players. He's like, dude, 𝘠𝘐𝘐 is the truth. He's like, you have to take this guy. He's incredible. And I'm like, all right, man, I'll trust you. And boy, was he right. 𝘠𝘐𝘐's by far my best point earner yesterday. So I think this should be okay for Philippines. Even taking that knock, looks like the rest should be A-okay. Meanwhile, we've got a wide wrap here from Indonesia underneath the noses of Team UK. It doesn't look like that UK is going to do anything about it. I think they're just going to let this happen.
Yeah, so 𝘠𝑎𝑟d has crept up now, so he let the first car go through. He's ready now with the MK. Look, there is going to be some pushing back, but as always, you wait for the last player. And here we go. 𝘠𝑎𝑟d's going to step up. Can UK get a knock on the board early? A couple of shots landed, but not enough. And Indonesia, well, they'll be able to scamper off into the distance, and UK not able to dip into the same well on day 2 that they got on day 1.
So they're just kind of sending some shots with the M249 to let them know, yeah, hey, we see you. But, that's a little bit fortunate, I guess, for Indonesia. I think only one shot landed on Desetsina there. And, with a player like 𝘠𝘐𝑐, you never know when he's just going to kind of get that distance and speed dialed in and get the lead correct over towards this replay here.
Oh, this is going to be nasty, isn't it?
No way, dude. How? How does he get this?
No, come off it. That is...
Ooh.
That is...
And then he got out of the car and knocked himself. But essentially, he was one hit.
We're giving credit to Intense for that. It might not look different in the kill feed, but we're giving him the credit for that one. They did get everybody back on their feet, though, because it's a bit too early to commit to that fight. It's one knock. You don't know where the rest of the team is. So just focus on playing the rest of your game. Norway are in an incredible position going into today. There is no need for them to take any risks. And now they've got themselves, if you have the map feed open, which is available for you at home, !map, you can see they've got a nice 2-2 split now inside of 𝘠𝑚 and over by Ruins. They're in a really good spot as things stand.
Yeah, there's no reason, especially when you're center circle very early in phase one. Teams are going to be making their rotations around that time, so you have no idea who's going to be where, when, and why. So you got to be careful. There's a crate dropping not too far here away from Chinese Taipei, and they are going to claim it. Show me what you got, Xavier. What'd you get, my friend? Anything good? Or is it Leo who's grabbing it? No? Who picked it up? Show me!
Is it a DBS?
Show me!
It might be a DBS.
Probably was. Well, who got the level 3 gear at least? Xavier must have.
Yeah, and they need some good gear going in today. They're in 8th place. And I'm going to say they're probably the steadiest team in the lobby. They play very, it's like very flat line. I can't imagine their heart rates get too high. They've got a job. They try to do it. And there we go. Look, we're seeing it what you can say. It's coming home. As an Irish person, every single event that gets sung nearby.
Yeah. Well, at 2022 PNC, 𝘍𝘭𝘮 would not shut up. Believe it or not. I mean, you probably know that he's not capable of,
He gets paid to talk, so.
He does, but he gets especially challenging when the UK is doing well. So, I don't root against the UK. I root against 𝘍𝘭𝘮. Let's put it that way.
You say challenging, you say patriotic. That's what he means.
Sure.
Honestly, I think they've got as good a chance as anybody this year. They have a great roster. Then we've got Team Germany. They got a lot of points yesterday off the back of Chris, though.
Yep.
Like, I picked wrong about Mika for my fantasy team again, but Chris was the one that had himself a day. Being curious to see how they played today. They were out up late playing some football last night. Maybe that helped clear their mind a little bit. I'm going to tell you, Brax.
Little cross-training.
Brax, good player.
Yeah?
Good footballer.
He's got good kills?
Yeah,
nice.
He's good. He's good. He doesn't like running. He's a good footballer.
I feel that. I'm not a big fan of the running either. But Chris is one of my all-time favorite players in PUBG Esports just because of his creativity, his adaptability. He's been consistent throughout so many different metas of the games, through many different teams. He's always brought his own style, flair, and success to the various teams he's been a part of. So you love to see it. Sky there for France doing a little bit of research. This might be a more difficult game for France, potentially, depending on how these circles shape out for them. I think this could be one of those games that you're really going to test their kind of macro ability, their ability to read the map, to read what's going on in front of them. Coming in from a southern edge a little bit later than most, but you do have Malaysia. How is it always Canada? Why is it always Canada?
Shen has no clue that Finna is here because they let the first car go through, and this could be really bad for Malaysia to kick things off. Now, for Canada, they need these points. Finna will stay as quiet as a mouse. He'll wait for Shen to step around the corner. Look, he's just checking. He's like, this is too good to be true. There's no way. There's nobody around Everest. And around that, there you go, he peeks up through the window. Finna takes a ton of damage, deals some of his own, but Empt is all alone now. You look at the rest of the team. They are turning on their heels to come back and help, but the question is how quickly can they deal with it? Finna will get one, Shin gets another. Canada starting out strong, and this is not good for Malaysia.
It looked like they had a decent read on this, but Empty, the hero from yesterday from Malaysia, up on the roof. Can he find a second?
No
yes,
way.
He can. Just barely, but it's quickly traded by Shin.
There's 2 players up for Canada. The last player, 𝘍𝘍Pete, is on the other side of the road. He's trying to close the gap, but he needs to do it quicker. You cannot let Canada regroup. If Finna can just keep pressure on, or Shin, maybe they can get the res up on Josh. Maybe it'll give them a bit more chance of winning this fight early. But look at this. Germany reading the kill feed and listening, and that knock from Malaysia might just open the door for this third party.
Rez is going to be stuck here by Shin. So you're going to be able to get another player up for Canada. They're going to be weak. That was a huge win for 𝘍𝘍Pete. But Germany coming around the south side. Shin hits the head onto 𝘍𝘍Pete, puts him down to 1 HP. Going to have to go for the med kit here. Blue Zone's starting to come out, though. They want to try to finish the job, but I believe he got the heal off just in time. Yeah, and the Blue Zone looks like it might have come up just a bit shallow anyway. 𝘍𝘍Pete, still a lot of work to do here.
Yeah, but he's a great player. Like, you give him a chance, he will definitely take it. Now, Canada are regrouping. They're getting bodies back up, but Germany have surrounded this. You can see Poland not too far away as well, as 𝘍𝘍Pete will peek once more. Gets the knock and is the flush on the Joshi. Steps up, but Malaysia will fall. That's 4 points on the board for Canada, but there might not be too many more because Chris is going to push. He takes damage. He's going to hit prone, but this is a big opportunity. Mika will just step inside. He gets the knock on to Finna, and Canada, they can't can't believe the third party. And look, I think India even thought for half a second about having a peek.
But India's underneath the hill, so they don't have a great angle into this fight. Shin knows the general vicinity of where It's Chris is. There's a teammate there joining up with him for Germany. Grenade in the window though, and it's perfect from It's Chris. Right on the money. Shin down. Adam now the only one left standing for Canada. And it's just the same song as yesterday here, Gibson. Canada can win some early fights, but because they get into these early fights, somebody always ends up, you know, taking some extra points off of them.
Yeah, they've done nothing wrong though. Like, they've played this really well. It's just the third party, and then some incredible shots from I Am Pete just slowed them down. And Germany, massive credit. And this fight is not done yet. Adam has done this before. We'll turn our attention elsewhere though, as CJ will go on the drive-by. He'll take down Shatbai, and that'll be the end of Canada elsewhere. And I think India are in a spot of trouble as well. CJ will confirm out that kill, but for the Philippines, they've managed to backfill into India now, and it's all kicking off here just to the edge of Everest.
I think Philippines should just take what they've got. This is a really nice piece of real estate that they've claimed for themselves. They bullied India away. 𝘍𝘭𝘮's going to continue to chase a bit, but man, he's got to be really careful here. You're opening yourself up to a bunch of different team sightlines. Takes a few shots there at India. Now checking his surroundings. Sweden on in the meantime, making their rotation. They're way outside of the circle. Turkey in front of them just a bit. They're going to be coming in a little bit late. France already ahead of both of these teams on that southern edge.
Look at the beautiful pocket of space, though, that they can play into. If they go all the way around the edge by Gatka, all of Everest is currently free. They can rotate in there. There's those dips to the north of Everest. Like, they're not going to know the space is available, but if they take the risk, they could get rewarded. But the problem is, you are going in towards France. Now, in an ideal world for these rotating teams, France would get involved with Chinese Taipei, and that would create the avenue for them to walk in. But look at this, Neilcop, he's getting the information. He knows where France is. And this is not a problem France had yesterday. The amount of times they would have a 2-2 split on the edge of the circle and nobody would be coming in from behind them, it might be a bit different today.
Yeah, it looks like they're aware of it, though. I'm seeing a regroup there. They had kind of fanned a player out to try to get some information to France's north side. Denmark going to be seeing that there's absolutely nobody up there, some space available for free, and they're going to start making their move. I think they're going to try to claim the top of Everest, do a little mountain climbing for themselves. Teddy out in the open, Spain in front of him. They're just driving away, though, circling the wagons to find a little bit of safety inside of the compound. They will get there, so for now, India maybe just going to play a little gatekeep. Oh, they drove right in front of him. Trick. Quick knock onto 𝘍𝘭𝘮.
Yeah, and 𝘍𝘭𝘮 there, he was just trying to get up on that ridge line to scout for his team. They assumed that this position was clear, but Trick was there. Elsewhere, though, Turkey, they're going to run into Chinese Taipei as a quick triple knock will come through. Xavier, who we heard from at the start of the game, he's holding the MJ3, and that weapon just tears people to shreds. Turkey eliminated, and it's another 0-point game for them, and that was the problem yesterday. They had the highs, but there was way more lows, and they're going to fall in 14th place.
No doubt about it. Trick has a bolt in his hand. By the way, that was the level 3 gun that they had picked up earlier. I was like, what was it? Now we know, MG3, and he puts it to phenomenal use. Setsa now looking for another angle onto Spain. Holding with that bolt is Indonesia. That could be really useful in a fight like this, but 𝘍𝘭𝘮 has another angle off in the distance. Trying to find it with that Mark 12. Cannot. Kill confirmed for Trick. And Teddy gonna use some blue zones. They are really condensing on top of Spain here. Indonesia wants to finish this fight in circle. Kind of expected here, does move south of the river.
Yeah, I think that I'm really impressed by how you're seeing some of these teams take space now. Way up to the north, these teams gotta fight. They've got to get into the circle, so you might see Team UK get involved, or they might even try to leapfrog them into the circle. But it's Team UK. They want to get involved. T-Bone is going to get knocked over by 𝘍𝘭𝘮, and he's going to reward me for picking him up in his fantasy nice and early in this game, but that's not what Team UK needed. T-Bone is down to very low HP. 𝘍𝘭𝘮 takes a ton of damage from 𝘍𝘭𝘮, but I need to see the rest of UK collapse on this position, and I think 𝘍𝘭𝘮, he's in a spot of bother. He does even more damage though, but 𝘍𝘭𝘮 will get him down.
Oh, 𝘍𝘭𝘮 was so ready for that repeat. 𝘍𝘭𝘮 knew he had done damage, knew he had a chance, but 𝘍𝘭𝘮 was just a little bit quicker on the trigger. Now you've got Fex finding some good shots. Trick gonna go down there just around the edge. And now gonna reposition. Indonesia just bit off a little bit more than they could chew here. Out in the open is Demolizer. Oh, that grenade almost gets the knock to blue zone. Not gonna do much, and out outside of the tree there. Gets the knock on Asetsina.
His timing, he's going to have to get that first aid off. This one's going to be close, but I think that he's just about got the buy. Yeah, he switched over. He was going to go for the first aid kit, realized time would be too tight, bandage up, but the fight is not done. Indonesia are still here. UK are still gatekeeping, and this is phase 3. So this is the point now, Paper, where you're not going to get back up above 75 HP. That's what you're stuck with, which makes all these gunfights harder. It means that you can't take as much damage as you'd like to, and really, it means we're really on a knife edge.
Absolutely. And I think UK is kind of piecing that together, what you're talking about, and saying, well, let's just try to find our best gatekeeping position possible. Teddy is going to get another knock there. Indonesia still fighting here. Spain briefly had a numbers advantage, but now it's a squared up 2v2. Shadow around the corner, but it's the shot-off shotgun from Teddy, and they're looking for the last player. He just can't quite convert, but his teammate, well, it's actually going to be the blue zone that's going to do the job for him.
Yeah, Indonesia, they are going to get those extra few points. 𝘍𝘐 will try to get T-Bone back in the... Really? Oh, he's keeping the vehicle safe. He's staying hidden because he knows that once he starts to activate it, attention will be drawn this way. But for Team UK, this is the right thing. But the only problem they're going to have is if you look at the map right now, when you get him back in, there's nowhere to land where he's going to be able to find loot unless his team wins the gunfight. So don't be surprised if you see him just pull that parachute early and be a scout for the rest of the team and tell them what's free, what's not free, what way they can rotate in.
It could also depend on what they've loaded up their cars with. This is the other thing you can do if you're thinking ahead. That is kind of risky though, because you want to have panzers, you want to have a bunch of other stuff in your trunk like heals, extra level 2 vests and helmets. So you're kind of gambling a little bit there as we do center up more towards the ruins. Germany going to be in a beautiful position after cleaning up that fight between Canada and Malaysia early. And T-Bone back in play. Where is he going to end up dropping? I want to see, because we did see that yesterday where one player just had to pull early and just float around to be that drone like you were talking about. And that may be what T-Bone has to do.
Yeah, he's having a look around and he's going to spot the players out, or he should spot the players out on top of Everest right now and feed that information to the side. Another couple of teams that have been put out a little bit by that shift is Sweden and France. They're pretty close by here by, you know, Comet and Backflip, where they'll look to make their way inside the circle. Now, I think that France, you look at what they're going to move into. India already have one of the little ridge lines and dips that France might want to play. Philippines have got the compound just south of ruins as well. So for France, they are going to have to fight to get a good spot inside this next phase, which I know is like, yeah, well, Gibson, of course they're going to have to fight. We're late into the game and all the good spots are usually taken already.
No, for sure. But they are on one of the furthest edges of this new circle in terms of where it shifted to. T-Bone no longer free to just roam around in the air by himself. He's getting lit up. He is down to just one shot, and it's going to be Ketter, a player you were wanting to see step up today from Denmark. Gets his kill. Maybe that'll get him fired up. The rest of the UK, in the meanwhile, going to have to make a move somewhere into here. There's not much left in this circle. There's some ridge sides, but they're pretty exposed to this eastern edge.
Yeah, and they're going to keep going and keep moving. They're going to get closer and closer to the likes of India, but I think they're going to pull up on this ridge line and just see what's going to happen. Sweden, they're going to try to make the best out of a bad situation here, right? This is not a big dip, but yeah, we're like Fuzzface, their other teammate is a mile away.
He's in Narnia. Yeah. I'm not sure what's going on with Sweden, but they might be anticipating a fight with Chinese Taipei early and thinking that they can get Fuzz there late as an kind of like a flank angle. Potentially, there is a hillside here that France can work with. They do have to worry about some teams potentially finding a flank angle on their backside, or who knows, maybe even UK might think about trying to put some pressure onto them as well. The real question for me is, what does Japan do in this situation with France rotating ahead of them? Do they try to take the fight against them? They do lose 𝘍𝑒n to the Philippines on a fight on their eastern side, and they're going to take another knock. They're falling apart. They're just dying.
Yeah, look, they're under a ton of pressure, and that's 2 kills for Philippines. Now, 𝘍𝑒𝘍 is going to step up. He'll get the knock onto 𝘍𝑝𝑥. He's got 𝘍𝑒𝑑 in his sights a little further away, but he knows it's a 2-2 split. So you can't commit fully over that ridge line without working out where the rest of those players are. But look at the mini-map in the bottom right. There are so many teams condensing on this tiny little position, and now 𝘍𝑒𝑟 from Taipei is going to start throwing those nades into that gap. And this is where Sweden's position starts to become a problem. Another nade, another bit more damage, and those vehicles start exploding, and they're in a ton of trouble. And there you go. That'll be hot and spicy, and here come the blue zones.
Buzz has to go huge here for Sweden. The grenades, though, starting to connect for Mac and Dark. Now the UK getting involved, though. Sweden really just trying to hunker down at this point because you're getting a little help from some other teams. There's Fuzzface. He strikes from behind. Chinese Taipei down to just a couple players. Just Leo alive, doing his best. He is going to claim some points. Gets a quick one on the moment. I hear a C4 ticking somewhere.
Yeah, this is going to be bad. Get going, get that momentum, get up, get running, because you're running out of time here, 𝘍𝘐. He sends it over, it's going down the hill, but I think 𝘍𝘐, he started driving this way. That could have been so bad for 𝘍𝘐.
Like the attempt, though, from the UK, just a little bit early there. Panzer being shot into who knows where off screen. UK now having to put up some smokes to keep that flank clear so they can continue to harass some of their teams on their west. And they're doing a nice job of it, getting a little help with some crates as well here to bolster some of their utility, potentially weapons as well. Gonna have to see if anybody scooped anything up nice, or if it is, as you said, you know what, the DBS, you might start to consider it at this phase of the game, especially if the circle's anywhere near you in a couple phases. That actually could prove to be very useful.
You know what I like to call the DBS? The dirty big shotgun. That's what it is. And in an Irish accent, that sounds
phenomenal. I wasn't
phenomenal.
sure where you were going with that at first. I was like,
it sounds great in an Irish accent. 𝘍𝘐 here from Denmark. He'll manage to get that knock onto Matchsters. And then that'll be him getting the knock onto 𝘐𝐵. Denmark doing a ton of damage. Now, Ketter's down, but Poland are eliminated, and that should give them a chance to res. But look at Germany. They're on the move. They thought about pushing, but I think it would just take a little bit too long to get in the cleanup, and they'd rather keep their position in the circle.
And 𝘍𝘐 and 𝘍𝘐 have a really nice angle to keep Germany at bay at least a little bit. They really want to get this res, but it's Chris has found a way through and managed to get a quick knock on to 𝘍𝑒𝑠𝑡𝑎v. Grenade is going to be out. It's going to be an easy flush for it's Chris, continuing his reign of destruction here in the survival stage. 2 kills again to give him 15 total. 𝘍𝑒x wants some more points. UK hungry. They know they're in kind of an awkward position, even though they're center circle. A lot of teams are going to have angles, so they need to start fighting. 𝘍𝑒x trying to harass Germany. This might have just bought Denmark a little bit of extra time. Out in the open, 𝘍𝑒x going to be flushed out. 𝘎𝑗n going to be claiming that point for the Philippines.
22 minutes gone, and we're still not inside the placement window. There is still 9 teams up, but we're starting to see a lot of these knocks come through. France in this bowl are in a world of pain, as Sky will get knocked by Fuzzface and Flush. So Sweden, from what was a horrible position about 5 minutes ago, are still alive, still picking up some points, and now Fuzzface almost gets the knock onto 𝘍𝘐, but a nade and a couple of smokes to close the gap a little bit further. I love this aggression from Sweden. 4 kills on the board and bringing it to France.
This game was on a knife's edge for Sweden for a moment there, but now they're starting to rock and roll even with just a duo. Fuzzface is going to find another. CJ from afar going to claim another point for the Philippines. UK still around this crate, still holding on. I love the way they're kind of measured aggression here for the UK. They're pushing out, keeping other teams, honest, doing some damage to them to keep this position safe. This is not an easy spot to play from for the UK.
It is not, but they are getting a little bit of help by the timings of some other fights as well. Now, the zone has fully evicted Germany from this compound now, but Denmark are just going to hope to rush the process as they've got 3 kills on the board. They got the knock, but 𝘍𝑒𝑟ath is back on his feet. 4 members of Germany, as that'll be the end of Indonesia. Let's see if anybody can close the gap. Maybe Philippines could take away that top spot as they find themselves on the south side of the circle. But Team UK, they've got them in their sights, and it's a really tough position for Philippines, because if you move closer to India, UK have got you in their sights.
At this point, for the Philippines, you either have to wrap all the way over to the eastern side, because there's a little bit of safety over there that 𝘎𝑗nbots has found, or you have to crash India. Those are kind of your 2 best choices, and I think the better of those is to just kind of focus themselves a little bit more east once the circle starts to close. The UK's got a foothold. Let the other teams that you know are out there up on that western side deal with that. You can give yourself a better chance to get another win here and really secure your spot in that final stage. Ketter has pushed a little bit further forward. They're slowly but surely making their way into Germany's territory.
Yeah, in the blue zone though, phase 6, this does not tickle anymore. This thing is pain if you get stuck in it. Ketter though, he steps out, he gets the knock onto Chris, and that should be a point. 𝘍𝑒𝑘, India third partying, they get involved as 𝘍𝑒𝑟ath will fall for the 2nd time. But 𝘍𝑒𝑘 with the M249, how many times have we seen this in the past? Really shredding Denmark apart. They fall, the Danes go down in 7th, But for Germany now, they're running into the waiting arms of UK, and UK will sweep a couple of them up, but Mika still alive and kicking, but he goes down to the blue.
What a play from Mika. He surprised Denmark. They didn't expect him to come out of the blue and start firing. Really nicely done there. 𝘍𝘮𝘏 just a little overextended towards Norway here, but a good grenade from 𝘍𝘮𝘏 finds the mark onto 𝘍𝘮𝘏. 𝘍𝘬 trying to let loose now, trying to follow up on what his teammates started, but it comes up just short. Hits the front of the hillside. Another grenade up and over. Is this one going to be good? Yes, it is. Gets the re-knock onto 𝘍𝘮𝘏. 𝘍𝘮𝘏 now trying to retreat to safety.
And they've got the time to let this fight breathe as well. Nobody is coming over to third party. This is the problem for Philippines, though, is they've got nobody else here. The rest of the players are locking horns with Team UK, but 𝘍𝘮𝘏 gets another knock for India from inside the compound. This is, yes, they're in a really good position. Yes, they full sended earlier and they got a little bit of luck, but they're starting to get the rewards. I really want to see India pick up a couple of kills now at the end of the game and take advantage of this, because, as I said before, the good teams win the games they're supposed to.
Absolutely. Fuzzface trying to use those stuns to get things started here against CJ. Already one knock on a 10 trip, but Fuzz didn't fancy his angle, worried about a backstab as well. So checking, being diligent. We saw it yesterday how good he was for Sweden in terms of getting info. Now, whether it cost him his life or is not, or cost him his life or not, he was often the guy who was finding that crucial piece for Sweden to get further into the game.
And India have been saving a mortar for the late game. Let's see if 𝘎𝑗𝑎 can land this right where he needs to. The first one goes a little too far, so you rechamber, you shorten the aim, you send another one up to the sky and see if maybe you get some more value for money. But it looks like he did not send. There we go, it's going to land, but it's a little too far away. 𝘎𝑗𝑎 sends another one off into the distance, but he's just not quite got his technometry down just yet.
That's right. It's almost min distance there for the mortar, actually. When you look at the map, you can tell initially. Now, UK's ahead of it, so they're too close, I believe, for the mortar at this point. Fuzzface still doing a ton of damage, just popping heads on UK. Those helmets cannot be in great shape for them. He's going to make a reposition, but CJ out, 10 trip, going to finish the job with the AUG spray. Philippines, 8 kills, another nice game for them.
4v3, v3, v2 as we get into the very dying stages of this game. India still with the compound in the center of the circle, still hanging on, and it should do into phase 8 as well. Norway, look, they're regrouping. They're wrapping round to the north because they're just prodding. They know that Philippines have 2 players to the south, and they know that the UK have 3. The question that they need to ask themselves is which of these teams is going to be the biggest problem. And I think that they feel that everyone else will keep Philippines occupied, so they can push. But 10 trip gets the knock on the 𝘍𝘮𝘏, and is this a door open for the Philippines into this compound?
I think it has to be. They have to make a move. You know, there's so much here that India has to be aware of. Oh my God, Michael, just barely not getting run over by the exploding 𝘎𝑗. But now, I don't know if it's enough in the circle that they can stand behind it. No, it's not going to cut off angles from India. So they're going to try to make a maneuver. 𝘍𝘮𝑗 ready. It is a flush there for UK, but Michael immediately knocked in response by CJ. Vex goes down to the blue, so just Vard left.
Yeah, this ain't looking good for Team UK now, but it's still a pretty good start to the day. 4 kills on the board and inside the top 4. But because everyone else is picking up points, they're only in 7th place. CJ, last player alive for the Philippines, but here comes Norway. India's last stand here inside the compound. Now 𝘎𝑗𝑎 will fall at the hands of Intense. Now he will, with a dead man's hand, get him in with the nade, but there's only 2 players for India left standing. And you see what I see, shotguns at the ready to repel Norway if they dare set foot in their territory.
Yeah, India needs to make a stand. Oh my God, that grenade looked like it might do some damage, but Risen able to sidestep it just a bit. Intense now gonna let loose with another molly, trying to buy themselves a little bit of extra space for this res. A blue zone not gonna be anywhere that is going to be a threat. 𝘎𝑗𝑎 creeping around the window. Risen seems to be somewhat keen. Somebody could be coming from that angle. Meanwhile, it's actually gonna be 𝘎𝑗𝑎 is gonna finish Vard off. CJ out there, 𝘎𝑗𝑎 gonna throw a grenade his direction. Norway has planted themselves firmly inside of India's territory, but can they deal with these last couple of players, those shotguns like you were talking about?
Yeah, I don't even think, look, there's the little rappel as well. They've got the ability to go from building to building, but I think the push is going to come now. Now the M249, hip fire, no, he gets caught out by the door, he gets one! He almost gets the second, but 𝘠𝘭𝘮 is there, and now it's all down to 𝘠𝘭𝘮. He is lit in the flames, he should be able to bandage himself into safety, but Norway, they know the longer this goes on, the more chance it opens up now. Philippines, they will fall at the hands of 𝘠𝘭𝘮 as he is having himself a day. 5 kills on the board. 𝘠𝘭𝘮 is the last player up, shotgun at the ready, but he's going to throw smokes. How much does he wish it was a stun grenade he had? He'll jump on out. 𝘠𝘭𝘮 will free fire through the smoke. 𝘠𝘭𝘮 gets one. Surely not. Norway, they get the win. Norway take it in the first map of the day. And they're a little bunch of fans up in the crowd. You can hear them sing. But what a game by them, Paper.
And 80 letting the fans out there know, yep, we've got this. We're going to that final stage. That is a statement game here from Norway. Beautiful control of their eastern edge and finding a perfect moment to get into India's territory, into that compound, and find a way to get that chicken dinner.
And the best thing about that is for the Norway fans, at least today at least, they're not going to break their heart, their 80-braincy hearts, as they're able to get that win. And that puts them into the driving seat as well for qualifying. But you know what? I'm still going to give India credit. A couple of kills on the board, got themselves into second place. That'll give them a ton of confidence going into today.
Yeah, I hope so. I mean, they took a good fight on Miramar yesterday, so I'm kind of hoping that, you know, what we saw on that one moment where we saw very good gameplay, good shooting, good decision-making, can kind of help build some momentum here so they can have a good showing. I know how hard they've been working. Everybody's been talking about it behind the scenes here, that India has been grinding scrims for the last month, like non-stop. So hopefully they can bounce back a little bit after a tough loss to Norway there, but they took some damage from, you know, the Philippines and other stuff. So tough kind of situation to find yourself in when you're trying to hold off 4 or 5 different teams from that compound.
I actually had breakfast with them and Gunnar a few days ago, and they were really picking Gunner's brain, and he was more than happy to help too, because you know what type of a guy he is. If anyone ever asks for help, he's more than happy to offer it, and they were utilizing it. They're like, there's no chance we can get we're not going to get the opportunity to learn from one of the best coaches inside the game. And I'm not going to lie, they were asking all the right questions, and not a lot of players are able to do that.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, I think they really want to make the most of their chance here at PNC 2025. A lot of these countries getting their first look at this global event, so want to make the most of it, and that's great to hear. As Poland, they did an okay job in the mid-game there, trying to find some space, but Denmark struck from behind and almost broke through Germany's lines, but it's Mika. He had something else to say. That M249, so ferocious in a situation like this where he can kind of just keep spraying, holding those angles, and even in that late blue, he's able to get the job done.
Yeah, and those are the points, those are the hidden points that teams get that qualify them for the next stage of the event. And for Germany, they'll be happy, right? They got the compound off Canada, they got a couple of kills on the board there, they were able to wipe a bit of Denmark, and I think for Denmark, it's not the worst game for them either. They got kills on the board, Ketter had a bit of an impact, but they need more if they want to qualify.
Yeah, absolutely. I thought this could have been their game for a moment there. I'm like, gosh, if they win this game or win this fight against Germany, they should get reasonably far into this next couple of phases, especially if they could take down UK in front of them as well. But UK was standing tall, only 4 kills despite a really solid effort from the UK. I mean, they were fighting everybody in that game.
Yeah, and they love that as well. You know, they're fans of it. They love putting their weight about inside a lobby. But I'm looking at the utility usage. 15 nades dropped on the map by Norway in that one. They had all 4 left alive into the late game. Their damage numbers were great, but I just thought that some of the decisions they made in that game were excellent. You know, when they pushed the Philippines, and then they were like, okay, we know they're at 2, but it doesn't suit us to go chase those rest of the kills. They rotated a little bit north, they got a full idea of where the UK was, and then when they realized everyone else was distracted, they crashed the compound. It was just good decision after good decision after good decision.
Yeah, fully agree. So impressed with Norway, which again, you have AT 𝘠𝘭𝘮. Sure, makes sense. They are longtime veterans of PUBG Esports, so 𝘠𝘭𝘮 is in fact going to be your man of the match. 5 kills for him, 576 damage. That is a solid effort. Not even a little bit surprised. 𝘠𝘭𝘮 is just so consistent throughout the years. The man is one of the best to ever pick up the mouse and keyboard.
Not bad for an old guy, right?
Right?
It's, What I liked about it too, though, was his conversion of damage to kills. It was pretty good. But let's look at the overall leaderboard at how things stand from that match. Norway, of course, picking up 22 points, 13 more for the Philippines as well. And then you see a bit of a drop-off, right? 9 points down to 8. But the big surprise for me, teams that need points, for, Japan, Turkey, Poland, 0 points for all of those sides.
That's tough. That's really rough. Poland there just kind of got surrounded and blown apart pretty quickly. Turkey, I don't even remember what happened with them. Like, it was so long ago in that match. They were the first team to go down. Look at the overall leaderboard. Norway now up to first place ahead of Indonesia. Both those teams, I think good to go. We can say they are going to be playing in the final stage. I have very little doubt they are going to be finding themselves playing tomorrow. Philippines, I think, very, very close to basically in there as well.
Yeah, they're right on the cusp, and it'd be something crazy if they don't pick up 5-6 points over the next 5 or 6 maps, right? It's nigh on impossible to not be able to do that, but I'm looking at that race for the top 8. To Chinese Taipei, they got some kills on the board. Canada, they picked up, 4 points for them, but they still didn't get enough to really close that gap on to 8th. Turkey's donut has left them on 34 points, and Poland are a couple of points further behind. But look at India climbing that table, 27. And you know what? They're not actually out of the race for the top 8 anymore with that placement.
No. I mean, honestly, probably another 35 points, and you're considering that you might be in there. You might be in that 8th place spot. Denmark as well needs probably about 45 more. Doable. That's not quite 10 points a game at this point, but you're really going to have to step up. You're really going to have a couple big games that are going to earn you 10, 12, 15, maybe even more points than that to really give yourself a shot at playing in that final stage.
Yeah, let's have a look at our new lobby leaders. Norway on 48 kills as well. It goes to show that so many of their points are coming from the barrel of their gun, and they're not just a placement-heavy team. And then on the other side of that coin, you have India now in 12th, 27 points, 14 kills. Look at Ryzen, he's having himself a bit of an event. 7 kills on the board for him, and if I'm not wrong, that's more points than they were able to get at the whole event the last time they competed.
Yeah, absolutely. It is. You're seeing glimmers for India. You're seeing things that give you some level of hope that, hey, they're starting to get that experience. They're able to take some of this knowledge, talk to some of the best in the business, bring that back home, and really start to pick up steam. All right, we are ready for our second game of the day. It will be Erangel once again here at PNC 2025 in the survival stage. The last time we're going to see Erangel for this particular lobby. We will, of course, be seeing it again throughout the event as we get a quick look at the crates of Novo. Plane path, pretty similar to the last one, actually, now that I look at it.
Yeah, it's not too dissimilar. They just took the flight path and moved it maybe a kilometer further north, but it's the exact same pattern, and it does mean that a lot of teams will drop in the exact same spot. Like you're seeing Poland will go for their North George drop, Canada going for that split that you'll see in South George. But the thing I want to see is, will UK continue to go for that drop in and around Malta? Because it's Sweden, really, and Indonesia that are the two teams that are able to gatekeep. Because if you bring your mind back to the very first map of this PNC, it was Indonesia that lost 2 players early to Michael, and I don't think they'll take that bridge anymore, especially if the circle does go north.
Yeah, I don't think so either. The whole thing about that, what I keep thinking about when we talk about that very first game is the tone it set for this event, especially for Malaysia. It seems like that first fight just broke them. Like, ever since then, they haven't been that team that I was expecting. There's some really good players on Malaysia, especially with Shen there, who is an absolute monster. They just haven't been able to get anything going. It is another Western circle, but way more to the south this time.
Yeah, this isn't good for Chinese Taipei. Savior, he's going to need a savior of his own, as he's going to play with the bull that is Shilla. But I think that once Shilla saw Leo come in, he was like, I don't know if Leo has a gun. I don't know if he's got backup, so I'm just going to get out of there. It's not worth taking the risk for 1 point. And I think that's the right thing for Shilla to do. A couple little beeps of the horn to let him know that he's backed off and he's going to move on and get himself some gear of his own. But I think the exciting thing for me now is, with a circle like this, can a team like Spain take advantage?
All right, we have an interview with 𝘍𝘮𝘮 from Norway. See how they're feeling after that win.
Hello, my name is Hyman from Team Norway. I really want to meet Himas from Team Vietnam because Himas is in the final stage already. I must also qualify there. Our names are similar, but I'll show everyone who has the best version. Himas, watch out for me.
I could say something funny there, but I'm not going to about the similarities in their name and what the difference is. But we'll move on.
They actually, yeah, you're right.
Yeah.
I didn't even put that together until just now.
But I will say he is going to get to meet him because, of course, with the point tally they have, they're going to be guaranteed into those finals as things stand. And honestly, the Norwegian fans are just having the best time.
And they just came out and like showboated in front of the caster desk. Look, well deserved. They're playing out of their minds. I love to see it. I love the support that the fans have been able to bring for them. A lot of fans of Chinese Taipei here today too. Yeah.
Did you see what the Canada
Oh
team
yeah, I
auto
love
is?
this one.
It's
They
like-
showed this yesterday. It's so funny.
Yeah.
And then apologize.
And you know what the funny thing is? Those guys live up to the stereotype. They actually are the nicest people out there. And I think it's a good time to talk about it, right? Because obviously Godspeed brought up the news that this is the first time Joshy has ever left his hometown. And I spoke a bit to him about it. And he said that he was nervous yesterday. There were some jitters there. And you can understand it,
Oh,
right?
for sure.
The culture shock alone would be insane for him.
Yeah.
But he said we woke up this morning and the nerves are gone. He feels good and he's ready to go today. And I know Joshy, I've casted him for years in the Americas. He's a good player. And I think that now that those nerves are gone, we might be able to see the best version of him.
I hope so. I just need to see Canada avoid these early fights, and some of it's not even their fault, to be honest. It seems like some teams just kind of have similar ideas on these early rotations, and they end up scuffling over it. Speaking of scuffling, it's the Philippines and Spain. Cows again drives right over them, and they're just falling apart. Spain, all of a sudden, 3 players down. It's explicit, the only one alive, and they're just going to put him in the car like, we're taking these points with us, bro.
This is just mean. And honestly, they are essentially at this point, they're not Spain. They're Spain without the S, right? That's what they're in, and I love this. I absolutely love
look at the style.
He's stunting on him. He's
Oh.
like...
He's look at him. He knows that the observers are watching him. Like, he just knows. He's like, after what we just did, they gotta be watching this.
It's a felony. He's kidnapped him. He's thrown him in the back of the car, and he's just gone. And I think, yeah, Arbafak. You know, I hope Spain can see the funny side at least, right?
Yeah, I'm sure. I think these players are all pretty good-natured and get that this is just a little bit of showboating. You know, the Philippines are probably feeling like, okay, we've done it. You know, we're in the final stage. I think these 3 points right here are the nail in that coffin. So have a little fun with it now. That is the nature of the SEA teams. They are lighthearted. They want to joke around. They want to have some fun. And it has gotten them where they are, so credit to them.
Do you want more bad news for Spain?
Well, no, but...
So that all happened in the center of the circle.
Oh,
so
no.
That means with one player left alive, you're not getting the tags either. Because there's no reason for the Philippines to move off into the sunset and find somewhere else to play. And there you go. The Dragunov sings out. Calbs will get him. Explicit falls. And for Spain, it's another game where they're not going to take advantage. Denmark, though, they're leaving George now. They're going to move south. And once again, they've got their pick of Everest. They can move up in that position. And Canada, interestingly enough, this time, they've not gone for the ice cream shacks on the southeast of Everest. They're going to go for the rocket ship split a little bit further to the west side of the circle. And that's a little adjustment for them, too, with the circle that we have.
Took me a minute. I'm like, rocket ship? Oh, yeah.
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 The building looks like a little rocket ship.
Yeah, that's what it looks like, yeah. Yeah. I was like, interesting. Yeah, no, I get it. All right, so just looking to see what Denmark wants to do this time around as they are going up in towards Everest again. I mean, gonna identify that this is open. This is a great vantage point. You know, you can really get a good lay of the land from up here and kind of figure out how you want to maneuver the rest of the way through. France, they're still pretty far outside of the circle. Japan hasn't left School and Razak yet. So they have to kind of stop up and make sure that they either take a clean fight or they don't get in a fight they don't want to. This is kind of awkward, actually.
If France lose a player here, they're going to be so annoyed because there's no reason for them to expect that there's still someone playing this section of the map. And It looks like the shots on the Max from, I think 𝘍𝘍, he's got Max trapped behind a tree. That's why he's taking the shots. But in doing so, it has given away the ghost that there's more Japanese players not too far away. And now with 𝘍𝘍 throwing nades, or considering throwing nades, that'll give even more information to Skies and the rest of France. They pulled the trigger a bit earlier, but they still might take advantage. 𝘍𝘮 doesn't manage to get the knock, and Sky does a ton of damage as a rebuttal back the other way. But still, all 4 players up for both these sides, and 𝘍𝘮, you gotta hide, my friend, because here comes Max, and he'll get that knock, and he'll get the flush as well, as France will get their first, should get their first point of the day.
Yeah, this is just too wide of a split here for Japan to be taking this fight. 𝘍𝘮 just caught out in the open, and France is happy to just drive around him. Not much he can do in response. His teammates can't find the angles they need. Now it's 𝘍𝘍's turn. He's being isolated. He's being picked off as he tries to see if he can find some kind of surprise angle here onto 𝘍𝘮, but not really going to be given that chance. They suspect someone's around here. And, you know, the good news for Japan is if France just fully peels off of this fight, you can get the revive through. That should be doable.
Yeah, you wonder why IMAX is drifting. It's because he has lost a tire, and now here comes 𝘍𝑝x. Bit of a seat swap, but 𝘍𝘍 is on the run. He's trying to fall back, but he needs to stay alive. You need to stay alive long enough to allow 𝘍𝑒 to get up here and help you out. But the question is, does he have the evadability, the evasiveness to avoid the French and get back to join the rest of his team?
Well, the right play here is to, at least if France is going to pick a fight with them, to try to drag them into the sightlines of 𝘍𝑒. Meanwhile, Xavier up on a hill, hot and spicy, hot and dead. 𝘍𝑒 takes down Xavier, though, in response. 𝘍𝑒 trying to do what he can to claim some kind of extra damage or knocks, but looks to be a little bit too far away there. And the rest of Chinese Taipei is driving at this. They might commit to a bit of a encirclement on top of Sweden.
I think encircle them to catch them out as they leave, right? Don't be in too much of a rush to go head on to run into a fight, but you're right. Circle them, lock out all their potential rotates, and get your revenge a little bit later inside the game. 𝘍𝑝x, he's got the dragon off. He's going to look to get some revenge onto 𝘍𝘮, but I'd love to know where the tag is, because Japan could, in essence, I think that 𝘍𝑒 has actually gone to pick up that tag, and with there being the recall system on the south of Roz, they should be able to get back to a 4.
Exactly. I think that's the better play here for Japan at this point. No reason to continue fighting. A center circle emergency pickup there, I think just used for a little bit of scouting, it seems. I don't see anybody really going too far off of that. Malaysia, no fighting just yet. That's what I want to see. I want to see them take some good fights here, get into that late game, and see if they can get themselves into a position to potentially qualify for the final stage. Going to group up. UK circling the wagons near, but still not really barreling in towards them at all. It looks like they're going to kind of commit more to the eastern side, maybe taking those hills that are just to the west of 𝘍𝑝chinki. Norway sitting pretty. Another nice spot for them here in the early part of the game. Could be really powerful as this one drags on. I mean, now the circle can kind of go just about anywhere. There's a little bit of water on the north, but there's really a good opportunity that could end on Everest, could end on Gatka, could go east. So could see kind of some interesting situations arise. Field circles very much in play.
It's very similar to the last map though, right? It's so similar, and some teams have taken different positions off the back of it, like France now on the north side instead of the south that we saw earlier. You're seeing Denmark not commit onto the ice cream shacks. Like we saw them push Germany's over on the other side of the circle. So it's this. It goes to show how different every single map is. Even though we've got a very similar circle at this phase of the game, so many teams find themselves in different spots. And 𝘍𝘮, look where he's going right towards Michael. He's going right towards Michael on the southeast side of the circle, and he might just be about to fall for a second time.
Well, if they can read that 𝘍𝑝chinki's open, he might be able to drop and kind of get past Michael before Michael sees, oh, nope, never mind, too late. Oh, Michael has a really good opportunity.
A T-bone.
T-bone with an SLR. T-bone.
One tap.
Dude, T-bone's like 500 meters away from that.
Yeah, one tap headshot. That's what I mean. Yes, there's people who were complaining about the recall system, like, oh, you know, it's hard. These players are dropping in with no helmet and vest against the best players in the world. T-bone shows you, just because you've been brought back, it doesn't mean that you've got any guarantee of getting boots on the ground. It also means that if you're a generous player, you can give points to multiple teams.
There you go. Yeah, exactly. It just making the rich richer, sure. That, by the way, I want to see that from T-Bone's perspective, because that is a long-range shot that he just hit. That is, even at this level, that is super impressive. Love to see that from him, as UK is fanned out on the outer edge of the western side of Pochinki. Japan's going to kind of nestle in between some of their players, so that could kind of be a little bit tricky to deal with for both teams, depending on how things shake out. Germany, edge play as usual. That is 100% their style, and it's Mika again. He's going to get 10 trip, that heavy damage dealer for the Philippines. Looks like there isn't much that the Philippines can do about this at the moment. 𝘬𝘗 is driving at it, but I don't think he's going to get there in time.
Can Mika get the last shot? He gets into a little bit of cover, but 𝘬𝘗 is going to get the cover, so
Wow.
I think that they will. And look at it. He was 1 second away from fall. Yeah, here we go. It's Chris. He's going to land up. Does he have a nade? He knows the res is being pulled off, but now there's 2 guns looking his way. Make it a third. The rest of the Philippines are not too far away. Chris, you got to be careful, my man, because Philippines are pushing on up. And honestly, he was maybe, what, 3 seconds late to that fight, and that means that all of Philippines are back on their feet, and now Germany, well, with the circle pop the way it is, they might still want to take this fight.
Well, you mentioned it at the beginning of the fight. If Chris had a frag, that's done. That fight is over. He didn't have one, so he couldn't really, get himself into that position and get that re-knock as quickly as he would have liked. Philippines escaping disaster, but out of the frying pan into the fire. Brax, grenade at the ready. He's under pressure now. Germany trying to circle up, trying to reinforce. He's able to at least knock one. There's an AWM, though, in it's Chris's hands. 𝘍𝑒𝑟𝑎th has taken down 10 trip. 10 trip is going to get the confirm of a point here. 2 down for the Philippines.
Yeah, but look at it. Chris gets another bit of heavy damage onto CJ, as Mika will confirm out 10 trip as he got knocked the second time. So for the Philippines, this is a troublesome position. Brax has been dealt with, but that's a great shot by 𝘐𝑗𝑛. Gets the headshot, and that will buy himself the little bit of time he needs to reposition. But it's Chris with that arm that I want to see. He's got the off angle, and if he lines up one perfect shot, that will really potentially close the door on the Philippines. But with a smoke wall, they might just... they almost got enough smoke out for 𝘐𝑗𝑛, but 𝘍𝑒𝑟𝑎th saw it coming.
Well, now they can play a little bit of defense. Chris getting pinned behind a rock by Sweden, in fact, so he can't get that AWM into position to maybe punish that rooftop position that 𝘐𝑗𝑛 had. Here comes a fight. It's actually Türkiye. Shilla gets 2 quick ones with the M4. Looking for the final. 𝘐𝑗𝑛 hiding behind the box, hiding behind the car, but the frags are there. That could be the confirm if he's dialed in the distance correctly. It is going to explode the car, confirm the earlier knock. 𝘐𝑗𝑛 in trouble, trying to hide behind one of these little concrete slats, and just spraying and praying now is Shilla. Just wants to finish this off, clear out these chopsticks for Türkiye.
That is the Shilla I wanted to see going into this event. So good from him, and for Japan now for 𝘐𝑗𝑛. He's got a red zone on top of him now, so it could go from bad to worse as he tries to flee from this position. Malaysia not too far away as they will send it up into the sky, and it's bang on the money. Jervis will land right on top of Code Marco, and there's the flush. Brilliant use of the mortar strike, and he's going to send another one up into the sky. But that's brilliant from Malaysia.
And it looks like he's read it correctly, that the first one was a closer into the end of the chopstick. So now he's trying to get him a little bit further in, it looked like, but he's missing. Still coming up short from the rest of the players. Doesn't matter. I want to see this. Please hit this shot. Oh, no, he's behind the hill. I would have just lost my absolute mind if he had hit one of those bolts. Big enjoyer. Love to see 𝘍𝑒𝑟𝑎th going for it. Him and it's Chris going to be rocking couple bolt action rifles for themselves and for Germany. A little work to do now. Circle has centered up. Denmark able to maintain their position as kings of the mountain. France, though, UK on the outer edges, so EMEA all eyeing that high ground positioning.
And these are the positions right now that France are in that they took advantage of yesterday. A 2-2 split at the edge of the circle when they know that their flanks are clear. they've done it again. They told me today that they didn't think they were going to get that opportunities because teams watch back the VODs, but they're in one of those positions again. Still, you've got Shilla keeping an eye on what's going on, maybe hoping to find a little bit more loot and get back up. But I think for Turkey, this is a tough rotate into the zone. Like, you got to go through the likes of India, Malaysia, all feeding in the same way. Germany, on the other hand, where did they go from the spot? Because it looks like they're going towards where Chinese Taipei are playing in that little dip by the cross of the road, but it's already taken.
There's not great options for either of the teams you were just talking about. They have to fight somewhere, and Germany trying to cut right next to Chinese Taipei. It is a run over there, but you're going to lose a couple for Germany. I believe it's Chris on his feet right now. Malrush wants to make sure they get these points. They need them so desperately on that bubble position in 8th is Chinese Taipei, so need to make sure that every point available goes your way. It's Chris. I don't know how in the world he survived, but he has gotten a little bit further ahead of Chinese Taipei. Turkey as well, making their move, settling up on a hillside. They have India behind them. Please, it's Chris, just once. Do it for me, man. Do it.
We want it. We all love an arm shot, right? And Leo again getting another knock there for a farewell tour. He's having himself a pretty good event so far. And, you know, you might not be as good as you once were, but you can be as good once as you ever were. So, you know, another drop of a lyric.
Like that.
Yeah, you like that one. But you got 𝘎𝘭𝘮𝘵 moving on. Shilla, no!
Whoa! He killed himself with his own emergency cover.
I've seen that too often.
It happens.
I've seen that way too often.
It happens, I suppose. Trying to go for the res, but India knows that Turkey is weak. They are down to their last player up. It is going to be a finish. Actually, 𝘐𝑵𝑚𝑖 claiming that point for Denmark. Crossberg just going to prone down. A little bit of extra smoke for cover. No throwables here for 𝘐𝑵𝑚𝑖 to really flush out that position. So they're just going to have to keep flanking out to try to find these points. But if they can clean this position out, they're actually going to be safe for a little bit. The car explosion does not find any more kills, and that one will. It is going to be 𝘐𝑵𝑚𝑖 in India claiming a point.
Yeah, India picking up another point, clearing a section of the map for themselves as well, which is just as important as the kill itself. We get ready for that next circle swap, and we go to Everest. And Denmark are currently the kings of the hill, but France are climbing that mountain. UK looking to hold back Indonesia, but let's turn our attention to this battle here between not only Norway and Sweden, but Malaysia too.
Yeah, Malaysia needs to get a good fight. Needs to kind of try to find a way to scale into the late game, but the grenades are out. They're doing damage. Headshot as well found onto their players. Sweden is going to lose one to Poland on the backside of all of this. 𝐼𝑚 with an AK and a 2X. Looking to do some damage. Long-range shots from France as well, being peppered into this battle, but nobody's really been able to kick this off. None of those knocks with the nades finding their mark, so everybody's just kind of at a standstill.
Yeah, and you can see the Ketters just keeping an eye. 𝘐𝑵𝑚𝑖 will get a flush as we're starting to see Denmark. They know that opportunities to climb this table are limited, and they have a long ways to go. Now 𝘍𝑖, he'll look off. The amount of information they can farm, but back down to the Norway-Malaysia fight. The nades are thrown by 𝘐𝑒, but not quite close enough. Two more that he can pull the pin on. Shen will push a little bit closer up to it. 𝘐𝑒's nade is good. Down goes Jervis, and it's 𝘐𝑒 once more. Shen will fall, and Norway, they're doing just enough damage to Sweden that Sweden aren't backfilling this fight. This is brilliant, but Pete will get the knock.
Pete's been good today. Pete doing some damage as well to Intens. Trying to scoot forward are the rest of Norway. 𝘐𝑚𝑎 going for the bolt, looking for a target. Empty, tucked in behind the US, not going to offer him the opportunity. They're trying to surround him. He's down to 22 HP. Intens almost gets knocked. And finally, it is going to be Norway, but that was all started by 𝘐𝑒. The grenade into the follow-up onto Shen and Jervis, the 𝘍𝑚𝑜 duo, gone, and Norway still kicking.
And the Scandinavian showdown is not over yet. But here come India as another team, another challenger has entered the arena. Good aggression for them, pushing up, but hot and spicy knows exactly where they are, but the window frame will stole them back, and now 𝘐𝑚𝑚𝑖 knows exactly where they are. But this could be an opportunity for Norway to fill back into this gunfight once more by India. India have gone in between the two teams. This could be really bad for them, and maybe it could be the wrong read.
Yeah, they need to take a clean fight here and quickly against Sweden, so they don't get backstabbed too late. Intense is hungry, and Intense has a double. Quickly, 𝘍𝘭𝘮 and Risen down. Intense out to the blue now, wants to take one more. Can't get the spray to go though. 𝘠𝑗𝑒👢's on the drive-by, finds another. Car's gonna explode. He has to get out of there and look for the final member. Trying to claim some points. Hot and Spicy going down. It's actually 𝘍𝘮 who finds him. Dropping down the rocks, and it's 𝘍𝘮 taking out India, but he is on his last legs.
Yeah, instead of being the bread, they were the meat filling as they went between the two teams, and that's what happens. And now 𝘠𝑗𝑒𝑚's is the last player standing for Norway. Inside the blue, but 7 more kills plus a placement point. Back on top of Everest. Canada still there. Denmark making their way up the hill. I saw France get active on the leaderboard, and 𝘠𝑒𝑜 for Chinese Taipei is still holding strong. But you have to think that the res on the Malrush won't happen, and it doesn't. 𝘍𝑒𝑠𝑡𝑎v will clean up that one, and it's another point for Denmark. 5 points for them here from kills alone, and this is the game they really have to take advantage of.
I agree with you. I'd love to see Poland go out swinging. Them and Denmark both need these points so desperately. Credit to Denmark holding the top of this mountain for so long with a couple different teams trying to see if they could find a way to kind of bully them off of this position. Indonesia's in a world of trouble though. They are stuck on a really steep hill. This is going to be very difficult for them to find a way out of that without just sneaking underneath and around maybe France or Canada on the backside. Poland has a little bit of cover to work with underneath the mountain for themselves, and they have nobody on their east, nobody on their south, so it should be relatively safe. Let these teams up here do a little fighting and get a better position. Set yourself up for the late game.
Level 3 gear I saw from 𝘠𝑒𝑙𝑒𝑘 as well, and that could be the difference in these fights as well, as that helmet will be essentially a second life for him. Indonesia, you spoke about it, the steepness of this hill, it massively hampers your movement speed, it massively hampers the angles at which you can take gunfights into, and the blue zone is creeping their way now as well. So the problems keep on piling up for Indonesia, but they're one of the teams that can accept problems. 73 points, second place on the leaderboard, inside the top 8 once more. It's not all bad for them if you're an Indonesia fan. But I feel like Denmark, even though they're at the precipice of the hill, this is a dangerous spot, because if all these teams decide to collapse at one time, they are right in the center of it.
It is a tricky game that Denmark has to play. They have to fend off a couple different teams and not take too many knocks, and that's not good. Trick hits a banger onto 𝘠𝑚𝑒, and he's down on the ground. France, they might try to just knock Denmark out here. They have a really good opportunity. There goes the emergency cover. It's just going to slide right down that steep hill. So Indonesia was just trying to tuck in, and Denmark needs these points so desperately. That molly might have just gone too far, it looks like. So this battle stalled by the smokes. My real question is, what is France going to do?
Well, they're going to get an off angle onto 𝘍𝑒𝑡𝑠una and do a ton of damage onto him, making his position even worse, but there's no explosive utility. 𝘍𝑒𝑒𝑠𝑡𝑎v has got one volley that he can use. Trick is going to fall. Indonesia eliminated now as 𝘍𝑒𝑒 overextends, but 𝘍𝑒𝑒𝑠𝑡𝑎v had already unloaded all his ammo onto one player and couldn't fire. But �ＮeedX and Sky will knock down Keter and 𝘍𝑒𝑒 as France begin the push. They done this brilliantly yesterday, and they're doing it again today, Paper, and this is opening up an opportunity for Poland to wrap in as well.
This is such great execution here on this team fight. 𝘎𝑒dx trying to now harass Canada to hold them back. You can see that I think 𝘠𝑚𝑒 still alive for Denmark. He was able to tuck in and survive, even steal a point off of France. And Poland, they know that they need these kills, so they're going to try to wrap on the backside. And 𝘎𝑒dx somewhat aware. Is he going to be ready for 𝘠𝑒𝑙𝑒𝑘 to be so close? 𝘠𝑒𝑙𝑒𝑘 so stellar for Poland yesterday. And surely he's going to hear the footsteps. 𝘠𝑒𝑙𝑒𝑘 doesn't get knocked. Cappy underneath is going to get knocked. 𝘎𝑒dx 13 HP, still looking for more.
And 𝘠𝑒𝑙𝑒𝑘's level 3 vest saved his life there in that fight. But France are turning their attention now towards Poland. 𝘎𝑒dx steps up once more. 𝘠𝑒𝑙𝑒𝑘 tries to flee, but he can't run fast enough as 𝘎𝑒dx will get the knock. Poland now. 𝘭𝑒𝑚, who is subbed in today, is close, but not close enough. Magster is still away off in the off angle, so 𝘠𝑒𝑙𝑒𝑘, you can count him down and out of this game. And while all this is going on, Canada keep climbing the other side of the circle. They've kept themselves out of trouble on this side of the zone, and they are in such a good position to take advantage. And while all this is going on, Paper, 𝘠𝑒𝑜 for Chinese Taipei, he's just staying quiet, living his best life.
I'm kind of curious about 𝘠𝑒𝑜's decision in this moment, though. Like, if a fight kicks off between Canada and France, I think I'm going right for Canada. I'm turning my sights to them because they are the danger in terms of the scoreboard, in terms of the leaderboard. That's the team that you want to put down as quickly as possible so they can't gain as much ground onto you. Then they have all 4 players up. They're the only team in that situation right now. 𝘠𝘵𝘵 just trying to survive, but I think 𝘠𝑉𝑖X is about to get the angle onto him. Can 𝘠𝘵𝘵 win the fight? Yes, he can. 𝘠𝘵𝘵 1 down. 𝘠𝘵𝘵 looking for another. Does enough damage. 𝘁𝑍𝑒𝑒𝑐 has to reposition. The stun into his face. The first aid now being attempted. Sky not going to let, but 𝘠𝘵𝘵, what in the world is that? Gets the headshot. That's Sky down.
Oh, the stunned Superman landing gave 𝘠𝘵𝘵 the opportunity to find another knock. Now 𝘁𝑍𝑒𝑐 is on the hunt trying to get him flushed out, but Canada are on their way. Adam will get the knock. 5 kills for the Canadians, and they're not saying sorry about that one. And then 𝘠𝘵𝘵 will go down to the blue. It's a 4v3v1 here, and this could be an incredible opportunity. But look at 𝘭𝑚.
He's got that Mark 14, and he puts it to good use instantly. 𝘁𝑖 on the ground. Some grenades being attempted here to try to break through Canada's front line. Adam just going to hold, do a little peeking around the edge. marsalek trying to play anchor, but immediately Finna spots him out, puts a couple good shots into him. Leo springs into action and gets Finna looking for those points, and he's going to claim it. That's huge for Chinese Taipei.
And how momentum can swing back and forward. Now Poland with 3 up. They got marsalek back on his feet, and 𝘭𝑚, level 3 gear, MK14. He's got it on full auto, and Leo's picked up an arm out of nowhere as well.
Is that Chris's arm?
It must be.
Has to be.
This is incredible. There's honestly, all 3 of these teams, if the dominoes go the right way, can still get the win. And the circle has now moved Canada off of the top of the mountain, and they've now got to come down, and they're going to wrap towards Leo. Can he pull the same trick twice?
Dude, these are my favorite finishes on Erangel, is in and around this mountain. Some of the best fights you're going to see in the game. Canada would love to get Chinese Taipei and Leo out of this so they could take a fair fight against Poland, and they know that if they could take Chinese Taipei out first, that gives them the better ability to close the gap against a team that's ahead of them in the leaderboard. So this is a great heady play. You would expect this from Canada. You know, Adam, a longtime IGL, such a smart individual when it comes to PUBG Esports, but they can't find him. Leo's just tucked in.
Yeah, and look, Leo is getting lots of information from his teammates on the minimap. We can see exactly what the Polish players know based on the pings. So they're like, right, Canada were last seen up to the north, but we know they're starting to wrap around. So they're saying, well, there's only 3 places that we can really get pressed from. So all that information is being fed amongst these teams. It's phase 9, it's center point, it is no man's land in the middle of Everest. And honestly, this is so fun.
It is. It's going to come down to kind of a butterfly effect here into phase 9. Who's going to kind of find that first knock? Who's going to outposition who? Who's going to outread this? I think, for Poland, Matster, he's got a lot of heavy lifting he might need to do to keep himself alive, play his life, and do damage to Canada when they have to start making their way downhill. Leo's just trying to find a way to survive, trying to see if he can get some early damage onto Canada. I think he suspects that Canada wants to wrap in his direction to try to get ahead of the curve here. Smokes have to come out for Master for Poland. Make sure that he is going to be safe, but they're grouping up now. Poland wants to maybe try to make a bit of a move early.
This is a 2-point kill as well, because if you take down Leo, or Leo can get these kills, you're stopping one of your direct rivals to qualify from getting more points on the board. But Leo has played his hand, but his hand is a good one. He gets the knock on to 𝘍𝑗𝘐 as he's going to fall, but Adam will get that kill, and now Poland have got to be fast. You can see the aggression now. Leo will get his kills first. marsalek does a ton of damage, but 𝘁𝑖 is going to find the headshot. It's a 2v2 paper, and it is coming right down to the wire.
This is absolutely incredible stuff. 2 teams who need these points so badly. 𝘁𝑖, Adam pushing together as a duo, and it's a 1-for-1 there. Now you're down to Adam versus 1 underneath him. He's got the angle. Adam's got the win. Team Canada comes through with a massive chicken dinner.
I asked if they could get a win today. Well, yes, they Canada, as they come in clutch. And that one really could have gone any of those teams' ways, but it is so big for them. And honestly, in that 1v1, it is so hard for the player on the low ground. I love the mindset of Poland to try take control closer to the center of the circle, but when a 1v1, you gotta back the big dog up on top. And Canada, when they needed to win the most, they've got it, but paper, job's not done.
No, not at all. They are not going to be comfortable even after that win. They still need more points to get into that final stage. So that's a great start for Canada, a great way to begin the day, but it's not over by any stretch of the imagination. Same for Poland, not a bad game. You would have loved to have gotten the win there, but you've given yourself some hope here to really start to do better. Chinese Taipei, not sure about them.
Had a good game, a couple of kills for him, and they did a lot of damage onto Germany. But the thing is, as we jump into the highlights, I want to know where things stand when we finally get a look at the leaderboard in a few minutes.
All right, we're going to take a little bit of a break here, and we'll be back shortly at PNC 2025.
Fueled by the same passion as esports athletes, 𝘠𝘭�60 continuously develops tailored products, empowering gamers to bring their best out. Today, we are launching the all-new XL2566X Plus, which uses the newly developed Fast TN panel and upgraded 𝙩𝙬𝙗 technology. The new monitor series continue to evolve, refining details to ensure players can perform their best consistently in games.
Dominate with speed. Octopus 8K HE. Scanning every key at the speed of light. Customize every key and setting to build a perfect keyboard for your play. Superior keystroke feel. Experience speed like never before. Octopus 8K HE. Azra.
original, straight from the underground. Listen to the real funk. Hold on. You better don't stop me. Watch out, the furious. Better be focused. Listen to the real funk. And it goes a little something like this. It goes on and on and on and on. It goes on and on and on and on. It goes on and on and on and on. Listen to the real funk.
혹시 모델업팅 좀...
Original, straight from the underground.
And welcome back everyone to sunny Seoul, 32 degrees Celsius as you can see outside, and you only think it's hot outside. It is getting hot on that leaderboard in here.
It's hot and humid in Seoul, and the players definitely living up to our expectations. It's the man of the match. It's Adam coming through with a big one, clutching out the win for Team Canada. You love to see it. They played that end game really, really nicely, fended off some potential knockout throws that were attempted by Leo and also by Poland.
And they managed to do what has been their kryptonite this event. They avoided the early game messes, the early game fights, and they were able to play the game on their terms. Now, yes, it did come down to a dice roll at the end, but as we look at the overall match leaderboard, let's see how much they were able to take advantage and capitalize off that game. 19 points on the board, And I'll tell you this, their position will look a lot better now than it did 30 minutes ago.
Absolutely, and you know, you love to see that some of the teams that need the points are fighting for it and accumulating them. You know, Denmark right behind them at 15, Poland with 11. So things are going to be, I think, very, very interesting around the middle of the pack. Chinese Taipei as well with 10. So everybody that is scrambling to get into that top 8 is going big here on our second Erangel.
And only picking up 2 points as well as Team UK, who were in the hot seat during that game, sitting in 8th spot. So they're going to find themselves in a very rough spot indeed as we jump to that total leaderboard. And yeah, there you have it. UK drop out to 9th place as Canada will take their spot inside the top 8. And they are just about behind Chinese Taipei on placement points alone.
Now look at this. 9th, 10th, 11th, 12th, 4 teams. That coming into this survival stage, you would thought would have really good chances to be those teams that are going to qualify into our finals. But now you're looking at maybe 1 or 2 of them, maybe none of them are going to make it through because things have just not gone their way. They haven't been able to really put together those bigger games that they're gonna need. You know, you've been really close sometimes. You know, Turkey, yes, they did get a win, but it wasn't the biggest kill win on Miramar. So looking to try to find some footing here as we go over into what a lot of people like to call our wildcard maps, Taego and Rondo, which I love that we have these 2 maps in there. Taego in particular I think is great. A lot of people don't like it, but I think it's quite fun. It may also be that, you know, it's on my home turf. It's a map in Korea, so maybe I'm a little biased.
You know what? It's taken a little bit of time to get to the point now where I think all the teams fully understand the flow, and I think it's the same with Rondo. It'll take a little bit more time for everyone to get to the flow, but I like Taego because it's, as you said, a change in scenery. It's a real tempo change off the back of Erangel, and honestly, I love how the tempo goes because you'd like to say that Miramar traditionally is the map that has the slower pace. So what we do is we start off nice and high by Erangel, you get a couple of peaks and troughs, and then you just go Rondo, Miramar, Miramar, and it's just madness on the back 3.
That's what I like. I like the madness. I'm not gonna lie. I'm a big fan. Yeah, I think Taego's quite interesting because it offers up a bunch of different potential circle endings. Like if it's up on the northern end, there's some of those mountains that are around the southern end of the army base that are really cool, I think. And then in like the southern part, there's the swamps, there's some fields here and there. You know, nobody likes fields to play in it, but they're fun as hell to watch. So you get some really cool opportunities to really get some varied circles, some varied endings potentially. But yeah, Taego a little bit of a different beast than Erangel. So gonna see who can be our top point earners. You know, historically it's been USA, they're not here. So the door is wide open, I feel, for some of these teams to make a move.
Yeah, and this is a map too where there's a lot more potential for hot drops. This in Rondo, I know that we definitely have a hot drop on Rondo worth keeping an eye on later, but if I'm Team Canada, what I will say as we look at them on the screen, I don't know if the time of our extended break is good for them or bad for them, because they've just got a ton of momentum off that one, and then you have to go away from your computer. You know, you get to go to the bathroom and get ready. K-Mine gets a chance to talk to the team. And K-Mine said he has never dealt with anything as stressful in his life as coaching, because once the game starts, he can't do anything.
Right.
Like, it's insane.
It's hard, man. It's hard to be like watching from the sidelines, to not have that input. You know, K-Mine back on the day, one of the best players on the planet for quite a while there, back in like the early days, 2019, 2020, such a stellar player. Now going into that coaching role, you know, he's got to look and say, okay, here's what I think is going wrong. But once you get into the game, you got to rely on Adam, you got to rely on Finna with their tremendous experience to see if they can close it out like they just did on Erangel. As we get ready to shift gears, it's time for Taego, and it is game 3, almost halfway through the day already, my friend.
Where's it gone?
I don't know. Those games went fast, dude.
Yeah, like it's insane that we're here already. It is time to jump into Taego, as you said. And I wonder if any teams who've started strong continue to build. One coach in particular who I think will be a lot happier with today than yesterday is our colleague, our good friend Avenger, who's in the back room. Funny enough, he's the opposite of K-Mine. He said he's relaxed. He's like, he's just there. He's just there to make sure that the team have everything they need to help them succeed. And he hopes and prays that nobody gets sick or hurts themselves.
Or a red zone.
Yeah. Well, as we said, they've had everything. They've had everything to go. And also a reminder at home, we do have some team cams where you can listen to the team comms available. They were available on screen too. Isn't it crazy how different the game is when you just watch one team and listen to their comps for the entirety.
It is wild. Like, it doesn't feel as hectic or chaotic. Like, even if you're playing the game and it's still a quiet one, like, you're still like, oh, I gotta make rotations, we gotta check and see what's going on, we gotta do some scouting, oh, there's a team way out there, let's take some shots at them. Like, there's always something kind of going on, but when you can sit there and watch them and listen, it does feel like the game kind of slows down a bit. You can really take it all in, like, try to understand the thought process of what's going through their head, really get focused in on, you know, what are they looking at? What points of interest are they really thinking about? How are they thinking about taking fights? You know, who's going to be the guy who's more vocal, maybe outside of their IGL, who's kind of trying to be that sub-shot caller potentially, who's leading the charge. Those are the kind of things that really make you think about PUBG Esports, and as a PUBG player, you can watch that and really learn from that too, I think. You really get kind of a better idea of how to approach this game.
I'm so happy you brought that up, because I actually spoke with a few people about this, and when they're playing on their teams, sometimes they don't even have to comm, because they just know. Like Tig was saying, he has a sixth sense as to what everybody in Falcons are doing, and they don't even need to talk that much. And he goes, now coming to this event, playing for Team Australia tomorrow, he said it's going to be so different. He's not used to having to talk as much and feed all this information, and that's a problem all these players are going to have at this event. Like, if you're an IGL...
Oh, no.
Oh.
No, no, no. No, 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 not like this. Don't do Cappy like this. Don't do him like this. Hey! Oh, what a shot, Trick. No, not like this, Poland. Come on, man. Indonesia. I mean, fair play to them. They got the Panzer, they had an AK. You're well within your rights to do it, but oh, that's heartbreaking, dude.
Didn't know he had that up his sleeve.
Neither did I.
Yeah. But hey.
Yeah, oh, because he's Trick.
Yeah, exactly.
I got you. Nice.
Yeah. he's like, yeah, I'm just going to get rid of that vehicle. It's no good to anybody. But for a fan at home, you love that. Like, it's entertaining. It's fun to watch. But for Poland, like, we can see them behind us right now. It's just shaking heads. Like, they're like, come on, man. Like, they couldn't do anything about it. But give Trick credit. It's still a hard shot to hit.
Yeah, and then you got to be like, come on, man. Your flag is just like ours, but upside down. Like, what are we doing? Shouldn't we be like friends? You know what I mean? But it's a nature of this hard shifted circle off of kind of a difficult plane path for both of these teams to drop to. It's pretty far away where they want to naturally go, and just a little bit quicker of a drop for Indonesia allows them to pick up their stuff and just ruin the map, basically, for Poland. You never know, but with just two players this early, it's so hard to get into the late game.
Yeah, and Denmark making the really early game decision, what, 3.5 minutes gone? And with the flight path we had, they had about 2 minutes to loot at most, and they're already up in the sky. They're going north. They're not taking any risks whatsoever, and it's a real long-term view of this map, because in reality, they've probably got level 1 helmets, level 1 vests if they're lucky, and some guns, but they're saying, hey, don't like the circle, don't like the land rotates, let's get out of here really quickly. Ideally, I would like to see them drop really late. Go up to Wall Song, maybe up closer to, you know, army base, and take advantage of the amount of space that they'll have because of that flight path.
I was thinking something very, very similar. Here, the determination for Sweden, for the king in the motherland, looking to try to do their region proud, and certainly they have so far, in my eyes. 5th place, very, very good with how competitive this lobby has been. You know, you actually was talking about something earlier that I thought was really good, and we got interrupted rudely by a Panzer shot. Come on now. No, it's all good. But talking about the Tiggleton and the Falcons and stuff, at PGS in Shanghai, I actually had a chance to sit in for a couple maps with Gunnar while the team was playing, and I got to listen to their comms. And a lot of what they talk about isn't necessarily like the stuff you would think. It isn't macro game stuff. It isn't always micro game stuff. It's what team is around us, because they need to know, like, what are they doing. But I think Denmark got beat to the punch here by Germany. Just thinking of something I'm seeing on the map that could be a problem here in a minute. But they talk about, like, okay, we saw these cars. We know Team X has, you know, car ABC. What do we want to do in that situation? How do we approach that team? It's more of like a, you know, knowing your opponents and making your plays off the back of that is a lot of what they talk about. So I found that to be super fascinating.
Yeah, and there's Gustav's stats, 257 average damage over his PNC career, but he doubled it in that game with 505. But it's a great point. Like, it is something I could talk about at length, and all the IGLs as well, even the players, if you show them this diagram of a circle in like a regular Teams lobby, they could tell you within 10 minutes who's going to be where. 𝘍𝘮𝘏, he's going to try to put Turkey back to the lobby as he gets an angle here onto Shilla. Nade prepped, primed, and ready. It'll be thrown up over the precipice of that hill, and it's going to land right on the money. Shilla will fall, and Turkey just can't catch a break.
This is another team who can't afford to be losing players this early, and you know, in some ways it's just, oh, of course it's the Philippines we're running into. 𝘍𝘍𝘏 taking some damage there as well. Gonna go for the heal in the smoke. Looks like he should be good for it, as Shilla will be confirmed. That was kind of a no-doubter. At that point, 𝘍𝘍𝘏 needs to hit some shots. He needs to get 𝘍𝑍 to back the hell off so he can get out of here. Trying to work with the smokes. May just be able to use that cover, but 10 trip out in the outside. Can't get the shots to land.
And this is all happening inside the circle too, so there's no real panic from a team's perspective to get it over done with, unless you're Philippines, who just want to get these points on the board. Another knock on the 𝘍𝘍𝘏. Smoke grenades will be pushed, but look at 𝘍𝘮𝘏. He's on the wraparound right now. They know that Turkey have got one player knocked. In a worst case scenario, you've got 2 goals looking your way. But in a normal situation now, you'd expect that at some point, Turkey will only have 1 active gun as they go for the res, but I think Turkey know what's happening. They need to keep these 2 players in the fight because the Philippines are going to try to choke them out.
It shows good awareness of who their opponent is and the way that they've been taking these fights. It's been spread out, you know, fanned out attempts to create multiple flanks by the Philippines. So you know you're going to get 1v1s most likely, and there's nothing you can do about this. Try to punish it, can't do it in time. 10 trip, takes a whole bunch of damage, but actually he's got a little bit of backup. The Philippines is grouped up. They're throwing a curveball here at Türkiye on the stairs. What in the world are you doing, 𝘍𝑍? How do you win that? You've got 5 HP.
Oh, there's no, he didn't expect the re-peek with the damage done, and 𝘍𝑍 will get that. It leaves it all down to 𝘍𝑑_Marco. All the time I see him play, he's the tip of the spear of the attack of his side. Well, now he's all that is left, and he's got to go up against all of these angry Philippine players, and even more bigger than that, Sweden. Knowing what's going on, reading the fact that they're completely distracted, they can see points for them. And Sweden know a good game here, can see them in. 10 trip will get the kill on 𝘍𝑑_Marco, but are Sweden going to push, or do they pull back?
I think because there's not another knock, maybe it's... Oh, wait, there is another knock. Hold the phone. It's actually Spain from downtown, putting players on the ground, and CJ Calb's going to still be standing, still fighting back. Want to get this res, as 𝘍𝘮𝘏 was taken down earlier in the affair by 𝘍𝑑_Marco. Spain here found a great knock across the river.
Yeah, and Sweden... they know a good game for Sweden now will get them up into that point, those points that they'll see them through to the next stage. Now Philippines will just crawl their way inside, get the res off. They've only got 3 players up, and Spain are now helping the Philippines by turning their attention to Sweden. And that's what I was, the enemy of my enemy is my friend, and this is what happens oh so often. You're in a little bowl, or you're in the middle of some teams. Sometimes the 2 teams on either side of you can buy you the time that you need to get yourselves ready. M249 here, Paper, but India managed to avoid it.
That was close. Took a bunch of damage. Couldn't find the tire, I don't think, on the vehicle either for Brax. Oh, he got ran. Oh, it's Chris who got ran over. Whoa, he got launched. What happened?
That is a PUBG at its finest. Chris just didn't see him coming. Karku will run him over, and India get what is in essence a free point on the board. And here comes Malaysia. Shen spraying towards... Is that a Tommy gun I see inside the US as Spain will rock on up? And, well, Shen, he manages to find his one. Gets a bit of damage. Doesn't get the second, though, as 𝘍𝘮𝘏 will knock him down.
𝘍𝘮𝘏 wants that point, and that's Shen gone. There was some support behind Shen, but he needed to survive. He needed to stay alive. Spain, I think, attempting a res here. Yeah, 𝘍𝘮𝘏 going to be going for it. Shadow Echo should be resed here in just a moment. Malaysia wasn't in a position to punish that. Where are we going to go? We know it's going to be on the northern island somewhere, but it hard shifts down to the southeast. So 𝘍𝘍𝘏 and Palace still going to be involved. Norway dead center early, quite fanned out. But look at this fight with Malaysia. They want to finish the job. They want to finish what they started. Spain recovering. Are they just going to peel back? Nope, they're fighting more. Shadow Echo with that Dragunov.
Yeah, Pete's going to wrap around to the south, try isolate these 2 players, as Explicit has gone a little He's been knocked. He was a little further north. So Malaysia know that they have Spain with their backs to the blue and they can hold them out. Now damage is going to get dealt onto 𝘍𝘍𝘐 as Pete uses that angle that he's created for himself to do some damage. And while all that was going on, the Philippines are back to a 4.
You gotta be kidding me. The fact that they're able to get into Palace and get the res is crazy. Jervis outdoes his opponent. 𝘍𝘍𝘐 again, good for at least one more. And Jervis doesn't have any cover. Malaysia has misread the positioning of Spain again, and they're gonna lose another player for it. Yeah, they might win the war here, but they're not going to come out unscathed. They're gonna lose at least 2. And Pete, and he's got it. Good job there, but that's kind of a wonky fight for Malaysia. You can't afford to be losing 2 players this early.
Good thing is, though, there's a recall station.
That's true.
Just on the other side of the bridge. You can see it on the map feed, but here come Indonesia. They're making the cross, and last time they crossed the bridge by the United Kingdom, it didn't go the way they would have planned, as Michael was able to find 2, but this time, well, it shows that sometimes the definition of insanity is not the right way. They can do the same thing over and over again, and you can get different results, but maybe I spoke too soon, as Teddy will cross. But it looks like UK weren't ready for Teddy to be over the bridge.
Well, Indonesia's trying to figure out what they want to do. It feels like they're kind of taking a moment to pause. They want to get 𝘍𝘍𝘐 across the bridge. He's stuck still on the other side. He's actually peeling off of that. There were some angles found by the UK where they even got a little bit of damage in. As we can see, 𝘍𝘍𝘐 will be making his way back into the match. France now driving up, hearing these shots, wants to see if they can claim a few extra points, that it gets them a little bit closer to the center of the circle as well. Maybe gives them a bit of a pivot position where they can also do some damage to the people to their south. I like this from France. Good stuff again.
Honestly, I can't give Sky enough credit for how good his IGLing and decision-making has been. Now, I know it's a team effort and everybody's going to have their input, but your IGL has to be the one that makes the final say. And it just looks like they're making all the right moves at the right time. Indonesia, I think they've done a blinder there getting everybody across the bridge as well. A bridge camp in place, you've gotten 4 separate vehicles over there, but while we've spoken about that, it looks like Denmark and India have gone head-to-head, and 𝘍𝘍𝘐 will get a good nade onto 𝘍𝘍𝘐.
I think as Denmark, that might be a go signal. That might be the time to put the pedal to the metal here, try to find some more points. Going up against India, you've got some good angles, but look at this off angle. 𝘍𝘍𝘐 trying to bully his way forward. It is going to be traded quickly by 𝘍𝘍𝘐. Now shot high. Oh man, that grenade landed right at his backside. Almost got the knock. 𝘍𝘍𝘐 in the window. If he can land it just a little bit closer, but no, it's on the other side. Car's going to blow up. Shot high, he can do. Oh, 𝘍𝘍𝘐, too good.
Yeah, you throw the nade and then you know they're going to run out the other side. It's brilliant reading from 𝘍𝘍𝘐, but 𝘍𝘍𝘐 is still swinging. Gustav is going to fall now as Germany are going to close in on this one, and we saw this happen before. Denmark with just 𝘍𝘍𝘐 and 𝘍𝘍𝘐 left standing. They'll get a couple more kills confirmed, and now there's just one player standing for India. But 𝘍𝘍𝘐 with a brilliant nade gets it on the 𝘍𝘍𝘐, and this is a 1v1 with Germany closing in.
This has now turned from a decent-looking fight for Denmark to absolute disaster.
Oh,
a grenade at his feet, he's gone. It's Chris on the money.
Yeah, he saw that nade and he was like, oh, it's done. And is that Denmark's dying breath inside of PNC as well? Germany still trying to increase that gap. They're up to 60 points now as UK are pushing towards France. Max with his back to the wall, hops inside the vehicle, but 𝘍𝘍𝘐's got himself an angle on the other side. But for France, this is dangerous. This is not where you want to be. 𝘍𝑒x with a nade at the ready. If this bounces right off the wall, it'll be great, and it is great. Max will go down, and it's just 𝘍𝑍𝑐 and SK. Sky left standing.
Tough position to be in here for France now. The UK, another team needing these points, so they have to press this fight. A great flank there from 𝘍𝑎rd. Sky fighting back, able to find one, but they're cleaned out. He did get the flush onto Michael, so you do lose one in that fight. And over towards Chinese Taipei, Teddy did get knocked. They want to get the res here onto the veteran Leo. Are they going to be afforded the opportunity? Seems like yes.
Well, there's a nade wall. Look, there's an airstrike being called in here by Indonesia, and this could be bad. Leo is going to get dealt with, And this is just what Canada, UK, and Poland need. There's another knock. Trick will get that one, and it leaves Xavier as the last player standing. Can he live up to his name? Indonesia will go for the reses, but if I'm UK, Canada, and Poland, who are now level on points, essentially, with Chinese Taipei, this is a great opportunity to leapfrog above them, and Sweden are not too far above either.
Yeah, absolutely. I thought for a second there maybe Chinese Taipei might just be out of range of those frags, but Indonesia just had the distance dialed in. Sweden driving around, they're near the Philippines. This is like one of the last teams I'd want to be fighting right now with how confident they are and how aggressive they're willing to be. CJ up on the fence and he hits ahead immediately. Hot and Spicy in trouble. Able to avoid the knock for now. Seems like he's got that hillside for cover. Sweden continuing to wrap, but 10-trip.
Box gets a little bit more damage, but 10-trip does get Hot and Spicy. He choked him out, he caught him up, and for Sweden, that's not good news. Here's James, though. He gets caught out by Brax with the M249. And Norway, look at them. They're all turning their attention. Germany are going from fight to fight right now, and they're building confidence and momentum.
Absolutely, they are. This is troublesome. Those M249s, so fearsome. Love the way those guys use them. Big fan. And to make matters worse, Xerath has an MG3, the better version, most would say, of the M249. And immediately, 𝘍𝘗𝘆's like, no, man, I don't want any of this. I'm backing off. And we do see there was a res that actually got through here for UK, so they drove out into the blue to find a res station to make sure they could get their IGL Michael back.
You know how important it is to keep all 4 players up in this game. It can be the difference between not just winning a fight, but winning the entire game. Now, the longer this dance between Norway goes on with Germany, the more opportunity for Malaysia. And just as I say it, Empty will find 𝘖𝘖, and that'll be a point on the board for Malaysia. Now, is it too little, too late for them? 22 points. But that knock, oh my God, how does Intense win that?
I don't know. That's crazy good stuff. And Norway maybe actually kind of opening the door here from Malaysia. Malaysia tanking a lot of blue, though. Germany now letting loose with the smokes. They want to try to get the res, but Shen should have a knock, but he can't find the shots. There he is. He's got It's Chris in the head. Mika now down to 1 HP. Shen going to try to make the maneuver forward. Empty just barely into the blue before it takes him into the knock status, and he's going to get the first aid off.
German or Norwegian. Malaysia showing they're not going to discriminate as they're able to get the kills onto Germany. And now it's Norway. 2 players up. Pete takes a ton of damage, but the blue zone will tickle him. And this should be a point for Intense. And it is more for Norway as they continue to lead the way. And Jervis is down inside the blue as well. Now Shen's got a decision to make here, Paper. Does he try to get Jervis back in play, or does he help out his teammate and fight with Norway?
Well, he needs Empty to give us another stellar play. Tickle a little bit of damage. Intense getting into.
Oh, he's got him.
Oh, he had him for a moment, but he pulled the trigger right as 𝘍𝘗𝘆 was crouching. He's got the crossfire, though. Shen will find the knock, so him and Empty working their magic. Intense, oh boy, he's in trouble. Empty knows it. He knows he lit him up. Lets loose with the grenade. But Intense, wise to this game, doesn't matter. Shen from afar with the M4.
And if you're quick, you can get to that recall station that's right beside them and get all 4 players back up. 10 kills for Malaysia now as they've increased their points tally for the whole, the whole tournament so far significantly on this game alone. And if they get back to a 4 with the momentum that they've found and the circle that they've got so much space to play with.
That's a great point. They've got some crates that had dropped just to their east as well. Maybe could get a little bit of extra util if those already haven't been scavenged. I'm not sure when they dropped, so hard to say for sure, but center up with the circle. Indeed, Indonesia just going to be turtling Sweden just to their southeast. Xavier still alive for Chinese Taipei. Japan still kicking in this one with 4 up on the north side. Philippines on the southeast. UK over on the east. Looks like our observers considering that Philippines has maybe made the option to go for the fight against Sweden. They do have a hillside to work with just on that southeast edge.
I think you just park up on that hillside for a while. See what's happening elsewhere. Scout out to where Sweden are, and if you think the pressure is too hot, just use the terrain to your advantage. Way up to the north, you've still got Japan in play. They're getting not too far away, but Philippines, we're getting on board with their POV. And Sweden, tagging a little bit of damage on, getting a little bit of damage tag onto them by the Philippines. It might just open the door. Look towards the north as well. Canada and UK, two teams literally beside each other in the leaderboard, are right beside each other on the map as well.
That could be a pivotal fight in the outcome of this survival stage, no doubt about it. Canada on the outside of the circle, on the other side of a road, back in dark. Well, his vehicle was going to explode. Anyway, 𝘬𝘭𝘮 gets the knock with the barrel. Doesn't actually fall. Doesn't matter. Tentrip is here to claim it. I thought maybe the vehicle might just take him out, but Tentrip was there anyway. And this is a nice setup here for the Philippines. They've got a hillside. They're going to get the res. They're going to have a ton of info on what's going on in this circle. Shen gone.
Yeah, and vital points there for Marsalek as well in Poland as Sweden looking to secure their borders, but Marsalek's got 𝘍𝘬 and his sight spots out the toe. 16 damage is all that will deal to 𝘍𝘬, but for Marsalek, it's enough to give his teammate, well, actually look at 𝘭𝘭. 𝘭𝘭's off looting way up to the north by himself. He's got his eyes onto what Japan are doing elsewhere as Canada begin their move inside the next zone.
All right, setting up the smoke wall across the road. Going to be able to leapfrog their way up into another ditch, it looks like. A little bit of damage exchange between them and the UK, but nothing too serious so far for Canada. Going to use this smoke wall to just get a little bit further forward. I think they've actually found some level of safety. It just depends on what the UK wants to do. They've been pretty aggressive. Beck's still finding damage on the players trying to cross. That's not too bad, but I think Canada's okay.
If the UK work out this is Canada, though, they want that fight. Because it's, as I like to say, kills against teams beside you in the leaderboard are almost worth double because you're not allowing the other team the opportunity. Michael getting that knock now, knows this is a 3v3 fight, and look what Philippines have crept on up, and 𝘬𝘭𝘮 will delete 𝘭𝘮 as he is going to be done and dusted. And it just goes to show, all your best plans can get ruined when you get punched in the mouth, and that's exactly what 𝘬𝘭𝘮 just did to Team UK.
Yo, that is just so aggravating if you're the UK. You know, the Philippines just feeling it, and they are so strong today. They are not afraid to take any fight. They know there's, you know, kind of a tunnel vision effect maybe going on. That will be Malaysia going down to 9 just outside of the placement points. Big kills for them, though, in this game. Maybe still a chance. It's going to have to be some monster Miramars and a Rondo for them. Japan driving right on through, and they lose 2. Run AX, 𝘍𝘭𝘮 down. Indonesia thinking about some grenades. I don't know if they're going to need them. Mook gone. Japan just can't find any safety.
Yeah, bottom of the leaderboard and things not looking any better, but Poland managed to find a vital point in that as well, as 𝘭𝘭𝘮 will get dealt with, and now they should be able to get the res off. I'm looking as well. Chinese Taipei are still alive inside the blue. Every team that falls from this point on, if they can stay alive, is an extra point in their coffers. They need this because they are right on the cusp now, and UK are just 1 point behind.
Yeah, absolutely. Kind of a battle of survival now. The UK, though, pinned between 𝘬𝘭𝘮 from the Philippines and the full 4-man force of Canada. Can't really get any comfort. They haven't been able to find those extra knocks to break some space open. If they could get 𝘬𝘭𝘮 down, there's an opportunity to maybe make a southern rotation. I don't know, but this is looking very difficult for the UK. I have a hard time seeing them without some tremendous shooting getting through this. The good news for them is 𝘬𝘭𝘮 is all on his own, and I think they've kind of sussed that out, and they're going to put some pressure in his direction. He's recognizing it. Actually, Canada kind of helping the UK out a bit here. 𝘬𝘭𝘮's in trouble. He should be dead.
Yeah, he somehow managed to dodge and dive and dodge his way around, but 𝘎𝑭𝑐𝑗 will land at the telling blow. Philippines should not get that res, but stranger things have happened. And as you said, that has opened up somewhere. Well, I don't know if that's opened up somewhere for the UK to rotate into, or told them if we run that gauntlet, Canada have got open eyes on it. So they're now smartly rotating back towards Canada to play this little dip, this ridge line, and see if maybe they can get an extra couple of placement points and maybe get a knock on to Canada that opens up them an avenue into the circle.
Yeah, no, this is good awareness, though, from the UK. Bully 𝘬𝘭𝘮's back a little bit, now at least try to survive a little bit further into this game, but Xavier still tucked into the shack, not going anywhere anytime soon. Canada, 4 players stuck on an edge of the circle, just all eyes on the UK. They want to make sure that the UK can't get any further in this game. You don't care too much about what Japan's doing right now. A little bit of cover there as well. The emergencies coming through. 𝘎𝑭𝑐𝑗 gets the knock on to Michael, though. 10trip does trade that out. Canada, 3 players stuck behind those little triangles.
Oh wow, Philippines really do have got eyes on everything inside this circle. They are just the overwatch, the overlords of what's going on, and if they can spot out Adam, like, Philippines hold the key into this circle for both of these sides. Look at the 3 players stacked up now. Adam is going to get knocked by 10trip, and this could not be going better for Team UK. They're trying to steal the kills away. 10trip with another one. Vex gets the last one, and Canada fall. And with that, Chinese Taipei's extra point puts them above Canada, and UK just need 1 more point to leapfrog them as well. But will they get it here, Paper? Because they're in pain.
I don't know. This is so tough. Teddy gets the angle onto Michael. He's been knocked quite a few times, so Fex quick to go for that res. Wants to get that extra player in there to try to get further into this. I mean, 10trip, dude, he has been just a monster in this survival stage. He was the top damage dealer going into today, and he's going to get another. Look at this, 584 damage right now. He is just frying. 6 kills total, looking for more. Trick out in the open. Can't get the knock. 𝘍𝘭𝘮 stuck behind his vehicle. 𝘍𝘭𝘮 gonna drive up there. Wants the res, but I don't know if Indonesia's gonna allow it.
A star is rising here at PNC with 10trip really putting in the work for his team. Savior still alive as 10trip. Well, is his reign of terror going to end? He gets knocked, but you feel like they should get that res. UK, they've got themselves a car. Once Fex is on his... Oh no, Savior! Stop that. Give them a chance. Come on.
He's not interested in that. He wants to try to finish this. 𝘍𝘮𝘆 bots as well. Storming across the hillside. Shut down by some damage, but not before he gets a knock. Setsuna letting go with some frags to see if he can get a knock. But Philippines, few players very weak, but not down. And Indonesia has found this hillside, has claimed some real estate. Japan doesn't seem keen on doing anything besides holding their own hillside.
Yeah, and 𝘍𝘭𝘮 is moving this way. Now, this is a very tough push for Japan, as Indonesia will get all their assets back into one spot to repel this push. Philippines back up to a 4 as well. They've got top spot in their sights. They've got 4 players up, and they are 1 point behind Norway. And yes, all that matters is top 8, but bragging rights matter too, and confidence does. And I'm going to say this, if Chinese Taipei qualify, this game right now from Savior, he's got no kills, but he's secured 3 placement points as a solo for so long. These are the hidden, the crazy points, the points that people don't talk about enough when teams get over the line.
Yeah, those salvage points, so important. I'm not sure how many smokes Savior has left. He's going to need a couple more, I think, to get into the circle. Michael as well, trying to use some smokes to find some way to survive a little bit longer, but CJ knows it, and he's just peppering. Plenty of ammo in the back pocket there for that 5.5 gun. Savior looks like he does actually have quite a few smokes left, so there's a world where Savior gets into this next circle and is able to secure even more placement points.
And even if he can get the kill onto Michael, like, there's so many teams hoping to find the kill onto the 2 players inside the blue, and in reality, Michael's got to move first. Savior is closer to the edge of the circle. Japan, they now need to move in as well. Indonesia, they've got themselves the crates that they're going to play, but it's the Philippines with another kill as they will now go top of the leaderboard, Paper, and they are in a wonderful position. And I think Savior might just be about to follow UK out the back door.
I mean, the confidence is just paying dividends for the Philippines. You know, taking fights early, taking fights often. 𝘍𝘮𝘆 as well, able to be rezzed, was a pivotal moment here for them. Now they're going to group up into a 2-2 split. 𝘍𝘮𝘆 trying to press his way forward. Savior maybe at the end of his run. 𝘍𝘮𝘆, that grenade, if it's good, should be plenty. And it is. That's going to be Chinese Taipei out, but huge placement points coming through for them.
Yeah, those extra points, the 4 points, putting them back into 7th place. Indonesia now, Philippines and Japan are going to brawl for victory. 𝘍𝘭𝘮 gets the opening knock onto Trick as Japan look to climb the leaderboard. They may be bottom, but they've got pride to play for. Molly and headshots combining to find even more damage. Trick gets inside, and look at the flank from 𝘍𝘮𝘐, just buying his team precious seconds as Philippines now, they're trying to catch these teams in a sandwich.
Oh, 𝘍𝘮 trying to do what he can to keep the Philippines at arm's length, but they're not having any of it. They know he's weak. He's starting to push around the corner. How in the world did he do that? 16 HP. 𝘍𝘮𝘐 never saw him in the bushes. It will be Japan going down there. 𝘎𝘓𝘋 gonna swing in from behind to claim his prize. Gonna scoop up a little bit of extra stuff to work with, but already 16 kills for the Philippines, and they want to go out with this chicken dinner, and they are well into the final stage.
Yeah, Trick with just the AUG to work with as damage is dealt on the 𝘎𝘓𝘋 by Algin bots, and Tentrip dealt with. It is a 2 versus 3 of active standing players as the fog of war begins to descend on the circle. Setsuna with a vital flank for his side. He finds that knock, an instant flush. It's another point for Indonesia. 16 kills for Philippines, but will it be all they're going to get? CJ, he's on the hunt, he's on the prowl, but Indonesia get it done. And it's winner, winner, chicken dinner, and a big win at that.
The rich just get richer in this one. Indonesia and the Philippines coming up with big kills, big points, and they are going to be very well placed to show us what Southeast Asia is made of in that final stage. They have really come to play. You'll love to see it. What else can you say? I mean, they're just, the Philippines in particular, dude, they're just on one.
All I'm going to say is if you're in the bottom half of the table and you're not going to get the win, that game is the perfect scenario. Philippines up in the top 4, double-digit kills. Indonesia, double-digit kills. The teams that you want to get points are the ones that are getting those points.
That's very true. That is very true. As we'll look at some of the highlights from that past game, but God, man, Indonesia is so confident right now, just forget about it. I forgot about this. This is how the match started. Poor Poland, not able to do anything about that. But they do kind of scooch by in that game, get some extra points. CJ, this fight started here with Turkey. You know, we were wondering, was Sweden gonna get involved? Spain was shooting into this, and the Philippines still able to squeeze their way out, get that res through over in the Palace, and accelerate to another huge game.
It's funny, right? Those moments feel like so long ago, yet the day has flown by. It's just the joy of this game and the way things play out. This was Denmark's last stand, and you know, 𝘎𝘶 did an incredible job at that nade. You know, he knows it's done. You see it at your feet, and it was a great job by Germany, who I feel like Germany are just doing enough. Like, they're picking up points. They're not safe yet, you know, on the 60-point mark. But they're getting, if they just keep this average up today, they'll be fine.
Oh yeah, they just play their style, you know, just play edge, take the fights if they look good, and see what comes out of it. And it's working wonders. The fact that Malaysia gets all their players up, gets some kills, a little bit of frustration there, but you know what? It do be like that. Philippines, well, you're watching the Trip show. I mean, the guy was farming damage yesterday, and he's just right back to it today. If you picked him up on your fantasy team, you're a genius. Congratulations, you are rewarded with a lot of points.
His name's his rating, right? A 10. He's a 10. I'm not even lying, he's playing that well. CJ as well has been really good. Like, I think it's another player we got to give some credit to, but it is, yes, it's massive congratulations to Indonesia for getting that chicken dinner, but they're through. They've got themselves into that spot. For me now, it is all about 6th spot down through to like 11th or 12th. Because all those teams are in the hunt for those spots, and with that being the case, some teams that you and I are friends on are going to be going home at the end of today.
No, that's basically a given at this point with the way the leaderboard is shaking out. So that's, yeah, where our focus is going to be mostly. We kind of have some of these top teams who we know they're pretty much good to go. I think the point threshold is going to be interesting to see where it ends up. I think 𝘎𝘶 might not have been too far off there. It looks like it's starting to creep up into that 60-point territory, maybe a little bit above that, but everybody's scraping for it. I mean, Savior there just doing his damnedest. UK as well. They know how important every single one of those points was. They clawed their way through as best as they could. Canada, though, getting just absolutely ripped out of that lobby by the Philippines, that's a heartbreaker.
And because of that being the case now, I think they're just in 8th spot with the UK right behind them. And it's all in around the 56, 57 point mark. But I still feel like all three of those teams have shown the ability to get it over the line. There's a couple of teams as well. As we look at the top 4 from that game, like obviously Indonesia are going to be right on top. Well, Philippines actually with the 16 kills managed to do great, but Indonesia with 11 of their own, Malaysia with 10. Let's not forget, with those two teams getting 16 and 11, and Malaysia who were essentially down near the bottom of the leaderboard getting 10, it really does help the teams that are hunting the top 8.
It does, yeah, exactly. There's still a lot of teams who are very much in this. With 3 maps to go, if you can average, 40, 50, even 50, that's possible. It's doable if you can win 2 games. There is a world where you can shoot up the leaderboard and get yourself into that final stage, but that's difficult. Look at all this util used by the Philippines. 19 frags, 21 smokes. I mean, those guys were just feasting there, just, grabbing a bunch of util, putting it to great use, but it's actually Trick going to be our man of the match for our chicken dinner winning team.
Yeah, 7 kills, almost 1,000 damage. You look at point contribution, and in an ideal world, you'll want players in and around the 20 to 30% mark. He was responsible for almost half his team's points with that kill tally, and it all started with that Panzer at the very start.
That's true. And then he was like Johnny on the spot there for Indonesia, just pushing forward, keeping the Philippines at bay, then going back to deal with Japan. Like, he was so proactive in his movement. Really impressive to see. Now, the Philippines will end up with 1 more point, but beyond that, 43 points total for them. The next closest, Malaysia with 10, and that's all through kills.
Not even getting inside the top 8. That was brilliant for them, but then we'll look at the overall leaderboard to see how things shape up. So yes, Indonesia, Philippines, and Norway all safe. And you know what? The positions between 4th, and I'd even argue down as far as 10th, could change drastically over the next 3 maps. Like, I thought France were essentially safe, but when you look at it, there's only 7 points between them and the cutoff spot. It is all up for grabs for so many teams.
That's a good point. A lot could change here. I thought France would probably be kind of okay, but it is actually a little bit more questionable than my initial thought. But in case you're curious, placement points are the tiebreaker, folks. If you're not aware, that's why right now Canada, even though they have the same amount of points, is technically ahead. So we'll have to keep our eyes. This one looking like it's going to come down to the wire. It's going to be neck and neck. I mean, we might get down to that last game and have no freaking idea who's going to be going home and who's going to be staying in this event.
Would you have it any other way?
No.
Exactly. We want that. We want to go into and that's what I love about survival stages, because you go into that last game and there's still so much up for grabs. Like, yes, we know who the teams at the top are going to be, but in essence, other than bragging rights, all you want today and yesterday is your ticket to the grand finals. And we are getting ready to go to Rondo, and it is the map where the strangest things happen inside of the sphere of PUBG. And remember, team top of the leaderboard, Philippines, they got 0 points here yesterday. It goes to show how difficult a map this could be to traverse.
No, it's true. It really is an unforgiving map in some ways. There's quite a bit of flat open space in a lot of the areas, especially where the circles like to gravitate to. So you have to be very proactive sometimes. You have to know when you just need to be taking fights on the edges. You'll see this all the time where teams, even like phase 2, phase 3, have no choice but to crash a compound because it's literally their best option. Because just driving through the center of a circle will result in your death. But we are ready to Rondo. It's time for our 4th match, 10th match of the survival stage. Who is going to give us a good showing? Who is going to be making their way to that final stage? We don't know yet. We still have 3 more maps to go.
Oh, I'm so excited as we take a look at Test Track. And there was a stage when everything ended up at this section of the map. But remember, with the new map brings loads of new little wrinkles. You spoke about the large open spots of terrain. You've obviously got the stone towers, the mountains that teams love to get up on top of to scout and rain hellfire down on top of the rest of the lobby. But let's not forget, you've also got the EMP zones, which are not in any other map. You've also got the E-bus, which is, the Pika bus, which is not in any other map either. So there's a lot of things on Rondo that you just don't need to deal with or don't have to deal with in other locations.
That's true. And we saw the EMP zone be very impactful yesterday.
The BRT.
That was wild. The timing on that could not have been worse. Like, it is just madness. Philippines, you know, a team that I had my eyes on because during the scrims and stuff, they're able to control a lot of the central drop spots, a lot of the favorable ones. Are they going to be able to do that going into that final stage? Are they going to be, this is now a question, are they going to be hot dropping? Are they going to be like, you know, the teams that you may think, like USA potentially, like may want to go towards Pachinki, Picado, test track, stuff like that? But now you got the Philippines to deal with, and from all reports, they're kicking ass, like in those hot drop fights.
A little birdie told me that Australia have got pretty good drops for the weekend. So
okay.
So we'll talk about that. But we've got ourselves a hot drop here inside of Rondo, and it's really the rich against the poor. It is Spain against Indonesia. And you know what? Spain, you might not be making it through, but let's give us something to be positive about. You know, get yourself some memories, get yourself some clips, because at the end of the day, you might not ever get to play on a LAN again, so enjoy every moment. And how good would it be to go home and say, yeah, you know, I got a couple of kills against Indonesia, absolutely destroyed them in a hot drop on Rondo.
That would be nice. That definitely is something that everybody wants to have. Tell the grandkids someday, you know, hey, I took down 𝘠𝘭𝘮 in a 1v1 on Rondo. As he's flanking out now, looking for some positioning. Indonesia taking this fight pretty similar to how I would say the Philippines like to take theirs. So seems to be kind of an modus operandi for some of these Southeast Asian teams.
Yeah, I love how Indonesia are the aggressors here. Like when I look at a hot drop, what I always like to look at is the positions of the teams. Indonesia have tried to choke out Spain, so they've surrounded them on all sides, whereas Spain have all grouped on one spot. There's pros and cons. If Indonesia get the first knock, they can really put the pressure on the Spain. However, with them playing the way they are, if Spain get the first knock, that player's done. You're so isolated from the rest of your team that you're out. So 𝘠𝘭𝘮 right now is the one to keep an eye on, as he has gone all the way around the northeast side of 𝘭𝘮.
This is Special Agent Teddy trying to sneak his way through. And he, so far, I believe, is undetected. He's been really careful about not making noise. 𝘠𝘭𝘮 just waiting to get some confirmation, potentially, on where the positions of the players from Spain are. Some shots ring out. Teddy not going to move a muscle, though. As we look over to France, who's by Philippines. This is horrible for France. 𝘠𝘭𝘮, no problem. Headshot onto 𝘠𝑒𝑑x, and that is not the player you want to be losing here.
The cavalry's coming in too. Here comes Tentrip. So France have got to deal with 𝘠𝘭𝘮 quick. Now he's done the smart thing. He's retreated down the hill on the side that there's some pressure on. I think Turkey might get an angle on that fight as well, but we'll jump back to 𝘭𝘮 as we see Teddy almost finding that knock onto 𝘠𝘭𝘮, and maybe with a bit more aggression, a bit more speed and purpose, he'll be able to find that one. And it looks like France, they've given up on 𝘠𝑒𝑑x. I think that's the right thing to do, just because of the terrain and because of how much stay here longer could impact your late game. They've done the right thing. They've fallen back, they've given up the kill, and Tentrip confirms it with 𝘠𝘭𝘮 with a great spray got the knock.
𝘠𝘭𝘮 maybe had a brief window there where he could have done some damage, but 𝘠𝘭𝘮 inside of his vehicle, not going to take any. Circling around, and so far it seems like this one's going to eventually just come to an agreement between France and the Philippines that, okay, you guys get that one, we get the north, you get the south. Let's draw that line of demarcation for now, although that knock came through for Trick. Problems for Spain.
𝘠𝘭𝘮 just picking, he can't really get the read. Does spray through the smoke, it does a ton of damage onto Trick, but not enough to get that vital knock. Teddy will get the knock onto 𝘠𝘭𝘮, and now things looking really bad for Spain. A 3 versus 2 of standing players. Explicit, he's not going to get rezzed anytime soon. He's up on top of the roof line, but all the longer this goes on, the more this is impacting these teams' ability to get more points in the late game, because all the action is happening elsewhere in the circle. Teddy gets another good knock onto 𝘠𝘭𝘮, and 𝘠𝑒𝑑 is thrown up, but Teddy avoids it.
Oh, and it's GG Teddy did a great job up on that roof. He was so patient there against 𝘍𝘍. I think he saw him, immediately looked to find where that last player of Spain was before he tried to take another fight. Now, he couldn't find him, so he had to fight it anyway, but he was being really patient, and he's able to relay that information over to his teammates too, being like, I know where these guys are at, keep collapsing, I'll stay safe, and we'll find our moment to fight. That was so well coordinated.
Yeah, and the thing about it is they didn't even need the recall system. That's how clean they were in that battle. As we turn our attention to Malaysia, now, they are in 14th place. They're a long ways off of 8th. They're 30 points away. If they want to dream of qualifying, they need to win this map. They need 20 points. Like, I think a win with 1 or 2 kills is not enough. They need 20 points here, and that just gives them the chance at a ticket of entry. It guarantees nothing, but it's do or die for them, I think, at this point.
I agree. It has to be huge games, multiple huge games for Malaysia. So we'll see if they can get it started. 𝘍𝘍, SKS in hand. They're doing a little bit of a bridge camp. I think seeing that kill feed, maybe just reading that Indonesia might wrap this way after winning that battle against Spain. So we have a chance here to get ourselves some much needed points, get a little confidence, get a little pride. Chinese Taipei just gonna split up 2-2. Around those mountains, just looking to get a little info and looking to survive in this one. That's their MO.
Mm-hmm. And I looked at this, and I was looking at that bridge camp from Japan, and I was saying to myself, with the drops that Japan and some other teams have, I don't see Indonesia going to try to cross that bridge. And they've done exactly that. They've got the E pickup because they've realized with the flight path we have, any one of these bridges could be danger for us to cross. So let's get up into the air. We can get up on top of one of those mountains because we should have plenty of loot now after dealing with Spain. I like this decision by Indonesia, and it takes a lot of the risk out of the decision as well.
Absolutely. I agree. This is a wonderful option that's available for some of these teams. I wonder if Japan is even going to shoot at them as they fly right over them. Let's see if they do. There's an opportunity here for Japan, honestly, to maybe get a freebie. It's hard to shoot players off these things, but it's possible. Are they going to even pull the triggers? No, they're already in cars. They're making the rotate. They know now that that bridge camp isn't going to amount to anything.
And you know what? That's good play for them as well. You know, you realize you're not going to get the bridge camp, so let's move on and take a better position. Let's look at some of those Teddy shots, though. Just the fact that he read that swing to perfection and got 𝘍𝘍𝘍 down. Then he takes the high ground. He wins another great fight here. As you see, the player will just peek through the door, and Teddy, once again, look at the reaction time, right? You spot him out. The first shot's he's not even fully ADS'd, and he's already dealt some damage. And then finally, he just peeks up once more, and there you go. Little bit of information and a spray. That is so slippery and brilliant by Teddy.
It is. And the decision there to just hold the trigger down, knowing that his opponent was going to re-peek, or just at least anticipating that, that's hard to do, to keep your spray that in control for that long, and he's doing a great job of it. Of course, a lot of players at this level very capable of stuff like that. As Poland, 2-2 split, huge 2-2 split for Poland on the map. As you can see, you can't even see the other two members from Cappy's position. Teddy, they're still up in the air. I would assume they were going to take one of those, like, I call them pillars of God, those really tall mountains, but we'll see where they want to go. There's a lot that's already contested in the middle, so not a lot of free real estate available necessarily.
Oh, that's free for 𝘍𝘍. 𝘍𝘍 gets those all day, and that's an easy point pickup for Team UK, and boy, do they need it, because that puts them into the top 8. Braxco, look, anybody who knows European PUBG knows that the Germans, no matter what team they're on, love using the gliders to get information, and they're some of the best in the world at doing so. So Braxco, he's going to move in there. There we go, top 5 points for Rondo the last time around. Germany took great advantage of this map. They need, if they give a good game here and a win, you could safely say they should be in the next week.
For sure, no doubt about it. Them in Thailand love the gliders, so looking forward to, if Germany gets through into that final stage, which is looking pretty good, we get to see a little maybe glider v glider battles. Malaysia making their move pretty quickly here from their position, but this hard shift down to the southwest, really brutal for a lot of these teams to deal with. France is going to make a wide wrap. Indonesia is going to claim a ton of real estate. What a pickup for them in terms of positioning, in terms of information they're going to be able to gather. It looks like they've got some high ground stuff available. So India up on the north side have safety, but they want to claim a little bit more territory.
Yeah, 𝘠𝘭𝘮 will just go a little deeper, and if he finds somewhere that's good and clean and clear, you might just see them all move on to that position. Like 𝘠𝘭𝘮's on the move already. Maybe he's going to join them and play that 2-2 split. Team UK, they're rotating now outside the circle. They're going to follow not too far behind France as they move in from that eastern side of the zone. And they're going to find a lot of free real estate as well. They've got a ridge line just as they crest into the circle that they can play. You've got some cover inside the paddy fields. If you go too far, though, that's where you start running into trouble with the likes of Malaysia and even Canada, but further north.
I love that you say paddy fields. I do really appreciate that. It's great. I love it. All right, over here, India did try to press a little bit further forward, and they haven't really taken much damage, so not the end of the world here at all. You can blow up some of those gas pumps if you so choose. Might be worth doing. Your cars are losing tires here too for India. That's kind of a problem potentially going forward as this game gets further and further on. Poland, a team that is going to not shy away from trying to do damage to you if they can find the opportunity. So now maybe getting a little bit of a better spot. 𝘠𝘭𝘮 trying to reposition the car there. France on the move around the edge of the lake, and they have found themselves even more open space. Plenty to work with. Chinese Taipei ahead.
Yeah, I think India need to pop those, the fuel pumps, the gas pumps themselves. Take any risk of another team using it against you, deal with it, and then move the play on. And I think Poland are smart enough to know if they don't pop it, Poland will use that as an entry a little bit later on. France, though, they've got themselves in this position. I think with 3 players up, it's a good spot to play, because if you lose players, if you get knocked, you've got lots of little crevices and crags that you can hide into and try to maximize points, similar to what we saw Chinese Taipei do in the last map. But look at 𝘠𝘭𝘮. The information he is feeding right now to the rest of the team is so valuable. He can give them all of Japan's next moves before Japan even realize the moves they're making.
Exactly. It allows you to get in those spots to take pot shots, to take sprays at the rotating players. Parachuting down, and Philippines in trouble. You're able to land one, but the other not long for this world. 10 trip gone. Finna gonna clean up that one, and Philippines down to 2 players here. Just trying to survive, I guess, at this point. I mean, look, Philippines, they've done their job for today. They can have a little bit of fun. They can kind of just try to survive, and, well, the circle's going to be favorable to them for now. Up into the northeast, and France, Chinese Taipei making quick rotations. This is actually super important, this battle down in the south.
Yeah, and France are rotating. They're on the move. Pete is inside the garage, and I think that France want it. They're moving now. Pete, he is going to get out of dodge as quick as possible. He's on a bike, so he exposes his back to the team. France can't land the shot of note and empty. We're putting some good covering fire for his teammate to make his way back on in. And you know what? For France, it's all about picking up points. I'd be putting the coup in the garage, if I'm being honest, with the amount of damage that this one has taken. But you know what? It's better to be able to move everybody, I guess, than just move 2.
I'm a bit worried about that vehicle. If somebody from Malaysia finds an angle and just blows it up, then all of a sudden you're just kind of like stuck in the back there, not really giving yourself a lot of opportunities to go shooting. Shooting, though, is what Teddy has been doing very well this game. He finds another knock, this time on a Mook from Japan. Looking for more damage on a Run AX, but that's the helmet gone. That's the flush found. Germany scooches next to Türkiye, losing some players here and there. Both teams, 𝘠𝘭𝘮 gone. Türkiye losing one as well. Crossberg down. Chris lets loose with a grenade. Not finding much there, as Türkiye gonna reinforce and try to take this battle square on.
Yeah, 3 players up for Turkey. They're in a bad spot, but 𝘠𝘭𝘮, he gets a great spray onto Chris, and that's the knock that they need. Now you can see that Mika is up on the high ground with the M, or with the Mini, but I think he's just going to move on out of there, and Norway will try to... How often have we seen Norway and Germany so close together? I love how no matter what the map is, some teams are just magnetized towards each other.
Yeah, it was like yesterday with like Canada and India, just seemed like they were destined to fight no matter what the situation was. You know, and that's kind of like a regional thing sometimes too here, where you have similar ideas on how to play the game, similar thought processes on what the options available to you are. How in the world did Philippines get another res to come through? Now you're looking at some damage, and Adam again. Look at that. That is nasty. CJ down and out from the Dragunov.
Have you seen the net result of that kill? Now Canada jump into 6th place from 9th, and with that Sweden are now pulled into that mix. Now 𝘍𝘮 up on the high ground will continue dealing damage on, and with the circle being what it is, if I'm Canada, I am hugging that mountain. You don't want to expose yourself to 𝘍𝘮, and you can use the mountain as cover from elsewhere. Great nades from Taipei will find the knock on the 𝘍𝘮𝑎x as Japan are in a ton of trouble, and you know what? 3 does not go into 1, and 3 teams cannot share this section of the map.
Oh, 𝘍𝘮 there, taking a bunch of damage from the blue zone, had to reposition. Chinese Taipei dropping right on top of Norway. 𝘍𝘮 has a player right in front of him. That's just gifted, but as he tries to wrap the corner, he's gonna get taken down here. 𝘍𝘮 will get at least 1 point confirmed. He's getting more. My goodness, 𝘍𝘮's absolutely going nuclear right now. 3 kills already, 𝘬𝘮 down, it's all onto 𝘍𝘮. 𝘍𝘮 though is gonna confirm the kill onto 𝘬𝘮. 𝘍𝘮's cooking the grenade, has 2 more players to deal with. It's not timed quite right. The drop shot not available either. 𝘍𝘮 gets the job done.
2 HP, and we turn our attention back to Poland and Japan. 𝘍𝘮 will start throwing his utility to hold back the push. Even though he's not doing damage, he's buying space, buying cover, but 4 players of Poland want to get the damage done. The UK, they're going to play in this dip. Well, they might play the dip, or they might go a little bit further north, but if they play this position, you've 2 allies. In essence, you've got Chinese Taipei and Philippines, but look at this, Philippines, they're going to drop on down, and they're doing serious damage onto Canada.
This is disaster for Canada. They did so good at keeping the Philippines from getting there. Max, Panzer in hand, sees a player. Oh, can't find the angle to use it. Finally does. They are going to get a point there, seemingly. France, though, getting encroached upon. Grenades are out here. Poland just wipes the board with France.
1 point is all they could manage to muster for the side. Poland up to a couple more kills, 3 for them, as Indonesia now push towards Sweden. Sweden, 𝘍𝘮 is down, Fuzzface has taken almost as much damage as he possibly can. Flash grenades in his face, and Shirley's dealt with Setsuna with the nade, and Sweden now with only hot and spicy left standing, and they are in 8th place. But did they get it? They're done. They're dusted. UK can now leapfrog them if they get inside the top 8.
Oh, Germany, though, losing players to Indonesia who just cannot be stopped. They have all the momentum in the world, and Mika just stuck behind a vehicle trying to get a heal to come through. Not going to be allowed. Teddy with 5 kills in this one. 10 total for Indonesia. And off of a hot drop that they win against Spain, they are just continuing to gain steam. Türkiye trying to make a wrap to the north. 𝘍𝘍𝘮 trying to find some kind of info onto what Indonesia is doing as they try to really establish themselves on the northern side of the map. And why not? Who cares? This is fine for the Philippines. They're just trying to get somewhere. I can't believe nobody's punishing this right now. What in the world is going on?
Oh, Finn is in a bad spot. Finn is in a really bad spot now in this position. Empty will get a great knock onto 𝘍𝘮 as the Philippines do eventually lose 1 on this routine inside the circle, but there's still 11 players left. Malaysia now, that is brilliant. Jervis will deal with Finna. Canada fall, and that's even more opportunity for teams to get inside the top 8. And look at this circle. Are Poland going to get a better opportunity to get the win that they so desperately need today?
I don't think so. This is a really good chance for them. Chinese Taipei has to play defense. Now tons of grenades flying in. Nowhere to run, nowhere to hide for 𝘍𝘮. And now Savior, once again called upon to be that hero, to be that solo survivor, but that Molly doesn't actually connect with him. How in the world does he dodge that? Actually might have just touched it a little bit later and has to go for the heal. That's gonna open up the time and the space that the UK needs to get this res through. And that's gonna force Savior out the window. And Michael, great play there. Molly into the finish.
Nobody seems to want it here, Paper. Chinese Taipei fall again. UK, this is how tight it is. They've gone from what, 9th, 10th, up to 6th now with how condensed things are. Turkey still up with 3. Poland the same. Look at this leaderboard right now. Yes, Indonesia are alive, but almost every single other team is either in the race for the top 8 or in the bottom half of the table.
Oh man, Code Marco, I thought might be up to something special, but UK ahead of the curve. Now they're trying to fan out, trying to surround Indonesia, getting involved. A little bit of help here to the UK. They got to be a little bit careful though to the UK. If they overextend, they might open up some sight lines to Indonesia. So got to play a little bit of contain. 𝘍𝘐, oh, T-bone. That is quick. 𝘍𝘐 there, 4-2, and Turkey dealt with. The UK starting to find their footing, starting to find that hope that they're going to be playing tomorrow.
And now they're in 5th. They keep climbing. Another point, and they're in 4th place. This is as tight a PNC. Well, I was going to say a survival stage, but this is their first ever survival stage. But when it comes to these groups and knockout style play, this is as tight as it can be with a couple of games left. Indonesia with control of the north of the circle, but they will have to vie it out with Team UK to get that position. India, they're just going to keep on chilling, right? This is the second time tonight they've been bang on the center of the circle. They didn't win the last one. Imagine how good it would be for all the Indian fans if their nation is able to take a chicken dinner here at PNC.
I'd love to see it. I really, truly would. I mean, they have played much better this year. That is a fact. And this would be a nice cherry on top for them, to say the least. But they've got some good teams, some good players to deal with. This is one of the sweatiest lobbies I think I've ever seen. It is crazy how hard these teams are playing, how just aggressive they can be, how smart they can be. UK 4 up, a good opportunity to do some damage here. I Am Pete with the AWM wants to stymie their run. Michael taking quite a bit of damage. Indonesia has a phenomenal angle onto the UK's position, and nobody is even messing with them, really. 𝘍𝘐 thought about it, and he's paying the price, so he has to back off. Denmark 4 up, a chance, but they might have to make a crash. They might have to make a decision. I think Poland needs to get 𝘍𝘐 back over with the other two players. Yeah. He cannot be on his own there.
Yeah, 100%. I agree with you, because Denmark's only real avenue into the circle now is to crash that spot of the compound. Now, they might do something different, but with the players they have, if they know that 𝘍𝘐's alone, you can't even think about it. You just got to full set, and 𝘍𝘐's on his way. If I see that car on the move, if I'm Gustav, I'm going, guys, take it. Right now, get in there, because Poland have fully regrouped.
I love it. I love the decision here by Poland, and now Denmark doing exactly what you're talking about. This is really heady stuff that you're seeing. And this is going to be a great opportunity for Denmark as well to claim a much-needed win here. At 35 points, could skyrocket up the leaderboard. Few knocks being exchanged. Shen actually cleaned up by Japan, who's got 𝘍𝘐 and 𝘍𝘐. 2 players left, and they're able to combine there to find that kill. Malaysia swinging around the outside, but they have not much to work with here. I don't know where they go. This is just horrible for them. This is so hard.
There's no room in the end. There really is no room. Michael will get the first knock onto 𝘐𝑗𝑟vis. And now you've just got Pete left standing. He's all gillied up, but there's no bushes indoors, my friend, as 𝘍𝑒𝑟 elsewhere will get a knock or two. 𝘍𝑒𝑚 from Japan gets it, and here we go. Indonesia full send in on top of India. India managed to find one, but players are falling left, right, and circle. Trick with the angle on the side. He's going to pull the pin on a nade to see if he can flush out another 1 or 2 of these Indian players, but there's still 3 up. Another side, oh my God, the Panzer doesn't connect, and 𝘍𝑒 just about gets out of there with his life.
Ooh, squeaky bum time for 𝘍𝑒 as he is able to avoid disaster. Looked like he had a great opportunity. Some more util being sent. Oh, Trick, you bad, bad man. He's gonna put the C4 onto the car. Is this gonna be, is this just a suicide mission here? What is he doing? Oh, this is so dangerous. Doesn't have enough momentum. Well, it's gonna stop short. Trick's gotta get out of there so he doesn't get taken down with the vehicle. He's actually taken out by 𝘍𝘐. Nice attempt, but just could not get that car going.
Oh, the captain didn't go down with his ship, but for UK, this is qualification potential right here. 𝘍𝘐, he's going to get a knock and a flush. It's another kill, 10 for the UK, as India Poland, all going head-to-head. Denmark wrapping around as well. All of these teams in desperate need of points as 𝘠𝘵 will find 𝘭𝘭. Another one on the board for them. Denmark only 2 kills, but is it enough? Even with the chicken dinner, their points potential is nowhere near the same level of somebody as the UK. And Poland now, they are backs to the wall. 54 points for them as well. They need these points as much as everybody else.
Oh, this is so smart. They've got the door blocked with the bicycle. Can't be open, but 𝘁𝑒r gets Marsalek after he got the knock on to 𝘠𝘵. 𝘁𝑒 there to clean up the point to at least guarantee it, but 𝘠𝘭𝘮 is taking 𝘁𝑒 and Poland down. Hope for Denmark. The UK trying to finish off India. Michael, oh, that's the full auto Mark 14. You love to see that. 𝘁𝑒r around the edge. Great timing there. Takes down 𝑦̑x. Looking to do more damage here. 𝑉𝑎RD throwing the util, hitting about half health onto his opponent. Looking for a little bit more, and that's good around the outside. And UK has 12 kills.
The bark of the MK is almost as dangerous as its bite, as Michael will get money shots on the board. Denmark and the UK. Denmark are now on 44 points. They can get a potential, what's that, 7, 8 more points on the board, which would put them into the 50s, which really does bring them into the dance of the fight, as this is a real chance for Denmark now. But in a 3v3, look at T-Bone. Have you seen the position he's gotten himself into, 𝘭𝘭𝘭? Now, that's something that Denmark are either going to pay the price of or have a chance to take advantage of.
Yeah, the real question is how aware are they of that spot? It seems like they're at least thinking about it. I think T-Bone has made a little bit of noise up there. I mean, that's 2 Mark 14s that the UK is rocking, by the way. That's going to be in the back of your mind as Denmark probably put a little bit of fear into you, thinking about trying to go for any aggressive maneuvers or positionings. But I think both teams have decided, okay, we've accomplished step 1, that's dealing with the teams that were in the compounds. It's phase 7. There's one more phase to go. Maybe we can just wait this out. If we get lucky, somebody gives us a knock, then that changes the calculus for sure. But until then, play it safe. Don't give anything up for free. Let's see what this last circle gives us and then work from there.
Yeah, look, T-Bone's fallen back. He's realized the risk is not worth the reward in a situation like that. So they're closer to the center of the circle. You've got the hard cover. UK, no Denmark have to come this way. We saw the utility for Denmark a little while earlier. I think they've only got 3 nades between the team, which could be something worth keeping an eye on. Now, 𝘭𝑒𝑠𝑡𝑎v, a teammate of some of these players, remember, this is something I love about PNC, is seeing teammates go head-to-head. He is on the south side. And look at that circle shift. Now, Denmark really need to pull a rabbit out of the hat if they want to get a win here.
Yeah. The center of the circle looking like it's going to be rather close to 𝘠𝑉𝑎RD's position at the fence line. Saw an AWM floating around there. That could be a difference maker for Denmark, getting that quick knock. But you know that there's going to be level 3 gear, so might take more than 1 bullet to get 𝘁𝑒r to get himself that quick knock. 𝘭𝑒𝑠𝑡𝑎v trying to do some damage, but 𝘠𝑉𝑎RD gets the better of him. So 𝘠𝑉𝑎RD going to let loose with a grenade. Oh boy, that is dangerous there. A lot of damage done. 𝘭𝑒𝑠𝑡𝑎v, fancy footwork, escapes a knock. Smoke's gonna come down here. 𝘁𝑒rr knows that he needs to close the distance. He needs to get himself into a position to fight for that final spot.
Yeah, so the smoke wall is going to be put down. This is their play. If they can get right up on top of that wall where 𝘠𝑉𝑎RD is playing, suddenly things start looking good for Denmark again. Oh, here we go. This could be the play now. They've kept the C4 at the ready. Are they going to take advantage? 𝘭𝑉𝑎RD is the captain. Gonna, no, turn, get through the 𝘭𝑉𝑎RD, you are running this so fine. The ticks are getting quicker and quicker and quicker. Here we go, 𝘭𝑗𝑒𝑟, and he's gonna just go down himself.
Oh, he almost got 𝘠𝑉𝑎RD. 𝘠𝑉𝑎RD on 1 HP after that, so now he's gonna have enough time to get the first aid to go. It's a valiant attempt, but the UK had enough room to move on the outside. The shot comes through, it lands, but that level 3 gear gonna absorb that, not give the knock over to 𝘁𝑒rr. It will open up the space for him to make the move though. Has the AUG in the back pocket, trying to see if anybody from the UK gonna try to commit to get information around the corner. 𝘭𝑒𝑠𝑡𝑎v gonna join him. Denmark has control of the center of the circle potentially.
I think that this is not done yet. There's still flash grenades, but look, UK are just farming utility off of all of the crates because you've got all the Indian utility that's in this position. You've got all the utility you brought yourself. It is going to take a monumental play from Denmark. Now, T-Bone is wrapping around the edge. If Ketter's heard it. Ketter knows that T-Bone is wrapping around this side. Now, if he peeks at the right time, you could get that opening knock. But look, T-Bone knows exactly where he is. Stun grenades being thrown. Gustav is trying to cover the push on the other side. But Denmark need to make something happen here, Paper, because all the cards look like they're in UK's favor.
The center dot is on the other side of this fence, so Vard actually has a great angle to hold here from that window where Denmark might have to make a move through those choke points before they can do anything about it, before the blue gives him an opportunity.
Ketter.
Oh, Ketter, huge one there on the T-Bone. All of a sudden, it's a 2v2.
Oh, Gustav, the molly is going to be good from Vard. It leaves it all down to Ketter. Get your point, get it on the board. Swing around the side, this game is here for you to take. He peeks around, both players are weak, but the MK gets full auto. Ketter does a ton of damage, but it's 1 HP. And Michael, he's not going to risk it for the biscuit just yet. Stumnade tossed up over the edge. Ketter, though, the MK is going to get it done, and UK secure their spot into the grand finals.
Yeah, it looks that way. Nice game there for the UK. Tough situation, having to fight against an even Denmark squad with the 3v3. They are able to get it done. My goodness, that was a fantastic one. So many cool decisions being made there, so many awesome fights that had to be taken in those compounds. That's a fun circle. I like where that one ended.
Yeah, it was fun to watch, and you know what? In other words, they get the vehicle turned in time, and that C4 completely changes the face of that game. It was a valiant effort. It was a great try. Denmark know that they needed the points where they could get them. But what a play. But Team UK, massive congratulations to them. They shouldn't have been in this position in the first place. A team like that should be through to the weekend a lot earlier, but they get the job done.
Lobby's just too good. I mean, there's so many good teams. And again, everybody is really giving it their best here in the survival stage. So huge props to Team UK. Looking to see if they can get themselves another win. But we're gonna watch some highlights, guys. We're gonna take a short break, so don't go anywhere. Miramar is on the horizon.
To sit is to progress. Sit is.
퍼스펙스 BMX 팀 유소년 선수 김한결이라고 합니다. 어릴 때부터 자전거 타는 걸 진짜 좋아해서 지금은 본격적으로 선수 생활을 하고 있어요. 처음 경기장에서 BMX 레이싱 선수들의 경기를 보고 와 진짜 멋있다라는 생각이 들어서 본격적으로 시작하게 된 것 같아요. 스포츠는 나 자신과의 싸움인 것 같아요. 어제보다 발전하기 위해 계속 도전하게 되는 것이 스포츠인 것 같아요. 내가 과연 유망주인가? 책임감 있게 행동해야겠다라는 생각도 들어요. 가장 큰 원동력은 더 잘하고 싶다는 욕심인 것 같아요. 저를 계속 도전하게 만들어요. 저에게 스포츠는 도전이에요. 넘어져도 다시 일어서면 된다는 것. 실패가 아닌 새로운 시작이 기다리고 있어요.
Smooth and original, straight from the underground. Listen to the real funk. Hold on. You better don't stop me. Watch out, the furious. Better be focused. Listen to the real funk. And it goes a little something like this. It goes on and on and on and on. It goes on and on and on and on. It goes on and on and on and on. Listen to the real funk.
혹시 모델워킹 좀
original, straight from the underground.
It is so good to be so close to finding out who the top 16 teams will be competing in the grand finals for PNC. A win for UK in the last map has secured their spot in the finals, but there's still so many teams living on the bubble.
Yeah, absolutely. Can't wait to see what these last two games have in store for us as we get our man of the match. It's 𝘍𝘐. We're hard for 𝘍𝘐. He has 8 kills, 800 damage. That is a tremendous effort, and what a showing that he has brought to the stage for the UK. The man, I mean, we saw some pretty cool moments from him yesterday, but today he has really stepped up.
Well, he recently secured that big move, right? He left foot, he joined FaZe. I spoke to T-Bone about it, and T-Bone was upset because he said, well, he was happy for him too because it's his friend, but he's like, 𝘍𝘐 is playing the best PUBG of his life. And yes, he's had some moments where maybe he hasn't shown that over the course of today and yesterday, but this is Vard at his best, and this is what they've gone for. And they were able to ride that dominance from Vard to get the win when they needed it most.
I'm very happy that I switched him onto my fantasy team today. That's all I'm going to say.
I kept him.
25 points for the UK. Big statement game from them. Denmark able to get 11. It's starting to look dire for Denmark. They need more. They need 2 huge Miramars, and every other team that's in their way has just been kind of doing enough here to give themselves hope as well. So it's going to be tough. It's going to be tough. 10 for Poland, not too far behind Denmark. As we look at the total leaderboard, yes, Denmark in 11, but 10 points ahead of them are Poland, and you're 14 points out of 8th where Canada sits.
There's a chance. Like, this is the thing. At the start of today, they needed a big day. Now, thankfully for them, a lot of the teams that are at the top have continued to dominate and get loads of points, which has meant that they're in position that if anybody slips up and they get a win, like if they win the next game, if they get 20 points, look at the position they find themselves in. And that's what you and I wanted. When we were talking about this before the event, we were like, we want to go into the last map and have lots of teams in with a chance of qualification. And all I'm going to say is it would be a shame if Denmark don't make it, but any team that qualifies out of this survival stage deserve to be there.
Yeah, for sure. So some work to be done here for teams like Poland. Marcelek's got the sleeves rolled up, and he's letting the camera know that he's engaged, he's ready to go. As it's Miramar, our final 2 maps here to close out the survival stage of PNC 2025. What do the Dusty Dunes have in store for us? We are about to find out.
Death, destruction, and maybe delivering of dreams to some of these players, if you want to keep the alliteration going on that one. But this is the final furlong. The last 2 maps, Miramar to get it done. As we just take that lovely panoramic view of resorts. You know what? It almost looks too nice to be on Miramar, doesn't it, resort?
It does, actually. It is by far the nicest buildings, the most gentrified buildings we have on the map. Seen a few circles in there at PGS, so wouldn't mind seeing a few more. It's got some fun stuff to work with. Of course, you can check out some of the team's POVs as we get a very southern plane path right over Los Leones, the northern side, over towards the islands out there on the east. And who knows what this game is going to have in store for us, but certainly eyes towards the center of that. And also, my eyes also going towards France and Germany, who I thought were kind of okay for today, but they haven't really put up many points. So all of a sudden, they're in a spot where they need, like, 4 or 5 points per game here to really feel comfortable. That sounds easy, but with the way things have been going, it's not.
I think teams have counter-stratted the way France have played a little bit. They know they like to play on the edge with 2-2 splits on the side of the circle where there's least traffic. And teams are like, well, let's take them head on. Let's not give them that opportunity. And that's kind of what happened. But you look elsewhere around the map, we saw some resort in the pre-game. It's going to be, there's a good chance it's going to be inside the circle. And it's not, because I spoke about 2 seconds too soon. But look, I want to point out something. If you're looking at your map on the very western side, Chinese Taipei were the first team off the plane. They're right on the bubble as things stand in 7th place. With the circle being what it is, 𝘍𝘭𝘮 and the rest of the team can rotate way up to the... We'll pick up it later, because we got to fight.
What in the world is going on here? Denmark and Turkey. It's Shilla with a UMP. Gustav, oh boy. He needs to get a move on, and it looks like he just barely got out of there in time. Shilla went for the tire. Has another opportunity, another go. Connection's not found, and it looks like it's going to be an escape for Gustav.
Yeah, he's going to get out of there, and I think he just read the situation right. But back to my point, with the circle being what it is, if you do have the map feed open at home, !map, if you do have a second screen available to keep an eye, Chinese Taipei, with the flight path we have a brilliant opportunity to take the north side of the circle if they wrap way up to the north, because it's really difficult for a lot of these teams to push so far north, and you know that because of the drop spots, a lot of teams are going to get bogged down in potential rotates with some players maybe falling left, right, and center. So this is a really good opportunity for Chinese Taipei, at least at the early stage of this game.
I'm right there with you, and that would be my expectation for Chinese Taipei, given their play style, given their understanding of the game, that they try to go for something a little bit safer, sitting in 7th place, not a safe position at all in terms of the leaderboard. Indonesia, they are plenty fine. They are having a whale of a time. I mean, 107 points, getting triple digits already, looking great. What else can you say? Japan struggling, 25 points for them. They want to surpass last year, but it doesn't look like that is going to be the case. It's basically impossible. It's not basically. It is impossible for them to get through into our final stage. So, not the year we wanted to see from our Japanese representatives.
It's not the year they would have wanted to see, and what upsets me about this is I'm a big softie at heart. Like, I want the best for absolutely everybody at all times, and the thing is, somebody has to come last. Right? Somebody has to do it. Japan and the passion that they have for gaming and just the eccentricity of how fun they can be. It's sad to see them in last, or down around the bottom. But you know what? Again, get a couple of clips, have a few moments, and maybe we might be about to see another moment for 𝘍𝘮𝘁, and of course he delivers. Yeah, why not? This guy is a highlight reel.
That was filthy clean. M4 sprays. Quick and efficient, and that is disaster for Poland here early. They are trying to find a way to get out of this cluster that is around Los Leones. There's tons of teams around here, and they just can't. And the Philippines, they've got nothing to lose. They're playing with house money at this point, so that's an easy decision for them to just go for it, and that is going to be painful. Down to 2 players already for Poland, and sitting at 55 points. They needed this to start differently. Germany, another team that I think thinking about a similar idea to what you were talking about before with Chinese Taipei. Go for that wide wrap around the north. Look for that open space.
Yeah, and they know they're probably following their footpath as well. Their footsteps on the way in. And, I think for them, they're in a good position, not a great position. There's 2 teams behind them, but a couple of kills for either could see Germany either climb it or drop that leaderboard. But I think you look at some things as well. I want to talk about how good Philippines have been, and in particular, I want to talk about 𝘍𝘮𝘁. So, we obviously have a colleague who works for Crafton, Kira. I think we would know him. He said to me before this event started, 𝘍𝘮𝘁 is going to show up, and I was like, "You think so?" And he was like, "I can guarantee you it. I guarantee he's going to show up." He was right.
He's a tremendous player. Again, having the pleasure of seeing him play. He's played at a PGC before in 2021. He's done well at a lot of the PCS APACs. So he came up and talked to me a little bit before the event started. Had a lot of confidence, and it is shining. He is a bright star for the Philippines, as India just trading some shots back and forth. No real damage done there. 𝘍𝘮𝘁 again making a bit of a move here as the Philippines just driving around, I think just looking for targets. I mean, they're just happy to just play spoiler for anybody they run into. And Turkey is like, yo, we still got something to work on here, so can you please not? Can you just not?
It's the thing, right? Philippines have earned the right to play whatever way they want to in the last 2 games, but the rest of the team's like, please just play the way you've been doing, But it's them. They're fun. And as our observer's pointing out, we now see a team that's trapped in the mud. Yes, you've got a compound, but all your vehicles have lost at least 2 tires plus. So you're essentially stuck in that position until either you leave on foot or someone else delivers vehicles to you in the form of a crash.
Yeah, it's not an ideal spot to be in, to say the least. Kantara, though, going to be the home for a couple of the Türkiye players. India, 𝘍𝘁 stuck behind his Murado here. Not sure if this is intentional or not. He's got a dip, and he should be able to find the ability to maneuver on out of there, and will do so. Malaysia coming in late, but no problems here that we can see on the map. There's not really anybody super close to them until you get up towards Spain and the UK, closer to the Kantara crater. And it's easy sledding for now. Just want to see them try to get a little bit deeper into games. I mean, there's always finding fights early, whether intentional or not. I'd like to see them just kind of slow it down a bit, try to play for a win.
Yeah, I'm looking elsewhere as well. Indonesia, they're going to play for the win as well, because they see this is a great opportunity to really hone your skills in but they're going to run right into Xerath, who, by the way, is LFT, and he's played pretty well at times for Germany over the course of this one. He takes a ton of damage from Teddy, and it's Setsuna that will get the job done as he gets the knock, and Teddy with a great nade flush. You know what? People usually be like, oh, they want to bring a teddy bear to bed. Teddy's been putting people to bed all day long.
Yeah, that's true. That's very true. He has been nightmare fuel for a lot of these squads. Simoy letting loose now with some util of his own, and oh, it's Chris, 1 HP literally. Trying to go for the first aid in the smoke. There was a molly that followed up. I'm not sure if it landed actually in that smoke that he almost put his feet into. Teddy, though, just going to drive at this. I mean, again, another team playing with house money, and they know it. Oh, no, no, no. It's Chris. Can't escape on the motorcycle. Germany crumbling.
Teddy just swimming in all the points he's been able to gather for his team all event long. And Germany, with just 2 players left alive, will try to salvage something out of this game. T-Bone getting a knock for Team UK, and that knock would have meant a lot more in the last map than this one, because they're now in a pretty safe and secure spot. But as you do, you pick up your teammate, you get him in the back of the Murado, and you move on and get him rezzed, because a lot of people ask how long that first knock phase is. It's 2 minutes. That is long. That's an eternity.
It really is. And you know, when you're out in a field like that, no way you want to stick the res out there. So really nice to be able to have that option, to be able to put players in cars, to get them to safety, to keep them in the fight. Spain is going to see this, take some shots at Empty, but Empty just going to park the car inside of the cement compound, and the res, I'm going to assume, should be doable here. Oh no, what happened to Savior?
Well, it could be an important point for France here, and it is. They needed that. A couple of substandard games for them, and now got them in a good spot. As we look at our Miramar flashback to what we've had over yesterday, 36 points over 2 minutes. This is where Philippines really rocketed their day. Indonesia up there as well. Turkey with 23, they need that. Like, they need that on a map, not even in Miramar at all, because 23 points for them at 40 will not be enough to qualify.
Yeah, well, they do get a point there. 10 Trip gone. He was really the superstar for the Philippines on this map, and he's out early. Not that they're too plussed about that. It should be A-okay, but Turkey needs those points like you were talking about. Now, Code Marco looking back in another direction. Here's a replay.
Oh, no way.
This is no freaking way, dude.
Is this the Murado?
Please tell me he just stops. Okay, Shen had already gotten hit. Oh, he hit the heady. Oh, my. Oh, T-Bone.
He's nasty, right?
Dude, he is.
And he's so soft-spoken when you meet him as well. Like, you wouldn't know the guy as a menace inside the server if you were to speak to him.
That's true. He is a very kind of mild-mannered dude, but he is scary in PUBG. And that was filthy stuff right there. Yeah, Shen already weak, but still, he hit the heading and he hit a follow-up. Not the easiest shot to do, to say the least. Buzzface, though. Calbs, oh no. Calbs had no idea that this is desperately needed points for Sweden. Another team that is on the cusp and moved themselves up into 8th with that one.
Yeah, big point for Sweden, and Philippines down to 2 from this point on. And Sweden will know that, and they know they need the points as much as anybody. Turkey, they've got Karku in their sights. Can Crossberg time it? He's just waiting for the perfect opportunity to strike, but he's feeding the information. Look, if you look at Marco, Marco's wrapping around the other side, so really Crossberg is just being a conduit of information for his team. Oh, Poland are going to bring themselves back, but do you want to know something funny about T-Bone, actually?
What's that?
He didn't name 𝘎𝘭𝘮, but he's staying in his own place. Do you know why? One of his teammates snores incredibly loudly.
Oh, I'm not his teammate. I snore incredibly loud, so yeah. I was like, is that me?
You're going to wake up and say, I'm Team UK, that's right. Why are you here? Get back on the stage.
T-Bone, get out of my house.
Yeah.
No, that is funny. I respect that decision, because I am the same, where I can't sleep if somebody's snoring, and I don't want to put someone through being in the same room as me to suffer through the same. There's that trap. There's that trap. Nicely done by Marco there with a Dragunov headshot. Feels bad, man, for India, but Turkey had been setting this up for a while.
Yeah, and India will move on and play the rest of this map as a 3. They did get a drop, though. I see a P90 in their hands. And, you know, I just saw the P90 level. You know what I've just realized? I don't think we've seen a single BRDM today.
Not that I remember. I don't think we've seen a P90 kill today either.
No. It's been, what in the PUBG is going on?
I'm not sure. It has kind of been a little bit of a different day today. The C4s haven't really worked. It's been kind of just getting it done with the normal stuff. I mean, recalls are still mega important in this. Malaysia setting up with an emergency pickup for themselves. Canada looking for a pre-rotation. Malaysia, let's see what they want to do. Truck stop is actually available. Some of the high ground to the north of it there for the taking. Canada stops on the edge. Going to be satisfied with this compound. Going to be satisfied with the hillside in front of them to maybe play through. A little bit of revenge here attempted by India. So far, not good. Shilla, though, SKS on the side, takes a bunch of damage, has to prone down. Oh, he's actually going to re-peek on this. He's got a little bit of help now. Oh, Karku.
Yeah, 1 HP, but Marco, he's in position. He'll find Ryzen, and the P90 is not going to sing out a song in this map. Marco spots another, he takes a ton of damage, but Marco gets another one. He's down to 4 HP and a dream now. But for India, it's all down to Shatbai. He's going to smoke things off, but he is down. Turkey, they needed to get things going, and they've got 5 kills in the opening 15 minutes. And elsewhere, Denmark, a team who need points, they get the early knock on the Team UK. Denmark need these. They need to clean this up, and they need to keep everybody alive.
Bard, so devastating on Rondo. And it's again Denmark who he's going to be facing. This time around, though, Denmark able to get that early advantage, taking Fex out. Gustav trying to figure out where exactly the UK has repositioned to. T-Bone decides, well, maybe again, I'm going to be that flanker. We saw it earlier, that seems to be his role on this squad, so looking to do that. Brex actually got the knock, but Master able to get onto the ground there, so he didn't die. You know, if you're high enough up, there's no hope. You're just dead if you get shot out of the sky, but it was low enough. But still, Mika knows it. He wants to go for the flush.
They're by themselves, though. The rest of Poland are way too far away to help in any way, shape, or form. So, in essence, this is just down to Cappy to try to hold back all of Germany. He doesn't even have a sight. He level 1 vest, level 1 helmet. They were brought back by the recall system, and they just never had a chance against Germany. And those are vital points for them, as they will now go, or should now be, in 5th place, actually level with France now. But for Germany, they've secured truck stop to themselves, and that could be big for them. Elsewhere, though, have a look. Indonesia still having fun and just knocking. Like what? Who? Like Teddy is insane.
This is again the best I've seen from these boys, and they are not letting go. They know that they've got some momentum, and they want to keep it up. They want to keep it into those grand finals. Code Marco did scoop up that P90 that he claimed off of India. Some shots from Spain into Shin. He is weak. Josh has to throw a smoke to try to bail him out. Puba, no hope there. P90 and an AUG. You're not getting through that. Now, Marslek was way ahead of this, so for Poland, you still have 1 player left, and he's going to try to rat his way through. And Turkey continuing to just ruin Team States, but the point got stolen. Around the corner, Shilla just barely winning it. 4 HP left. He's got a point. 7 kills now for Turkey.
And that could be 8, but it was Sweden that are getting their attention turned to now. I think Denmark stole 1 away. Shilla, though, caught going for the bed as Mome will get the instant knock and flush. And here comes Marco. He's coming in like a storm. P90 in his hand, but Mome will throw the nade behind himself, and Fullspace gets the knock onto Marco. This is big for Sweden. They desperately need every point they can find, and this should be another one unless the rest of Turkey can get here in the blink of an eye. You can see the pressure coming on. Mome still alive, 19 HP, but eventually he falls. And for Turkey, they're finding more and more kills, but do they have a recall system anywhere close enough? Because what it's pulled off is big moments for Turkey and Sweden.
Off screen, France is losing players like crazy. That's not great for them. UK repositioning, Germany trying to hold down the truck stop. They do a little bit of damage, but no knocks found. Mika going to be trying to find a different angle. Norway here trying to eliminate a team that's well behind them on the leaderboard, a team that needs to survive, that needs those extra points just to feel comfortable. James going for the reload, going for a re-peek. Sky out there. He's the last one up for France. This is not great for them. He's also got to try to find ways to either get this res or play for salvage. Looks like he's going to opt to go for the res, and not much Norway can do about it. Now Malaysia right underneath to the south, and they have set up shop.
Oh, where do they go?
Oh, France.
Yeah, they're going right in towards a trap as the vehicle for Turkey is about to blow as well. Adam getting an important knock for Canada, and Canada picking up 2 more points of their own as Chinese Taipei are going to go level on points with Canada now, and they are really pushing with just this and 1 more map to go. Norway pushing towards it. Norway could, I was about to say Norway could be the biggest ally for France, but that's another point for Denmark this time around. And just as Canada gets some points on the board, Chinese Taipei will get one of their own.
This is going to be intense. Everybody knows how important every kill is. So they are committing. They are going for it. Shen sees Norway out on the horizon. Philippines just trying to get through. They've been taking a little bit of damage. Sweden has been eliminated off screen. Leo actually has a Lynx there. Got a knock onto 𝘍𝘭𝘮𝘆. CJ on his last legs, has to try to throw some smokes out, stands up, pays the price. High man there. Norway wipes out the Philippines and looks to go for this res.
Yeah, 3 teams inside a truck stop as the circle goes to Indonesia. Spain with a great spot towards the south as they could have their first really good game since way back on Erangel yesterday. But it's Canada that will likely push that way. Malaysia now, they are surrounded by Norway to the north and Denmark to the south as they are the filling in a Scandinavian sandwich as Malaysia just look to battle. 14th place for them. They're playing for pride at this point, and they would love to do some real damage now. But they're also looking inwards. They're looking towards Chinese Taipei as well, as Shen unloads a volley of rounds towards He-Man.
Man, if Malaysia had another frag grenade, I think they could have gotten at least 2 knocks, but they just don't have any available. So instead, it's just going to be Norway able to get the heals through to recoup, regroup. Canada, in the meantime, did get Adam back on his feet. What a day Adam has had. Man of the match earlier on Erangel. Got those 2 big kills onto Türkiye. Norway now driving into the truck stop. Will this be their last stop? Rex on the roof. He takes some damage in exchange. Grenade being cooked. Takes a peek over.
That's genius.
Let's loose. Oh, he couldn't get Intense, though. Intense gets through, and the grenade just misses the mark, and he's down.
Oh, I thought that nade was perfect. He read the rotate, but he just didn't cook it long enough. And now Canada under severe pressure. I saw that it was Denmark that got a knock as Ketter will get the flush onto Finna. Denmark's story at PNC might not just be finished yet as Japan will fall. 10 teams left alive, 30 players, but Chinese Taipei are bleeding. They're burnt. They get knocked. They're down and out inside 7th place. Now Canada, can they outlive? Can they survive long enough? That's a big nade from Adam. He gets another nade, another knock. They're pushing on to Spain, and this is a huge opportunity. But Denmark with a backstab. 𝘍𝘵𝘆 will get 2, and Canada getting torn asunder, and they are out.
What a play from Denmark, knowing that Canada ahead of them was a threat. They needed to wipe them out to continue their hopes of getting through to the final stage. And I know Avenger's got to be pumping his fist back there, backstage, and here you go, Spain up ahead. Denmark has to know that they have a great opportunity to wipe them out and take firm control of the southern side of this circle to themselves. So they are on the hunt, they are on the move. A little bit of leapfrog here. Gustav doing a little bit of recon, saying, hey, 𝘍𝘍𝘆, I know this hillside in front of me is open. You can drive up there. I've got the cover. You go ahead, and we'll keep making our way forward. Now, there are some Indonesia players that are getting a little bit curious about what's going on down there, but they haven't really committed too much. Aberfac gonna just chill behind this hill, wait things out, listen for those sound cues.
And the thing is, Indonesia know who these 2 teams are as well, and they can pick and choose who to help and punish in a situation like this one. Teddy, though, he is on his way. The circle goes Indonesia. There's only 2 players in this circle as things stand, and now we're seeing damage being dealt. 𝘍𝘍𝘆 with the flash grenade. It's going to stun him just a little bit as 𝘍𝘍𝘆 will run around the edge of the blue, but you're running towards Shadow, who has Teddy crawling, creeping this way, and this is a big, big moment. 9 kills now for Denmark as they are grabbing this lobby, this opportunity. They might just be going into the final game today with a huge chance of qualification if they can just eke out a couple more points.
Oh, Teddy the Terror about to strike behind Spain. They were doing such a nice job here fending off this push from Denmark. Denmark decides that the better option is to go the other way, and it's actually Trick who finds the angle onto Abra, and he is gone, and Shadow Eco, yeah, not long behind his teammate. And this is devastating there for Spain. Indonesia, 9 kills in this one. Great positioning in the center of the circle. If they want, instead, they're going to take fights. They're going to square right up against Denmark and say, we're going to go head-to-head. If you're going to get through to that final stage, you got to go through us.
Yeah, and you don't want center of the circle either because of all the terrain above it, giving everyone an advantage. So Indonesia reading the circle brilliantly. But for Denmark, this could be their PNC dreams right here, right now. I would love to give a penny for Avenger's thoughts about the circle and about his team's chances right now. Elsewhere, Poland, Marsalek is still alive, still picking up vital points for his team, but he's got to move into the circle now soon. But Denmark right up now, front and close and personal with 3 men of Indonesia.
A single knock, one way or another, could change Denmark's destiny. 𝘐𝘵, gonna be that point man. That is his job on Team Denmark. He wants to be the tip of the spear, try to break things open for them, and then open up the doors for Ketter, Gustav, and his teammates to do some other damage. Meanwhile, on the backside, oh, actually, 𝘍𝑒𝑡𝑠𝑖NA takes that kill. Marsalek needed that point so bad for Poland, couldn't get it in time. Indonesia, though, seemingly sussed out by Denmark, so they feel comfortable enough to go for some grenades, but they actually missed the mark quite wide. It's a bit of a misread here for Denmark, wasting some valuable utility.
Yeah, Marsalek's position is known now by the Danes as well. As 𝘍𝑒𝑡𝑎's just going insane over on the other side of the circle. 𝐼𝑎MP is going to do some cleanup work, but that'll be 𝘍𝑒𝑡𝑎 again with another knock, and it's 𝐼𝑎MP that will fall. Denmark, though, finally look like they're locking horns for now, but they've fallen back. The ridgeline is just too open to step up over it, and the players are too good that you know if you expose yourself, you are going to get knocked. But look at Trick trying to creep around the low ground, and look at that circle shift as well.
Oh, nobody's in it. Literally nobody's in this next circle. Marsalek on the backside here could be a thorn in Denmark's side in a potential fight. You know he's licking his lips. If there's a knock on Denmark, he might just spring into action. There's Malaysia above Marsalek as well, so that could be kind of a domino effect where once somebody else tries something, they might come down on top of the fight. Indonesia's had enough of this. They're saying, look, we can take these hillsides outside of the saloon. We can lock in another win. We can further assert our dominance on this lobby because they have been stellar, and they want to show that coming into that final stage, they are threats. Look out, top 8 teams. Indonesia is here to play.
Yeah, if I'm Denmark now, I'm going to change my push now and go on the other side of the circle. Head up to the high ground where Malaysia are playing because Indonesia hold all the cars. Now Jervis, he tags a little bit of damage onto 𝘍𝑒𝑡𝑎. Malaysia, they want to make this push as well. Marsalek out in the open. Can Ketter get it done? Ketter will find that one. It's another point for Denmark as they hit 10, and they are now up to 60 points. They really are now in with as good a chance as they could possibly get to qualify to the finals. Malaysia, 3 kills on the board here, and they've pulled off. And look, Denmark are on the move again.
Oh, look who strikes from behind, though. It's Teddy. It was a grenade from 𝘍𝑒𝑡𝑎NA that opens things up here. Nice game, though, as Malaysia has been wiped out. 𝘐𝘵 and Gustav gonna combine for that, but Teddy is going to get the finish onto 𝘐𝘵. Just Gustav, the only one alive now for Denmark. It's a 1v4. Can Gustav do the unthinkable here? 𝘍𝑒𝑡𝑎N right up close and personal, and oh, he's just dead to rights. He has no idea. Indonesia takes the game away.
Well, even a Great Dane can be put on a leash from time to time, and it's Indonesia that are able to get the kill onto Gustav and get that game done. The rich keep on getting richer, but for Denmark, They are going into that last map, and they know qualification can be there and can be grabbed, but so do about 5 other teams at this point.
It is going to be absolutely wild going into this final map. I cannot wait. It has so much on the line here for so many teams, so many different moments that could have gone one way or another. What a brilliant game from Denmark overall. I mean, really fighting when they needed to, when they could take good fights. I don't know what you're going to do against Indonesia. They're just way too good right now to seemingly be stopped by anybody. Man, I thought for a moment there Denmark might be able to get it done, but yeah, that reposition at the end from Indonesia saying, nope, we're taking the win. Too bad, so sad.
Yeah, Indonesia have just played a blinder. Like, they've been so good. Their point tally is insane. And, like, Teddy is playing so well. This is a flashback to T-Bone's brilliant knock on the shed. The headshot followed up by the body shot. Sweden picked up a couple of points that keeps them inside of contention here as well. There was the fight alongside of Turkey when 𝘍𝘐 was able to pick up a kill or two for themselves. And, you know, Turkey, they started that map so strong, but they got snuffed out just as quickly as they were putting points on the board.
No kidding, no kidding. And there was some hope here as well for Turkey, but Sweden had other ideas. Buzzface with this off angle doing quite a bit of damage, even though, you know, they're kind of able to win the fight. Disaster struck for Chinese Taipei. They ran into the buzzsaw that is Indonesia. They got cut down. Canada as well got struck from behind. It looked like maybe they were going to accelerate in this game, give themselves a really clean result to find some good footing, but 𝘍𝘐 had other ideas.
Yeah, you could see the player camp there as well. Like, Finna just had to, like, what are we supposed to do? You know, is it hands up in the air? But they have got as good a chance as all these teams. They're in the top 8, I believe. Denmark, though, really closed that gap. Gustav fell. Denmark got in 9th place. They started today right down at the bottom of this leaderboard. Not at the very bottom, but down there. And they are now so close. And look up above your head. Look who's walking by. He's going to be Martin Avengers just walking by the casting desk, and he is going to be feeling good going into this last game.
And he points to the jersey, says, yeah, Denmark, doable? Doable, you'd say? Oh yeah, 2 points, easy?
Yeah.
Love to see it. What an effort they put in, though. You have to be impressed. But still, work to be done. There's still one more map. There's still one more game. Anything is possible. That was a belter, man. That was a lot of fun.
Can you remember the last time there was this many teams in contention to qualify with one map to go? It's been a while.
Not that it's been this many. I mean, usually there's like 3 or 4, but it's like 8.
Yeah, and at the international level, it's even crazier to have this situation. Now, it's all been enabled by the fact that the likes of Indonesia and, you know, obviously Philippines have been so good, it's allowed that opportunity. But let's have a look at our top 4 once more. 12 kills for Denmark, 15 for Indonesia, and like Turkey got 7 kills of their own. But I really thought that was their game. They were building so much momentum. You had the P90 in 𝘍𝘐's hands, but Sweden had different thoughts.
Yeah, they did. Oh man. I was looking at that game for Turkey and I thought, oh yeah, they're on one. They're feeling it. Yeah, I mean, Fuzzface again. He's just such a smart player. He takes a great off angle there. I mean, you know, Sweden, a lot of their success is on the back of him. He's been fragging. He's been making great decisions. Really happy to see that as we take a look at our man of the match. It's gonna be Trick this time. 5 kills, a ton of damage. What else do you need to say about this team?
Yeah. What's second man of the match tonight? Like, obviously Teddy's been great as well. You could really toss a coin between those two. But Trick has been so good. But again, you're going to have 1 or 2 players on a team that get loads of kills. But it's not just him. Like, some of the decision making by his teammates enabled them. Like, they left an anchor on the north side of the circle in that fight with Denmark. He was like, right, I can see what's going on. Fall back, play this ridge line. You're going to be safe. They have made all the right decisions. And let's have a look at the overall match points from that one. And it'll be no surprise, Indonesia, they pick up the lion's share with 25 points. But Denmark weren't too far behind.
Back-to-back second places for Denmark. They're really in a position now where they can actually make it. You know, it seemed maybe almost unthinkable at the beginning of the day. Like you said, they were way down at the bottom of the leaderboard. Now all of a sudden, now they're like, okay, now we should be making it. Now we feel confident that we can do this. Malaysia, you know, they're done, but you know, making good moves here at the end, kind of starting to figure it out a little bit, giving their region something to be proud of for their first appearance at PNC. And there you go, look at that, Canada 63, Chinese Taipei 63, Denmark 63.
This is on a knife stage. And I said at the start of the day that I thought that Sweden would finish in 8th place. They have tumbled down the leaderboard today so far. But I'm looking at this. Poland have a chance. Sweden have a chance. Denmark are in the hunt. Canada, Chinese Taipei, France, even Germany aren't safe on 68 points as things stand. This is going to be as tense a game as you're ever going to see. And the thing about this is, you've got 2 Scandinavian teams in 9th and 10th. Are they going to join Norway and be playing at the, you know, over the course of the weekend? Or will we see Canada join the rest of the Americas teams? Or could it be Chinese Taipei that hold on to their spot? It is all up for grabs as we get ready to go into Miramar for the final time in the survival stage.
I also want to give a big shout out to Adam here. 18 kills in the survival stage. I mean, this is the best PUBG I think he's ever played. He is absolutely feasting. Fuzzface and Mome doing great here for Sweden, 17 and 16 apiece. Really leading the charge. Love to see that Fuzzface still got it. The wily veteran doing phenomenal stuff. Poland needs a little bit more damage out of some of these players. Yeah, Marsalek, a known quantity, but need to see Cappy maybe step up a little bit as we are ready. It is the final game of the day here for the survival stage of PNC 2025. Miramar is where we end. Who has it in them to make it to the finals?
Oh, it's on a knife stage. What will the flight path be? That's the first chapter of the book, and it's another southern favoring flight path, going from about 2 p.m, making its way down to the very southwest at around 7, finishing off in prison. Wouldn't a Drumstick Island finish be the most hectic way to finish off a PNC?
I can only dream. I can only dream that it goes down there. It almost never does. Every once in a while you get lucky, but gosh, that would be so fun. I'll have to see. You got my hopes up, man. Now I'm just like, that's all I can think about. I'm like, oh, what if we get that finish around the prison? There's so many cool hillsides around there to play on. But anyway, see if there's any more weirdness at the beginning. We did see an almost, was it Turkey and Denmark at the beginning of that last one? Looks like, though, this time, I think Denmark a little bit further away. Not going to quite edge as close to that Kantara position, at least not initially.
Yeah, Canada going over towards Chumasera as well as they drop off the plane a little bit later than some of their rivals for that top 8. Quickest boots on the ground, though, will have been Denmark and Chinese Taipei, who are a risk-averse team, have dropped at the first team off the plane. They've dropped way up to the north. They are just going to try to avoid trouble as long... Oh, my. What have we just been given in that circle? This is not what Germany needed. This is not what Canada needed. This is right into the books of Denmark. They have such an opportunity out of all the teams outside the top 8 now to loot quick and get a real prio spot very quick.
Yeah, the real question is what is the prio for Denmark here? There's a couple options, and what's really weird is if this does something really bizarre and hard shifts down to the southwest towards like Kantara, towards those fields. If you're not in one of those compounds early, it makes your job exponentially more difficult to try to get deep into the game. But if you take one of the compounds around Truck Stop or something like that, then, you know, if it goes north, you're giving yourself a really nice opportunity to kind of play safe, play smart, and get yourself another, you know, good placement point finish at the very least. Have to keep our eyes on Denmark, the UK, just to that south. France as well needs some points, so they're going to be another one to keep your eyes on coming out of Minas Generalis.
I really don't like this for Germany or Canada because with the circle being so far up to that extremity of the flight path, they're going to run into heavy traffic no matter where they go. Like a significant portion of the circle is water, so we're essentially playing phase 2. inside of phase 1. So if they decide to go south, you run into Norway, Malaysia. If you go in a direct path, you've got Turkey, India, UK. You try to go north, forget about it. Look how many teams are going to be trying to go in on the north side of the circle.
Hear me out. Boats. Boats. No one expects it. No one will ever expect it. If there's any player in PUBG history that would be insane enough to do it, it's Chris. I don't think they're going to, but you actually bizarrely have an opportunity here to actually do that. Oh no, Shilla has VAR'd. Great start for Turkey. I mean, there's a weird world where they can do this, and it has to be kill heavy.
They need at least 24, 25 points because you need to get more points than Poland, Sweden, Denmark, Canada, Chinese Taipei to get in. So they need every domino that could fall their way. They need it to happen.
Yep.
But you're saying there's a chance.
Stranger things, my friend. Stranger things have happened. I have seen the most bizarre of bizarre in PUBG Esports, so I don't count anything out until it's mathematically impossible, basically. Like, yes, extremely unlikely, probably like 1% chance here, to be perfectly honest. But there's, yes, still a chance.
And look, as long as there's still fight, that's the main thing. Give yourself a chance. You can only control what you do in this circle. Everything else, if it's meant to happen, it will happen. Denmark, they've gone and secured themselves. It looks like they're going to put all 4 players, so all their eggs are going to go in the basket of center-ish circle, right? They're banking on this going north towards 𝘍𝘍 because they're saying, you know what, there's a lot less land mass to the south. That's going to be really risky. So we're going to take this position in particular because realistically, if you look at those fields towards their northeast, only crazy teams are going to go there. But some teams are crazy enough to do it.
Oh, sure.
That essentially gives them the ability to only have to focus 3 directions instead of 4.
Yeah, that's true. That's true. That's a really good point. There will be at least one team, I guarantee, that's going up into that northeast corner. It just always happens. Because, like Twisted Minds, for example, really likes that area because it's like, well, nobody else really goes here, so it's usually safe.
Watch it be Chinese Taipei.
They should.
Moving in from the north. Little bit of traffic here in the middle of the map as 𝘍𝘍bots will get a knock onto Jervis, but Shen will trade it back. And the Sandstorm is just going to blind everybody. Empty will claim his mag. He gets 2 before he even has to hit that reload button. And he's going to confirm 1 out. Pete, Empt, and Shen for Malaysia, Philippines, and here comes Spain, because why not? Viva España, as Explicit will look to get a couple of points on the board for them. Arbifak with a wrap, he's going to get it. Let's go, vamos Spain. It's the last map, but let's get moved out of 16th into 15th, and that's what it's about.
Hey, that's one for the highlight reel right there. That was really nice from Spain. That is a perfectly timed hit onto that fight. You can't do it better. Claim your points, head back to Impala, head back to safety. Chef's kiss. Really nicely done there by Spain. You know, for a lot of these teams at this point, your day is secured. You know exactly what the result is going to be, so a little bit of early fighting is quite fun. Sweden, oh my goodness, and who else but Indonesia is going to be shooting into this. But so far, Sweden, A-OK. Got to aim pretty far down that wire to actually get those shots to connect at that distance, and it looks like no problem at all.
This is big. Sweden's decision now on where they disconnect from this plane is huge for them. They're in 10th place, 62 points. They have got to get this perfect. Now, Minas is vacant. They could drop there. That could give them an avenue of entry inside the circle. But the thing is, if you drop in the wrong spot that's empty, you might not have a vehicle. And mobility could be the difference between a win and a loss here for them as well. So they got to get this decision on point. Another team that have to not set a single foot wrong if they want to get in is Poland, as we now watch their rotate. And look at how clear the north of the circles become for them.
That's true. Yeah, all of 𝘍𝘍 is open and everything to the north of it. For Sweden, for me, are you going to see that the industrial zone that's to the north of Impala is open, and that is going to be what they recognize and what they decide on. I think this is about as good as it gets. You have some high ground to the north of this position where the kind of factories are, is what I like to call them. Yeah, sure, some shots are going to be taken at you, but pretty unlikely that anyone's going to find a knock. A little bit of damage done. Wow, that actually is a little more dangerous than I anticipated, but they get there, and they get there with everybody still alive.
It's going to be hard to win from here, but boy, if you play your cards right, you can get a ton of kill points from up in this position. And that's all they need. They don't need the win, they just need points. So you play this right, you're going to be able to farm traffic that rotates its way by. I love this decision from Sweden. And the best part about this position, you can ego peek, because if you get knocked, it's an easy res. There's no way that if you get knocked that you should be able to get flushed. So there's so many more positives here, but this is big. Denmark get a knock on the Leo, and Chinese Taipei are going to be playing with one player down, and that's another one for Denmark, and they're now in the top 8.
Oh no, disaster strikes for Chinese Taipei, but Denmark opting to go for a pretty spread out hold of this crossroads on the eastern side, and it pays big. You couldn't have asked for a better team to get that point against other than Canada. So man, oh man, destiny looking Denmark's way. Canada way on the south, pretty free until they get up into the fields that are west of Impala. That's where India has spread the heck out. They have claimed a bunch of really powerful positions if the circle hard shifts in that direction. If you're wondering if this is going to go islands, almost assuredly not. There's not enough water in it. It almost never, with this particular circle, goes to the islands. Just want to let everybody at home know you're basically your island's already out of play.
I know what you're up to. You're trying to reverse caster curse it into existence. But Canada, this position, they need a southern shift. Germany is right beside them, and Germany are up on to 68 points. Like, they're not safe. Like, it's a lot of points, but I don't think that, I think that 68 points, it's iffy, because all the teams below you are going to find a way to just garner points and keep climbing that leaderboard.
It's like, it should be fine,
yeah,
but again, weird things happen.
Yeah, like you see how much 1 point impacts, the 1 kill put Denmark from, was it 9th place into 7th. That's, oh, that shift. That has gone so far north. Chinese Taipei are going to milk this position now to try get a couple extra points. Poland, they're delighted with that shift because it increases their chances. But Canada, they're going to be forced now to play aggressive, and it's not really the way that they play.
Yeah, Germany's got a nice angle onto them. They're taking some damage. Those vehicles are getting beat up as well. Not the greatest situation to be in. You're at least able to get the vehicle behind the house, obscuring it from Germany's sightlines enough that you're going to be able to regroup here for a moment. But what does Germany want to do? Have they sussed out which team this is, and do they want to just go for the knockout blow to take them out of the event? They're going to drive by, circle, an opportunity here for Shin.
He got the tire. That might, he's going to keep on moving, but that tire pop, Adam's going to push up off the back of it to see if they try to do a little bit of swap, and that means Germany are going to lock in this fight. 4 points could be huge for either Canada or Germany. Now Mika will move once more. I think that was clever by Germany. Get a couple of players in the fight to allow you to get regrouped into these vehicles, and what could have been fireworks will be dampened for just a little moment as Spain look to, oh, come on India, land that Morado, let's go.
Never in doubt.
Yeah.
Never in doubt. They got to get moving. They're going to have to leave a player behind, maybe. I think the res might have come through, actually, for India there. Or at least is trying to be stuck. Oh, Risen. Oh, no. I think a tire might have got popped there, and he's trying to get through. Looks like he's okay, but Karku is going to pay the price. Michael going to claim a point here for the UK. And, there's a knock player in this. Oh, no. Oh, it's disaster.
Yeah, it's one more shot. India, they get into cover, but for how long?
Oh, that was dangerous.
That was scary, and another one's going to get knocked. It's all going wrong for India. But I'm going to, right, they're eliminated. But I'm going to put this into perspective. They should be so proud of what they've come here and done. Up until this upcoming stage, they've not been able to compete inside of APAC. Finally, they're allowed to do so. They've qualified for this event. They've performed better than any Indian roster has in the past. Hold your heads up high. It's been a brilliant, debut for these 4 players, and I'm excited to see this region continue to grow.
Exactly, it's improvement, and that's what you're looking for, event to event. Hot and spicy, taking some damage. Norway just going to keep their eyes peeled to see if any more players from Sweden will give them opportunities. The only concerns you have from these positions, like you said, you can ego peek, but you're going to wear down those vests and helmets. You're not going to have easy access to replacements necessarily because you didn't bring a vehicle in here with some backups with it. Also, ammo can become a concern from these positions. You'll see teams just kind of just fly through bullets. Well, there's one of those knocks. Again, not the end of the world, perfectly easy to res, but as time goes on, some of that attrition does start to wear you down.
Yeah, it's the tertiary utility, I like to call it, the helmets and the vests. And as you said, you make a good point, it gets worn down, but this position's not about winning the map, it's getting kills.
Right.
And, you know, you're playing that position, what harm is losing your helmet if you know you're guaranteed to get rezzed? Now, that's a great shift for Sweden. That puts even more cards into their deck to give them a chance of getting more points on the board as far as placements are concerned. It's also awful for Canada. They gambled, they went north, they're right beside France now, and it shifts away from them once more. They're taken to the sky. Where's Canada going to go?
Coast. That's the only thing I can think of that would be potentially safe. The issue is that Germany's still in the lobby. Chinese Taipei is driving in that direction. I have no idea what your landing point is. Maybe Impala. Maybe you just try to sneak your way through the city and try to catch people off guard coming out of there. Poland, as their sight sets a bit onto Japan, Japan's just going to turtle it up there south of the truck stop. As Poland going to use this opportunity to make a move. Marsalek says, hey guys, I can see, oh careful, cactus avoided, what's open in front of me. You guys are relatively safe to get here. Come on through. Or is this just going to be just a little bit of an info gathering mission maybe? A 1 in 3 it looks like.
They're sending their most deadly player to the sky to see if he can manage to ascend this team up that leaderboard. The rest of the team are on the move. 13 teams alive, a bunch of them still on the cusp of qualification, and every single point is going to matter. Adam is going to drop. Is he going to find space for his team? He's intersecting UK and Poland, and he's going to come under fire. There's a shot. He's going to come under heavy fire. UK have farmed teams in the sky already. This is big for Canada. Can he hit the ground? Yes, he can. That could be big in itself.
It is, and he saw the route in between Turkey and France that was open for his players to drive through, so this is a beautiful call here from Adam. Unbelievable stuff. I think they're A-okay. I don't think this can be stopped, and this is monumental for their chances. Oh, gotta be careful with that terrain though. Sometimes Miramar can be a fickle mistress. Damage being done, but they're just getting past T-bone sightlines.
And they're between France and Poland, Japan and Team UK. Team UK are not going to push up this direction. There's no reason for them to, but Canada have put themselves in a position now where they could get into fights and get those all-important points. Japan could be a target. Adam is scouting it out. Adam, I'd like to see you boost up maybe once more. You know, get the health up a little higher to give yourself more of a chance as Poland begin their rush, and Poland are going towards Chinese Taipei. Sorry, it's not Poland. Upside down.
Yeah, I told you.
The logo confused me. And 𝘠𝘭𝘮, this is big for Chinese Taipei.
It is huge. That's a great start to this fight. Now Indonesia is in the blue. Hard shift up to the north, kind of expected based on some of the unplayable terrain on Miramar. It's a claimed point though for Xavier and Chinese Taipei. Nice to get one back after losing one early. Still though, not the team I'd want to be fighting up here is Indonesia with how good they have been, but it should be kind of a fighting retreat it looks like for them back towards the edge of the new circle. Japan also gonna try to hunker down, gonna try to set up the trenches, the fortifications to try to keep France out.
Now how good of a position did Canada find themselves in inside that circle? France the same. France are by no means clear of safety yet either. They need as many points as they are going to get. Japan, the team that's the odd one out in this north section of the circle, because France, Canada, Poland, Denmark, Chinese Taipei, all with a chance of qualifying, are in a straight line across the center of the circle. And this is big. Turkey get the knock on the sky.
That is nice. The rest of the team now, they had flanked out wide and they're starting to drive in, trying to be a little bit of bait here. They're gonna stay in the car until the last second. 𝘍𝘮𝘰𝘴𝘵 strikes, that's 𝘢𝘮𝘮𝘮 down. 2 players still alive here. 𝘠𝘠𝑥 and Max on the back end, able to get the heals to go through. What decision can you make now? You're just in a world of trouble. You can drive, but you're gonna drive right through the sidelines of a bunch of teams, and it's 𝘠𝘠𝑛𝑎 from Canada who gets one right into the middle of Japan, and 𝘠𝘠𝑥 is gone. France with 66 points. Is that gonna be enough to get them through?
Quel disaster for Canada, or for France. They now find themselves, we know now that 66 points guarantees you a spot into the next stage, but that is a disaster. Their phenomenal play yesterday may count for naught as 𝑏raxco will get the knock on to 𝘍𝘮𝘰, but again, it's Sweden, and now they need to descend that mountain in towards Norway, Spain, Germany. Is this where Sweden are going to be able to make their big move? Because they have no vehicles. They're walking down a hill, and they are barefoot.
To make matters worse, they got no kills from this position. This is not looking good for Sweden, if I'm being perfectly honest. But again, good fighting could get you out of a bad situation. Hot and spicy, going for long-range shots there. Spain underneath, though. Oh, they're in a battle with Norway, and actually 𝘠𝘠𝑎𝑟 does get a kill there, so that's a point. Finally able to collect from this high ground position. Türkiye on the western side. Canada
nades.
They know they're weak.
Get your nades in. You've got a couple in the back pocket, but Japan are wrapping around, and that's what Canada are afraid of. You can't put all your eggs into the Turkish basket. Sweden parachuting their way down. They're making their move now. 𝘠𝘠𝑚𝑎n will get the first one as 𝘍𝘮𝘰 is going to fall. 𝘠𝘠𝑒𝑘 leads the way. He gets feet on the ground, but no, he gets knocked by Intense. Sweden with only Fuzzface left standing alongside Hot and Spicy, but they're outside the circle. Hot and Spicy goes down now, and Sweden, well, they're losing the breath from their lungs. On the other side, Adam is going to get knocked as Turkey push up. Marco could flush to that one, but Joshi will find a knock of his own. It is all going ham here on the northwest of the circle.
Shin lets loose with a grenade, but he takes some damage from one of Shilla's. 𝘍𝘮𝘮𝘮 just peek shooting with this 3x spray. 7 bullets left, has to switch over to the Mark 12. Can't find the connections there. Joshi actually getting struck from behind by the UK. Canada falling apart to the UK. Fuzzface from the blue finds one onto Spain. Needs to get another there. He's got him taken down. Is this going to be enough? That puts them into 8th, and he will fall. Hard to say. Canada needs one more point. Denmark needs one more. Poland, a few out themselves. Sweden not in a comfortable position.
Can they find it? 𝘠𝘠𝑛𝑎, last gasp now, last player standing, and he falls. Canada will be eliminated. Chinese Taipei now, they're the next team up. Can Denmark close the gap? 64 points for them. One more placement could be enough to rocket them in. 𝘠𝘠𝑚𝑎, he takes the fight. This is Denmark's push. They know if they deal with Chinese Taipei, it will be enough. It will qualify them as UK push up over the hill line. T-Bone gets the knock and flush. Vex will find 𝘍𝘮𝑚arco as Turkey are on the verge of elimination now as well at the hands of Team UK, and they are on 7 kills already. Shilla hiding behind the back of that Bronco, but I'm more interested in this one. Can we see Denmark wipe out Taipei?
Indonesia getting involved, though. They got a knock on to Denmark off screen. Grenade out here for the UK. Comes up short of getting the flush. Shilla trying to prevent a rethrow, and he does. There might have been a grenade in hand there for Michael. There's another player here swinging in, and Turkey still alive, still fighting, trying to get themselves in. There's hope, there's a chance, but with Poland still alive, Denmark still kicking. Denmark taking down Indonesia off screen. Oh boy, but here comes Japan.
Oh, Japan are pushing in towards Turkey, but this could be 4 more kills. Crossberg will find one of his own. Bevan will go for the repeat. Crossberg eats a headshot, but it's not looking good. Intends as Norway third party the action. That's Turkey eliminated. Another team falls. Poland, can you do what it takes now? 4 players alive. 𝘍𝘮𝑚𝑎 He's got an angle. He gets 1 kill on the board. That's 1 more point for them. 6 teams alive. There are enough points for Poland to crash their way into this top 8.
They absolutely could, and now they're gonna barrel down on top of Japan. Japan battered and bruised, trying to hold on. 𝘠𝘭𝘮 so weak. A decent grenade. It's actually 𝘬𝑡's grenade. Norway close enough to make some throwables land. 𝘬𝑝 at the very least gonna take 𝘠𝘭𝘮 down. 𝘐𝑜𝑣n, RunAX trying to do what they can to get further into this fight. Smokes are out now. 𝘬𝑝 looking for the flesh. It's gonna roll quite a bit past. Trying to keep Norway at bay as well with some of those long-range shots. He will claim that point here. Everyone's so important. He gets another. 𝘬𝑝 coming up huge.
They're just 2.3 points away now from the top 8, and if Japan fall, it's a double point. 𝘬𝑝 steps on up, he's gonna fall though. 𝘐𝑜𝑣n fights back hard, but 𝘭𝑝hufax gets the nade. Poland wipe them out, and they now climb into the top 8 at the last gasp. What a moment that is for Poland, but do they know yet? They've done enough. Keter turning their attention this way, but the top 8 is locked in, and in dramatic fashion, Poland and Denmark climb it up.
And that's gonna knock France out of the top 8. That's heartbreak, that's unbelievable. Their debut showing here, and it looked like they were good to go. Such a tremendous first day, but it's Poland who's going to dash France's hopes and dreams over to Denmark now, looking to finish on a high note. Poland, though, taking tons of damage along the way. Denmark just coming up like prairie dogs, finding damage here and there. Marsalek gonna be able to get the heals off. Smoke's now out as they want to try to cut off the Polish advance. Norway still just chilling on the backside. They've said, oh, you know what? This fight no longer great. Germany's taking a position in the center of the circle, so let's try to find another avenue of attack. But Chinese Taipei as well has found themselves into that final stage. 𝘐𝑢stav wins the battle. Marsalek taken down as well. Poland, though, do they know they've made it?
Yeah, they're getting up. They want to check. We can see them behind us. Marsalek is trying his best to find out if they've done enough. If they just looked this way, we could tell them. But they're trying to find out. They find out. Poland, they know, jumps from Marsalek. They know they've done it. They're hugging each other in the background. What a moment it is for them. And they deserve to love that they're giving ourselves. But we've still got a game to call. Denmark with a chance to finish things off with a bang. Taipei, they're in the final as well, as they've done just about enough. But oh my, what a final day it's been as Germany fall in 3rd place.
Norway firing all cylinders there. 𝘬𝑡 hit a nasty AK spray just a second ago. 𝘐𝑢stav looking down towards his opponents to the south. He does have Savior. Little does he know, right next to him. Savior, patience, waiting to see if he can find a moment. Not gonna opt to go off of the knock on the 𝘐𝑚𝑖. The res being stuck. The res does come through. 2 grenades there still available for Chinese Taipei. They're just trying to wait this out, trying to make sure that they can scoop up as many points as possible. I'm sure they're not 100% sure on what the leaderboard looks like, so they need to make damn sure that there is no room for error here, as grenades do splash out, but no targets found. Norway just gonna chill, watch for that Chinese Taipei flank.
Yeah, Chinese Taipei have got to pick a lane now as 2 teams are turning their attention their way. Savior being pushed by Denmark as they look to secure the northeastern border. Norway doing border patrol of their own in the south as they look to find Mao Rush, where they know exactly where he is. Savior, he's creeping. Keter is making a ton of noise here as Savior will find the knock and flush, as it's another point for Chinese Taipei. Surely they know they've done enough, but they've still got to keep an eye. That's another bit of smoke thrown towards 𝘐𝑚𝑖, but it's a 2v3v2. You know what? Imagine the feeling of winning the last game of the Playday going into tomorrow.
That would feel great, because then you know for sure at that point. I'm sure there's a pretty good idea amongst the teams that they're in a great position to qualify for tomorrow. But for Chinese Taipei, you'd love to go out on a high note, and we've got Leo available for a few more games this weekend. Exciting before his retirement. Savior there, starting to let loose with some smokes. Stuns are out to try to clear some space forward, but there's a response from Denmark with some of their own, and actually 𝘁𝘐 takes down 𝘠𝑚𝑎𝑙 off to the side. So just on to Savior for Chinese Taipei, and 𝘠𝘐𝑚𝑖 says, well, maybe I could just let Norway deal with this, and I'm gonna rotate more towards the south vehicles. Norway's just going for the close.
Yeah, 𝘠𝘐𝑚𝑖 just inside the circle as Savior tries to get it done from the blue. There's a C4, yeah, run Gustav, run! There's Himman, will get himself flushed. Chinese Taipei fall, and it's an all-EU battle for the end. One player up, it's 𝘠𝘐𝑚𝑖 up against the two members of Norway. And I can hear the Norwegian fans through my headset roaring their side on in this battle against 𝘠𝘐𝑚𝑖 as the Scandinavians will look to finish up. 𝘠𝘐𝑚𝑖 will find one. It's a 1v1. 𝘁𝘐 and 𝘠𝘐𝑚𝑖. Who's going to clutch this one out?
Oh, 𝘁𝘐 almost got 𝘠𝘐𝑚𝑖 as he crossed behind the hill. Thinking about the res now, still playing for pride, still playing for the win. 𝘠𝘐𝑚𝑖 giving it all. He wants to get these final two for Denmark. He's going to fight tooth and nail for it. That's the last stun in the bag. Throws it up and over, goes for the reload onto the AUG. Res has come through though. Intends looking to steal this away. 𝘠𝘐𝑚𝑖 able to get around them. Do they know? Have they heard these footsteps? Seemingly so. 𝘁𝘐 tracking 𝘠𝘐𝑚𝑖's movements behind the rock. Saw just ahead there. 𝘠𝘐𝑚𝑖, another chance, another reposition. Switching between sites, wants to find the best one for this moment. Red dot seems good to me. Up and over, 𝘁𝘐 headshot found. 𝘁𝘐 has to prone down, needs some help from Intens. Intens right behind him there. Oh, he goes for it, he's got it! 𝘠𝘐𝑚𝑖! Woohoo! The double kill for Denmark.
He's so damn good as 𝘠𝘐𝑚𝑖. You know what? Yes, the two teams were through, but to spray transfer and win a chicken dinner like that against a country that is just right across the water from you. What a play that was. 𝘠𝘐𝑚𝑖 gets it done. But wow, what a survival stage we have had. And now Avenger is running past. He's got his finger in the air. He wants to get down. He wants to hug his team, because not only did they get the job done, the money they've secured as well by just making it into that grand finals lobby.
That's a great point. Stellar final game we were treated to here for our survival stage. Just awesome stuff as we are going to take a quick look at some highlights. And man, oh man, that was a banger. No doubt about it. That was a lot of fun coming through here. So many teams with so much to play for. I am still in shock. Poland comes through and gets it done. That is amazing for them. I'm still in shock for France. I thought after yesterday they're good to go. They just need to tread water, but they sank. They couldn't swim.
It just goes to show how hard a game PUBG is. They were on top of the world after yesterday's game, their debut at PNC. Now, don't get me wrong, those players have put so much into their stock when it comes to finding teams and going forward. Like, 𝘁𝑗𝑥 was great. I think Sky's IGLing on day one was phenomenal.
So
Max was brilliant. 𝘁𝑗𝑥 had his moments, so great for them to show what they can do on a global stage. It's sad, but they're going to go back with their heads held high to France. Yes, you're going to be sad today, but tomorrow, new eyes in the morning, they'll look at it a little bit different. But for the feeling for Denmark and Poland to do it on the last map, I don't know if you realize, but I looked over my shoulder before that map started, and 𝘠𝑚𝑎𝑙 was like, let's go. You know, he was still smiling, he was still happy. I don't care what anybody says, having someone like 𝘠𝑚𝑎𝑙 in your team means he is always going to be pushing and want to win and keep the vibes up.
Absolutely. He's got tremendous energy when it comes to competition. He wants to win, and he's going to stay mostly positive about it, and he's going to keep firing up. And yeah, there you go. You can take a live look as they get through. Big hugs all around. Well-deserved for Poland. And, you know, 𝘠𝘐𝑚𝑖, I love that it's Norway again C4ing Denmark there for a moment. I was like, oh no, not like this. But 𝘠𝘐𝑚𝑖 able to respond, able to get it through, and he's got a big smile on his face as Denmark gets the job done and will be going into that final stage to join our 8 other teams. And woohoo, that was a lot of fun.
And it only gets tougher from here, because you look at the teams that they're going to be joining. All I'm going to say is if you've plans this weekend, cancel them, because PNC is going to be electric. But I do think we should take this moment to, to say, yes, we lost a lot of teams today. It's sad their journey at PNC ends. They put some good things on show. I think every team can be proud of it. But let's have a look at our top teams from that last map. It's Denmark, Norway, Taipei, and Turkey. But I still want to get back to my point. Like, the 8 teams that are going home, they all had their moments. They can hang their heads high. Like, some of these teams, it's their first ever time on LAN. For some of these players, it's their first ever time outside their hometown. They don't know when they're going to get the opportunity like this again. So just being here was a win in and of itself.
Hey, absolutely. I mean, the fact that we expanded this event to 24 teams, phenomenal. You can see what it has already brought to this event, the excitement, the level of competitions, the storylines for the new players, the new regions. I mean, think about Philippines. They get their first chance here and they knock it out of the park. Indonesia, could this be a moment where they can accelerate, where they can go into that grand finals and really do some damage? 𝘁𝘵, man of the match, there was no doubt about it after he got that 2K. What an absolutely just incredible player he has been throughout his entire career, and that was just another great moment among many for him.
Yeah, and there's just so many things that he's good at. Like, his bolt play is incredible. He's great at long-range engagements. You give him a chance like that at close range, he's going to do damage as well. But
he's also a genius at kill feed tracking. I don't know if he just gets it. It's crazy how good he is at it.
Yeah, and he's going to be feeling great. Like, for Denmark, what looked like an impossible task at the start of today has been done. But we have our match leaderboard. Look, you can look at the points that some teams get. Turkey, again, another pretty good Miramar for them, but it was the other maps that was their Achilles heel over the course of the past few days. 7 points was enough for Poland. They took the right fights at the right time. But let's have it up. Let's have a look at our 8 teams that have qualified for the finals. So we look at our overall leaderboard.
There you go. It is going to be Indonesia, Norway, the Philippines, UK, Denmark, Germany, Chinese Taipei, and Poland that will join. Those other 8 already qualified teams starting tomorrow already. Can't wait to get that going. But man, I still look to France and my heart breaks. I was so excited with the way they played, with the way they came in here, that we were going to get to see them go against, the likes of the USA, China, Korea, Vietnam, Thailand, some of the best we have out there. Instead, they come a placement point short. 1 placement point short.
Yeah, it's so sad for them. But again, the memories that they've made and their play was great yesterday. Like, they can take that and go forward. As I said, it will hurt today, it might hurt tomorrow, but at some point you're going to be look back and be like, hey, we've done great. It's also sad for Sweden. Like, they gave it a real go on that last map. It would have been great to see Fuzzface on a grand final stage again because, he's a brilliant player. I think he showed that he can still do it. 𝘁𝘵
was great.
Was really good over the course. Macadark as well.
Yeah.
It's another team that can be proud. As can India, right?
Yeah.
So much better.
They improved.
Yeah.
That's what matters.
And they've taken advantage of everything. Like, no matter what the players were doing, and they were like, yeah, can we get involved? Can we play football? Can we do this? Like, they fully immersed themselves in the PNC experience.
Shout out to Malaysia, their first time. They come through, they play well. Not as well as I think a lot of us anticipated. Personally, I had a little bit higher hopes for Malaysia with Shen there, but first day was just too rough, not able to recover here on the second.
What scares me now is we look at the teams that have qualified, plus the top 8 who were already there. Anyone in that top 8 screen alone, before you even add in the bottom, could win this event. Korea, USA, Thailand, Vietnam, Brazil, Argentina, China, and yes, Tiggleton and Australia will be playing as well, as we have one of the most stacked PNC lobbies we've ever had coming to you tomorrow.
Tomorrow already, hard to believe. Yeah, this is going to be so good, but that's going to do it for us here on the stage. We're going to send it down to Bella, who's got some interviews for you guys. Thank you so much. We'll see you tomorrow.
Hi guys, it's Bella. What a day here at PNC 2025. We are done with the survival stage, and we have Mr. 𝘁𝘵 from Team Denmark. Hello, 𝘁𝘵.
Hello, guys.
오늘 정말 멋진 경기력을 보여준 팀 덴마크의 비미 선수 인터뷰 만나보겠습니다. 어제는 16위로 마무리했지만 오늘 당당히 5위로 마무리했는데요. 해낸 소감부터 한번 물어볼까 해요. Yesterday, a rough start. Today, a whole new look for Team Denmark. How are you feeling?
Feeling fantastic.
That's just it? One word?
Like everything had went exactly how we wanted it, so it's perfect.
너무 기쁘다고 비미 선수가 이야기를 해줬습니다. 그리고 엄청나게 큰 활약을 해준 비미 선수인데 마지막 치킨이 2대1 노르웨이 선수들을 꺾으면서 그 경기에 대해서도 비미 선수의 입장에서 한번 물어보고 싶어요. I gotta talk about the 2v1 against Norwegian Team Norway. You brought that chicken home for Team Denmark. Can you walk us through that?
Yeah, I think in that late game we kind of knew we were through already. So after we killed TP, we were kind of relieved because there was no contest for the top 8. So I was just kind of chilling, actually having a good time again, and it was just a chill 1v2, and it went in my favor, so it was perfect.
이제 아무래도 하다 보니까 그 분위기나 타이밍을 비미 선수가 잘 마무리할 수 있어서 치킨을 가져올 수 있었다고 이야기를 했습니다. 오늘 경기 흐름이 팀 덴마크에게는 좀 새로운 룩이었는데 어제와는 180도 달라진 모습이었거든요. 오늘 경기 들어오면서 팀원들과 무슨 이야기를 나눴는지도 한번 들어보도록 하겠습니다. Well, I feel like you guys must have had some kind of pep talk before coming in today, right? Whole new look. What was the team energy like coming into today?
I mean, we just made sure we just have to enjoy these games. We're all here to play the game. We're all here to have fun, and then just play with confidence, have a good time, and then whatever happens, happens.
조금 더 내려놓고 편하게 자신감 있게 하던 대로 경기를 하자라고 이야기를 했더니 오늘 탑5에 들면서 덴마크가 파이널 스테이지에 진출하게 됐다고 이야기를 해줬습니다. 파이널 스테이지 또 로비가 리셋되는데요. 새로운 8팀이 추가되는데 보완하고 싶은 점이나 유지해가고 싶은 점이 있는지도 물어보도록 하겠습니다. Well, we have a whole new lobby starting from tomorrow. Top 8 teams coming in. Do you have something that Team Denmark wants to focus on or just keep doing?
Whatever we did today, just keep it up. And just, most importantly, just have a good time.
The magic that worked today. Alright, miracle run. That was perfect. 오늘 일어났던 그 뭔가 기적적인 덴마크의 플레이를 꾸준하게 내일도 가져오고 싶다고 이야기를 했습니다. Come new Team Denmark.
Come new.
Alright, thank you, Bimi.
Thank
I'll
you.
let you go.
Thank you.
Go celebrate with your team.
Thank you. Bye.
팀 덴마크의 비미 선수 만나봤습니다. 바로 다음으로는 팀 폴란드의 마셀릭 선수를 만나볼까 하는데요. Well, I am going to be joined by Team Poland's Marcelik, who will be joining me with the flag. Hello, Marcelik.
Hello, hello.
hello. Wow. Let me get the Korean questions out, and I'll get right to you.
Roger
Alright. 너무나 촘촘했던 마지막 경기였는데 탑 8에 들어온 폴란드입니다. 엄청나게 활약을 하면서 어제 11위, 오늘은 8위 안에 들어왔는데 우선 들어온 소감부터 물어보고 싶어요. Well, yesterday top 11, not top 11, well top 11, and then now top 8. How are you feeling?
I'm feeling great. It's we knew how the leaderboard is super close. We were counting points till the last game. We actually thought we didn't qualify. The boys were super angry, and I just guys, we are in.
Calm down.
Everyone was super happy. I mean, it's great to be in the top 16 nations to play the finals. Feels good, and I hope we're gonna do better than we did here. Yes, and we will show the Polish power.
Love that. Love the energy, the whole thing. 일단은 오늘 경기를 하게 되면 처음에 경기가 끝났을 때는 탑 8 안에 들지 못했다고 팀원들이 생각을 해서 되게 좀 침울해했는데 마셀릭 선수가 얘들아 우리 해냈어. 우리 탑 8으로 들어갔다고 이야기를 하면서 다시 이렇게 즐겼다고 이야기를 했습니다. PNC 2025에 와서 너무 폴란드의 그 위력에 대해서도 보여주고 싶고 엄청나게 기쁘다고 이야기를 해줬네요. 그리고 오늘 코치 푸펙스가 같이 선수 교체로 이렇게 들어오게 됐는데 오늘 코치님과 함께한 만큼 좀 다르게 한 게 있는지도 궁금합니다. Well, I heard that Coach Pufex was on the team today. What was different?
I mean, we had a mutual agreement with the team that if we don't do that well, we will try to do something else. He also is, a little bit more experienced in IGLing, so he was helping me since I'm doing the IGLing in the team. And I mean, we played nice. We had some good decisions, some good macro plays. We had some problems on a couple of games in the rotations, but I feel like both days were pretty the same. It's just the teams above us were a little bit, you know, with the different points, and a beautiful comeback from Denmark as well. But playing with 𝘠𝘐𝑒𝑛 and 𝘭𝑗𝑒 was both great. 𝘠𝘐𝑒𝑛 will be back for the finals with us, so he will be in the starting lineup with us again. And I will take the whole IGL process again from the beginning.
Back on Marcellus back.
Yes,
okay.
sir.
오늘 코치와
Yes, ma'am.
yeah, whatever works for you. 오늘 코치님과 함께하게 돼서는 본인이 IGL 맡았던 그 무게를 함께 나눌 수 있어서 조금은 더 수월했다고 이야기를 했고요. 뭐 매크로나 다른 팀들에게 카운터를 하는데 로테이션도 그렇고 많은 도움을 받았다고 이야기를 했습니다. 내일 파이널 스테이지부터는 원년 로스터로 원래 준비했던 로스터로 이렇게 경기에 임할 거라고 얘기를 해줬네요. 이제 또 안 그래도 마셀릭 선수한테도 물어보고 싶어요. 내일은 디펜딩 챔피언인 한국 팀도 하고 뭐 USA도 있고 쟁쟁한 팀들이 가득한 파이널 스테이지가 될 건데 좀 본인의 예상대로라면 폴란드가 어디까지 올라갈 수 있는지 한번 물어보겠습니다. Well, tomorrow, new lobby, we got the defending champion Team Korea, also Team USA. Very good teams, very strong teams. What are your expectations for Team Poland?
My expectations are to win, because you gotta expect to win the tournament, to perform well in the tournament. I mean, it's gonna be probably much less space. Better teams are coming in, so they're gonna take more control. I'm very happy to play there and show the best what Poland can do.
이제 아무래도 더 쟁쟁한 팀들과 함께하다 보니 더 뭐 운영적인 면이나 점수 면에서도 더 촘촘한 경기가 예상된다고 이야기를 했고요. 이 경기 대회에서 임할 때 이기려는 마인드가 없으면 뭐 안 되지 않냐면서 우승을 노려본다고 마셀릭 선수가 이야기를 했습니다. 팀 폴란드에게도 좋은 날, 팀 폴란드의 팬분들께도 좋은 날이죠. 한마디 부탁해 보도록 하겠습니다. Good day for Team Poland means good day for Poland. What do you want to say to your fans?
Bardzo dziękujemy, że nam kibicujecie i oczywiście Polska górą!
What is that?
Poland on top!
Poland on top of that. Okay, love that. 폴란드 팬분들께 폴란드가 최고다라고 외쳐준 팀 폴란드의 마셀릭 선수 인터뷰 만나봤습니다. 저희는 내일 새로운 로비로 가득해진 파이널 스테이지 1일차로 돌아오겠습니다. Thank you, Marcelic. That was a beautiful game. I got the chills. All right, everyone watching at home, we'll come back same time, same place tomorrow for the final stage day 1 here at PNC 2025. Say bye.
Bye.